1, 2. Alright.
Well, it's like weird hearing like, oh, what do you do? And I'm like, I've only been in the business for a year, so I think it's normal to do both sides of the law, but I guess it's not. Well, I mean, it's probably
Cool. Test, test. 1, 1, 2. Check, 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 check. Hello, check, check. 1, 2. All right. And then at this point, can you hand me my camera bag? Yeah. Actually, do you need it right now?
No.
I don't want anybody to sit here.
Huh?
I don't want anybody to sit here.
You don't want to what?
I don't want anybody to sit right here. Yeah.
I didn't want anyone to sit right here either.
All right, Mike.
I mean, in Connecticut, I don't know, but in Texas.
Get you mic'd up.
Oh, I'll put it on. Thank you, man.
Cool.
Mike, let me ask. Am I missing anything tenant related?
You don't want too much now.
That's right. You should have seen.
You know,
should have seen what it was.
remember I showed you some stuff yesterday was too much?
So this is fine.
I like it.
Because the thing is like when I'm blindly cold calling, like that's what I would like to know more about. Seems like sometimes. Oh yeah, sorry. Like I don't have time sometimes to do research on something. So this is how I've been structuring my week so far. Because some brokers have been mentoring me. Monday, the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, I get in the car with my son, and I drive industrial parks with satellite imagery. Because John Ferris, he's taken your course 6 times. He's the top producer in Houston. He gave me this book of like satellite imagery when he was at Stream, because now he's at CBRE. He's like, you need to make stacking plans that show where all the buildings are, color coded for who the landlord is. And so what I do is I use that to build my satellite imagery. And so Saturdays and Sundays I take a pad of paper with the satellite imagery and a red Sharpie, and I go and I hit 2 industrial parks in a weekend. And I figure out where all the tenants are, figure out if there are vacancies, I take notes, and then I use that Sunday to type all that stuff in to my database, which has been Excel, which you've convinced me now I need to spend some fucking money and get a database. CBRE is cheap. They don't have a database. They have Salesforce, but it sucks.
Well, they get 365.
They've got Deal IQ.
I thought they had 365, but the problem is it's on top of Salesforce. For an industrial broker, it's too much.
It's too much. So I need to look.
You just Client Look, Real Next, one of those.
What do you like better, Apto, Act, for industrial? Which one do you like better?
Well, I wouldn't have APCO or ACT in the mix. I'd have Ascendix, Real Next, Client Look. Client Look is the one I probably would recommend for an industrial broker. It was developed by an industrial broker, Michael Griffin, who sold his original program to Ares.
It's called Client Look?
Client Look. Look it up. I'll be right back. Let me go check on Tim.
Yes, sir.
Because he's got another question. We're doing it.
Oh, yeah. We've got our graduate program over here. What did I graduate? I'm still a scrub. I'm still a high school. I'm immature.
Hey Mike, can I get the flash drive? Tim has
I mean, if you're going to co-start, yeah, so I started off at USF, I transferred back, I picked up about 20 years strong.
He only gives me 10 minutes to do it.
Yeah, and you got 5 minutes to reload.
I know.
You're saying you're getting better numbers with your on?
Jennifer has a better idea. That doesn't involve that.
Because I don't do that. In fact, I think when it comes to land, we you know where you guys need to go tonight? It's not far from your You know, that's what we typically use, which is more basic, right? It's free. Yeah. Depends what you're trying to do.
That was him, but
John, we can move. No, I just got bumped that hard. I think no, they moved me out. Back that's just the I gotta pop out. I gotta pop out. You know, some of this big work. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Okay, all right.
I love the way those doors open.
The wave thing? I feel like you have force power. Yeah. I actually have like one friend who lives here, and I was like thinking about moving up and buying a house. He's like, oh, I'm going to Jacksonville. I'm like, yeah, new house. Yeah, let me try. Yeah, I was just curious. Yeah, I was gonna staying at the JW, so I was like, I don't know how much cars will. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm like a fool afterwards. Did a little bit of work. Yeah.
And it's gonna ask me for all these codes and approval to let you in, so.
So Lottie Lipsy's gonna be here about 11.
Message.
She's gonna have lunch with us, so we'll wait. What time do you normally order?
We do need to post, that's fine.
And y'all decide where you want to have lunch and just. I will tell you that sandwich was perfect yesterday, and I've never had Italian bread from Publix. That was unbelievable.
The multi-grain for you.
Was it? That's it. I thought it was Italian. It was.
White?
No, it had little things on top of it, like little.
Multi-grain. Good morning.
Oh, it wasn't Italian.
5-grain multi.
Pretty good.
Functional rundown spaces used.
Whose bag is this?
That's me. I'm getting out of your way.
No, you're fine. I'm not even going to be there. You're fine.
over here.
Oh, okay. No, you're
over here? Where you
I
at?
got right. I'm right here, but you're fine. You can use that space.
Okay, set for the day. How you doing?
Oh, great, man. I'm ready to go.
Oh, yeah, let's do it.
Cameron, you ready?
I'm ready to roll.
Y'all together?
Yeah, Matthias is our summer intern.
Oh, that's right.
So
Hey, you're at Rollins, right?
jumping right into it.
Your manager called.
Oh yeah, that's him.
But he knew I was easy because I love you guys. But he didn't say, is you working on their team? Or are you just working at JLL?
I'm working on his team.
His team?
No, so he's just servicing the industrial department as a whole, but he's working primarily with Joe Hills and Lip Off.
What year are you in?
No, the bag fell open.
And you're from where?
Orlando.
Oh, you're from Orlando. Good for you. Okay, good. We're glad to have you.
Both local guys, so
So you know the market.
yeah, I like to think so. After a year of it, it's crazy what I've learned, but yeah, it's crazy time, and we got probably 12 million feet within the pipeline, and another 5 or 6 under construction right now, and all the developers are going.
Tell Matt and Wilson I send my regards.
Look to right here. No,
What's that?
right there.
Michael.
No!
Wait. Don't say anything.
This is not just a friend. This is a dear friend. And I've only got 10 dear friends.
Wasn't your grand bar?
Look here.
Side
Lipsy's
friendly,
name's
but
in this
trust me,
book.
it's good.
It's in this book.
We actually asked him to present, but he wanted to get paid a lot of money. And I got to talk to you about how much I'm going to pay you.
Yeah, so those
I
are
guess
good.
now's a little late. Wait till after the presentation.
What is this gold pen?
That's for the
People's Award. I was the most
Oh,
outstanding
yeah, I'm gonna remember
CCIM instructor in 2011 after being fired and coming back. God, it was hard coming
They
back.
got some crazy assholes over there, don't
They
they?
do, they do, they do.
And now they've screwed the program up. The way I understand that y'all do it now, it's done remotely, and everyone's responsible for selling their own people. And
Yeah.
It's
It's a series of little franchises. Good seeing you, buddy. Good seeing you.
we're thrilled that you're here.
Well, this is my last public talk.
You're what?
My last public talk. I worked so hard on this, and I am so uptight. I'm glad this is the setting. I thought it would be a different setting.
I know we limit to 25 because we're videotaping. And oh, by the way, we're going to get, we have the video programs, which NAI buys, but I'm going to give you a complete set. There'll be 100 video modules in there.
Oh.
And there's workbooks and everything. They'll be ready in September.
Good.
So, and your piece you get, and you can use it any way you want. It'll be edited. You'll be looking awesome.
Well, I spent a lot of time preparing, but this is. I was afraid it was a big auditorium thing, and I got to make one call at 9:30, and the rest of the day is yours.
I love the outline. I love the outline, and here's the reason why. So when I'm in Wichita, they'll say, Mike, we love your stuff, but your stuff is for Los Angeles or Chicago. I said, no, it's not. It's a best practice that can be adapted. So many of our clients want you to speak. You're not in Denver. Your thing is going to be perfect.
Gary Keller tried to hire me to, in fact, I interviewed with him, to develop a course for small markets and deliver it for them all around the country. I don't want to do that. I don't want to go from home. Mike, I am so, I love Maryland so much. I called her last night and I said, I'm going to bed at 8:30. I'm reading a book. I got to get home. And it takes a day to get here. And I'm glad I did. And of course, the day here, and then by the time I finish, I can't get back to Alexander, so another day. So 3 days from home. The guy, everything costs $50 in Orlando. You take a cab, $50. Eat lunch, $50. So all you need is a $50 bill. The whole wad of $50 bills. But the ride over here, the guy said, I know it right where it is. So I saw people with backpacks walking in. I stopped the guy from Houston. I said, you going to the Lipsy School? He said, yeah.
This facility, so you know what this is. This is part of the University of Central Florida.
Some stuff too.
No, I start in 30 seconds. This is part of the University of Central Florida. This whole huge development is Darden Restaurants, Marriott, Disney, and a wonderful hotel developer who's been here for 50 years, Rosen. So this is a magnificent. The housing is back over here, and we use this. This is our spot. We've been here 19 years now. We love this classroom, and we try to put 25 in here. We've actually got more. We ended up with about 30.
I asked the guy from Houston, I said, how'd you find out about this course with Houston? And he said, KW really says you should come to this. And I asked two guys in my office, I said, I'll pay your flight. I said, I think you'll enjoy it.
Well, we would have given them scholarships. I told you, didn't I give you?
Yeah. That's what I said. I made it sound like I was paying for it.
Oh.
I didn't say I was. I didn't lie.
But you are. I'm going to go to work.
I'm going to
You do whatever you got to
sit
do.
here for a little while, but I'm going to step out at 9:30.
It's so good seeing you. You look good. You look great, man.
I need to lose some weight, but that's it.
You don't look like a guy that's been married 50 years.
You're not too far behind me.
I'm going to be 45. But you know what's interesting? I say that. I'm 73 now. How old are you?
72.
But I don't feel it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
It's weird.
It is so weird.
I know numerically that's the number, but it doesn't. But look at him. He's been married 50 years. But you normally would think. Yeah.
Call my wife.
Are y'all ready? Jordan, hand me that piece of paper back right there. I don't want to mark that podium.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Hey guys, I'm starting, but I want you to know we have a celebrity in our midst, and not just a friend, but a dear, dear friend. And I'll tell you about it at 1 o'clock. You're up at 1 o'clock, aren't you? Wait,
I can do right now if you want.
Rod, Jennifer, what time is Rod on? 1 o'clock? 1 o'clock.
Yes, 1 o'clock.
Is that okay?
Well, you got to pay me more. I thought it was.
I know that, but so you'll get to know Rod Knowles, and you'll find out what that gold CCIM button is on his lapel. Should I tell him now?
You tell me. You'll probably make it better. Go ahead and tell me.
I want to make sure I got it right. The People's Award, which is only given once a year to the favorite CCIM instructor. Is that essentially what the People's Award is, if I recall? Because I used to.
I thought you'd make it better than that, but that's it.
I can make it better. I can embellish it.
Mike, how come you don't have one?
They didn't have them back then. You're out, dude.
Oh, they did have them, but
They only have one and they give it out to the guys.
they did have it. But Chuck Friedenberg used to always get it. But he'd get it because I don't know what he being a CPA lawyer, he was always counting the votes, wasn't he?
He also wrote gag jokes for Johnny Carson, so he was much funnier than you.
And what happened to Chuck? What happened to Chuck Friedenberg?
Just disappeared.
He did just disappear. If you put in Google, go on LinkedIn, he doesn't exist. That is so weird.
In the Caymans.
He could be in the Caymans. We got a big morning. I'm going to give you hands-on best practices on winning more tenant rep assignments. Then from there, we're going to give you hands-on best practices for landlord rep. And then from there, we're going to give you hands-on best practices for investment sales. So who in here does tenant rep? I think we've asked that question several times. So there's several of you. Then who in here is, I want listings, I want industrial listings, we got that covered too, all product types. And then who says, I like to sell investment properties, we got that too. So there's gonna be something for everybody. When Rod comes up at 1 o'clock, a topic we have never done before, and I asked Rod, I said, you do whatever you want to do. And he says, Mike, I want to do how to thrive in a secondary market. And I said, that is so cool because when I go to cities like Wichita and Fargo and not so much Sacramento, but cities that are maybe less than 500,000, they said, Mike, some of the stuff that you're giving us we think is more appropriate for Chicago and Denver and Los Angeles. I said, no, it's not, man. It's a best practice that can be adapted. So they're going to love, Rod, what you're going to do at 1 o'clock, so we're looking forward to it. All right, let's get started. Did y'all all have a good evening last night?
Yes.
Anything I should know about? That's the stuff I really like to know about, the stuff I should, right, Rod? I want to know the stuff that, because that's how you and I live now, is from them telling us what they did the night before, right? Who refers to themselves as on the occupier side of the business? Who refers to themselves as tenant reps? Well, there's a lot of our clients that now it's called occupier, and it took me like 5 years to get used to that. We've done a lot of work in the Czech Republic, but the Czech Republic used to be Czechoslovakia. So it's like the industry has done the same thing to tenant reps. Just one day they wake up and you're no longer tenant reps, you're in the occupier. Landlord rep is kind of the same thing. You can wake up on Monday and you're now agency, correct? Yeah.
Did you happen to notice what Realogy renamed themselves to last week or 2 weeks ago?
No.
Anywhere Home or something like that? It's actually the most preposterous thing I've ever seen.
And it's kind of like metaverse. What is Facebook now?
Meta.
Meta. One of my favorite websites for tenant rep brokers is careeronestop.com. Careers.com kind of reorganizes their data, and it's a free website published by and maintained by the Department of Labor. So you can go to careeronestop.com, and they do this nationally, and they do this by your state. So they've done a forecast of the fastest growing industries by head count and increase in wages. So let's just think about this logically. I'm a tenant rep broker, and I am new to the business, and I want to identify who I should call on. Well, I would probably call on those groups that are going to have the biggest increases in head count with the biggest increases in wages. If you just think about it logically, you're thinking they need more space, don't they? More people, better wages, more space, better space, you know, because space becomes so important. And we did a recent survey for one of the largest real estate users of space. And they said something to me. I was interviewing the director of real estate, and Rod, they said something I'd never thought about, never ever heard before. They said that labor costs us more than real estate. So we want more real estate. Because what happens is if we have more locations, you know, that get us closer to our customers, we can reduce our labor costs. Domino's gave me the example that driving, I mean, now they're giving you a $3 rebate if you pick up your pizza, right? But they're also thinking if we have more locations closer to our customer, we need fewer drivers. Because people feel like it's just as convenient to go pick up the pizza, but if the driver has to deliver the pizza, it doesn't take them 15 minutes or 20 minutes, it takes them 3 or 4 minutes. I have never, and remember, I've been in the business 45 years, and when a director of real estate for a big company says, Mike, you need to understand, today, our labor is more than our real estate. And so if we're going to make a decision, we're going to take the real estate because it's a creative way to reduce our labor costs. So there's all sorts of things to be thinking about, but this is one to take a look at is, you know, how do you select the industry that you're going to pick? So just for fun, we picked healthcare because we're in the state of Florida, all right? And I'm thinking about, is this a good target market for me? Do I want to approach this? And if you recall yesterday, we talked about a tool called List Grabber, where we said it's nothing more than a vacuum cleaner, but now I want to show you, if you're a tenant rep broker, how you build a database quickly to determine, is this a group I want to pursue? So I go to Google, and I'd say I'd do it, but I wouldn't do it either. Jennifer would do it. Sophia would do it. They put in home health care. And sure enough, every one of these groups that you would see from careeronestop.com would have a website. And you'd go to their website, and you would have all their members. And you turn on List Grabber, and it sucks every one of their members right off their website. Now, the websites I gave you all yesterday was ICSC, NAIOP, Urban Land. All those require you to be a member. But the vast majority of these websites are free. They don't cost you anything. And so you would go to this particular website. You could pull it all in because you can slice and die it any way you want to, because you'd pull it in as a group called Home Health Care. Or you could just bring it in the state of Florida if that's all the work you were going to do. But now you've got this group, right? And so now I say, Jennifer, I'm just curious. You've pulled in that database. In the area codes, and I could do it a couple different ways. I could do it by zip code. I could do it by area code. I said, how many contacts did you just pull in the area codes of 407 and 321? And she says, hold on 1 second, because that's what it's going to take, is about 10 seconds. She says, this is pretty cool. There's 95 points of contact that we now have in our database from the area codes of 321 and 407 that are in the home healthcare business. Who's with me? And I say, print that list out for me, because I'm kind of an analog sort of a person. And I'm looking to see if anyone on that list that is a member or an associate member that is in commercial real estate. And I take a quick look at the list, and there's none on there. They're on home health care equipment. They're absolute medical. Are you with me? So now what I do is I'm thinking this is pretty good. There's no one in my marketplace that is an associate member. Because if I think this is a group that I want to be part of, I'll see how much it is to be an associate member of home health care in the state of Florida. It's $115 for an annual membership and an associate member, which allows you to go to their monthly luncheons. Are you all with me? Because I get this question all the time, Mike, what is the best way for me to jumpstart my tenant rep business? Listen, I've been a CCIM for 45 years, 50 years. It's been a long time, all right? I love them. I love SIOR. I love NAIOP. But when you hang out with those groups, you mutate. If you go hang out at the Florida Home Health Care, there ain't nobody from the commercial real estate business that's there. You're the only one that's there that's in commercial real estate. You're beginning to feel a little bit like a one-eyed dog in a meat shop. You're saying, I don't have any of my competitors here, but I am surrounded by people that need buildings and space. Are y'all with me? So you kind of keep a low profile for 3 months, and you go to their luncheons, and you mind your business and just listen. And you're saying, this is a cool group. They're talking about real estate and mergers, and man, this is a good group. So now on the 4th month, you go up to Tanner, who is the director of PR for this group, and it's an annual position that changes every 12 months. And you say, Tanner, I know that you're the program chairperson this year. I'm in commercial real estate, and I'm an associate member. But I do have a little 30-minute luncheon presentation on those things that those that are in home health care need to know about trends in real estate and space and distribution. And if you ever want me to do that, just let me know. And you say, would you do it next month? Is that right? It ain't sometime in the future. It's always, can you do it next month? Yeah. So now Tanner introduces me and says, I want you to meet Mike Lipsey with the Lipsey Company. He is an associate member in commercial real estate. He's one of our favorite members. He's always available for our golf tournament and all that kind of stuff. And we thank him so very much. And he's going to do a little 30-minute program on what we need to know about as it relates to home care and commercial real estate. Mike, come on up here. Can y'all visualize this? And y'all have a little slide deck or a neat little 30-minute presentation. And so now you finish. Now guess what happens? 4 people will come up. If you don't get at least 4, give me a call. 4 will come up, and they'll want business cards. And Houston will say, Mike, your timing is unbelievable. First, I didn't even realize you were an associate. Remember, I saw you starting to join us 4 months ago, but I wasn't quite sure who you were with. I've just merged my firm with another one. But we realize we don't have enough space for the 2 firms. And what we would like to do is each one of us get rid of the buildings that we're coming out of, but we need to find a new location first. That's a crazy thing, I know, to even ask you. Is that something you could do for us? So I'm thinking, new building, get rid of 2 buildings. Yes, that's something we do all day long. Because you are the walking, talking authority on 2 things. Home health care and commercial real estate. And you built the database. 15 minutes, Jennifer, that's not an exaggeration, because it's not a big data. It's not like pulling NAIOP in. It's 121 members or whatever the number is that I said in Central Florida. Because as soon as that group is pulled in, I showed you yesterday how my good friend in Phoenix, Arizona, Craig Coppola, said, how lawyers are using their space to improve their practice. I go find an article on home health care, and much of it could be a combination of office and distribution, but I don't know what the combo is. I find the appropriate article. I get that article out almost immediately. Just saying, we're a commercial real estate firm. We specialize in home health care. Here's an article about how you might think about using your next facility to better serve your customers and at the same time increase your profits. If we can ever assist you with any of your real estate needs, please let us know. You want to go 10 rep, you want to go narrow and deep. You don't want to represent everybody. Pick 4 or 5 industries that you would like to represent, that you think you would connect. I have a group that I used to work with. All they did was oil and gas. Of course, they were in Houston, Texas. And matter of fact, I'm trying to think of the name. They were a boutique oil and gas firm that CB acquired.
Gordon, I forgot the name of it, but they came to CB, now they're at JOL. Yeah.
They must have had a very attractive offer. But anyway, that you want to do oil and gas, and not just in Houston, Texas, you got to call them. There's firms that specialize in law firms. You want that reputation because today there's so many nuances to how they use their space, office, retail, industrial. I have 10 rep brokers that specialize in refrigerated industrial. That's what they do. But they don't do it in one market. They do it in the Southeast. They do it east of the Mississippi. And they know what to look for. When someone comes to them and says, we need 250,000 square feet of refrigerated in Birmingham, Alabama, they know exactly how to make that deal happen and how to negotiate and what to get. So we want you to think, what are the areas that I should focus on? And that's one of the reasons we recommend CareerOneStop.com. But we want you to understand that the best practice does not need to be reinvented. Identify the group I want to pursue and see how big they are. And the way you see how big they are is to go to the website, because 90% of them all are members of association that you have access to their directory, and you get List Grabber, and you must bring it into your CRM in that group. Do not bring them in as a general addition to the group, because then how do you slice and dice it? You want to make sure you can do a quick lookup. Who's with me so far? All right. That is the fastest way to jumpstart your tenant rep business, is to pursue a group that you're saying, that's a group that I think would be cool, that I'd want to hang out with, and work them from the inside for 3 or 4 months, and then get an opportunity to speak at the luncheon, and then take it from there. But then as you start communicating with them, you call Jordan and say, Jordan, I'm an associate member of whatever the group might be. I don't know if you asked for it, but would you like for me to send my slide deck of what you and home health care need to know about commercial real estate? He said, Mike, you know, it's interesting you say that. I had to leave early. I didn't hear your presentation, but I knew you were going to be our speaker. Would you please send it to me? Let me ask you, and then now the dialogue begins, because they see you sort of as the authority. Tenant reps are the authority in that area. Questions? We've already given you the tool of list grabber. Matter of fact, anyone from Orlando in here? I don't know much about Orlando, even though I've lived here for 35, 40 years. But I do know this. There's a lot of people in the software business in Lake Mary. Is that right? Who's from Orlando that says, I think that's true too? Is that true?
Yeah, I'm from Lake Mary.
Is that true?
Yeah, my mom's a software programmer.
So I hear that. But I don't know how many points of contact that are over there, right? So I'm just thinking, I kind of think that's kind of cool, and I want to do more leasing or tenant rep. So I go to the Association of Software Professionals, and I pull in the database, and I pull in Florida, and then I narrow it down to the Lake Mary area. I said, this is unbelievable. I cannot believe how many points of contact that are in the software business that it's in Lake Mary. Let me pop them an email. Let me start making some phone calls. Let me see if they have a monthly luncheon. The logic becomes the same. The best practice becomes the same. All righty? Same thing for accounting firms. Now listen carefully. Who does landlord rep in here? If, let's say, you're a landlord rep and you have space and you think they would be perfect for accounting firms, but you do not have the group of accounting firms, you go to their association with their member firms, you pull in the database, and you see how many might be candidates, and now you give them a little something about, we've got space that David could be perfect for your next move. You know, give us a call if we can assist you anyway. So this isn't just a tenant rep tool, it's an agency tool as much as tenant rep. And so now you've got the list of accounting firms. And I mean to tell you, List Grabber, which we've used for 15, 20 years, it's a vacuum cleaner. Did we get connected yesterday?
Yes.
Was that a beautiful thing? How long did it take me to respond?
You were very fast.
I'm fast. You want to know why? Speed with quality. Even though I used to say speed with quality kills the competition, I don't say that anymore. Speed with quality. Within an hour, I accepted the invite, right?
I like that.
All right, me too. Go ahead.
So when you have that list, I'm wondering, like, in such big firms, does it say different locations, different people, different, like, what kind of key contacts are there on those lists?
Well, that's a great question. So oftentimes it could be a chief administrative officer, a chief operating officer, but it's a point of contact. And you now know that they have a location in Lake Mary or wherever your market might be. And oftentimes now you have to be a good investigator. You have to call, John Ebb, I don't even know how to pronounce his last name. And John, let me ask you, we specialize in accounting firms and the use of their space. Who is the best point of contact in your organization for me to have that discussion with? It's just what we do. And they say, well, that really is Barbara, our chief administrative officer. She's responsible for all of our leases. And say, is she in your office? And what is the best way to contact her? And now I create a new contact record right there. I don't get rid of John, but guess what I've got to do? I send him a quick note. John, I really appreciate you giving me the heads up on who your point of contact is. I'm going to reach out to Barbara or whatever. So that's oftentimes the way it is. But at least this is a good starting place, because without this, I don't even know that they have a presence. The only way you would know that they have a presence, I guess, is the old school way, which I don't have a problem with, to go in there with your camera and take a picture of the directory, if you can do that. But I want to be specialized and figure out all the people that are accounting firms, software lawyers. Like if you go to the Orlando Bar Association, you'd be amazed at how many points of contact with their email addresses and phone numbers are there. with the specialty of law that they practice? Good question. Say again?
Professional engineers.
Here's the one thing we don't want you to do as a tenant rep. We don't want you creating contacts one at a time. If you've identified an industry you want to pursue, we want you to find a way to automate developing big databases quickly. If you're a tenant rep broker and you have a good mindset to make outbound calls, but you've not automated the process, you make a call, maybe have a good conversation. Now, who's the next one I should call? Now you got to do your homework. You've not figured out a quick way to automate the process to build that database within a relatively short period of time. That's why we're giving you the shortcut. Because like in the Jerry Maguire visual I showed you yesterday, Wendy, give me my numbers. You want the numbers, particularly if you're a tenant rep. If you look at all the people that are in our business and you looked at a continuum, in most cases, tenant reps are making more outbound calls than almost any other product type or service. The exception, there's a couple of firms that are investment brokerage that just have a philosophy and a culture of lots of outbound calls. Are you with me? But with the exception of those two or three unusual firms in the way they approach the business, large numbers of outbound calls, most of their stuff is maybe less than 5 million, less than 10 million. Next comes, or at the same time, is tenant rep brokers. And even if you're in the business 10, 15 years, tenant rep brokers still are making lots of outbound calls. So you need the numbers. And so it's egrabber.com that you get List Grabber. We gave that information yesterday. We talked about Lipsy 55. You got to have this because remember, as a landlord rep, your inventory is the building of the vacant space. As a tenant rep broker, your inventory are people looking for space. So that's the reason Lipsy 55 is so important. Harvey McKay did Swim with Sharks, and in the back of the book he had was McKay 66. And we revised that to make it Lipsy 55, that this is what you need to know about a prospect before you give them a call. And we gave them all the resources yesterday of LinkedIn and Facebook that you can complete, not all of it, but a good bit of it.
Yeah, do you remember your model, Pedlam model?
My which model?
Pedlam, P-E-D-L-A-M.
No.
Yeah, it was built on this. I stole it and used it for
Is that, you're going to have a lot of fun with Rod. We've given him 90 minutes, but they're going to want you all afternoon, Rod. They're not going to let you go back to Alexandria. They're going to say, no, Rod, you can't go. Stay with us.
Rod doesn't want to go back to Alexandria.
He loves Alexandria. That's why he does so much business there. Intelligize. We love this solution. We have no idea what it costs because they won't tell us because they customize the price for each one of you. But I think they're coming around, Jennifer, after 3 years, that they finally realize that we have sent them so much business over the years, they're finally going to allow us to say, if it's one person using it, here's the cost, and if it's two person. But what Jennifer has done, these are all new slides, but Intelligize gives you the ability to actually find the lease. So when we first used Intelligize, this is the published lease that is in, you have some of those in here, don't you, Jennifer? So they actually were giving us the leases. And the reason that was cool is because you could look for expiration dates and options. You could see where they're blend and extend candidate, because what happened is they would tell you, here's the rent schedule for the next 5 or 10 years. And in 2020, in April or May, when people were looking for blend and extends, you could see what they were paying, but what the market had collapsed down to. And so it's a wonderful tool. But what they've got, which is really kind of cool, where is that thing, Jennifer? What do they call that?
Which one?
Intelligize.
On which part though?
Oh, the hot tips.
The hot tips? Real-time alerts?
There it is, real-time alerts. Real-time alerts, we didn't know that they had. They'll tell you when someone has decided to leave the marketplace, but they still have a lease with 2 years remaining. They will tell you when they've merged with someone. So hot tips, I think you can trigger it however you want to, but Intelligize will tell you what it's worth. So our suggestion is you contact them and see if it's a worthwhile tool for you, for those of you that are tenant reps. All right. Here we go. I'm going to give you a best practice that when you demonstrate this to your tenant, you will win 9 out of 10 tenant rep assignments. Did y'all hear what I just said? That I'm going to give you a best practice that 9 out of 10 tenant rep assignments you win with this one best practice, you'll win the assignment. So far, so good? It starts off by you going to one of my absolute favorite websites called BizMiner. Now, if you were to look at the Lipsy Company's tax return, on my Schedule K, I have to put in, or our CPA has to put in, our NAICS. Rod and I used to call it SIC code, but now it's called North American Industrial Classification. You got to do it. Regardless of your ownership vehicle, SC, partnership, doesn't matter. And matter of fact, if I'm in commercial real estate service firms, my 581390 is the same whether I'm an S, a C, a limited partnership, a sole proprietorship. You got it? It's all the same. And so whether you know it or not, whether it's a profit organization or nonprofit, everyone's got to have this when they file their tax return. So far, so good? All right. Now I'm going to ask you a question. A tenant comes to you. Who does office tenant rep in here? Adam does office. Where do you do office tenant rep?
Where?
Yeah.
Baltimore.
Baltimore. Do you do the suburbs, Columbia, and?
Yeah. Baltimore.
I want the most expensive submarket in your metropolitan area. Where is it? Columbia. Pretty good guess on my part, huh? So, as a matter of fact, I just finished watching that HBO series.
We Own the City.
We Own the City.
It wasn't a great portrayal.
Well, it wasn't, but that actor is really very good.
Yeah, it's good.
So, I want Columbia. I need about 10,000 square feet. Okay. I want great space with lots of amenities. Where are you taking me, specifically in Columbia?
The Meriwether District.
All right. I need 10,000 square feet. I'll do a 7-year lease, maybe a little bit longer. How much should I budget?
On a per square foot basis?
I need 10,000 square feet. Give me just like next year what I need to budget for all-in rent.
I mean, do you want to be in trophy space?
I want. Look at. What do you think? Look at me. Do you think I want to go into flex? I mean, just what do you think?
About $40 a square foot.
40 by okay. So that's $400,000. Is that what y'all getting in Alexandria? So 10,000 square feet. 10,000 square feet times $40 gets me $400,000. That's what I should budget? Mm-hmm. You said you're a tenant rep?
Yes.
I am so confused now. I said, what should I budget? And you gave me what the landlord wanted.
We'll beat them up over that.
Well, but I understand, but the counsel you're giving me looks like it's originating from what the market wants, not what I can afford to pay. Is that right?
Right.
And that is the classic mistake made by tenant reps. That whenever a tenant rep says, the client says, what should I budget? And that's what the word is that they use, or how much should I be thinking about paying? The broker says, where would you like to go? And the first thing the tenant rep does is says, oh, you want to be there? Well, here's the rents there. And how many square feet you want? And they give them a number. But you didn't answer the question properly. What you did is you said, here's what either the market is getting for that space, or here's what the landlord wants for that space, but you didn't really answer the question the way it should have been answered, which is what you should budget. Because maybe what I should budget is $32 a square foot, but now, because you're the authority, I think he's got some kind of black box that he's figured out that I should budget $40. But the reason I should budget $40 is that's what the landlord wants. Who are you representing here? The landlord or the tenant. That is the single biggest mistake made every single day. And if I asked that question, Adam, not to put you on the spot, if I asked that question of 100 tenant reps, they would have given me the same kind of answer. Whether it was Chicago or Los Angeles or whatever, they'd say, where do you want to go? How many square feet you want? And then they think about what that market is generating, and that's the answer. Yes, sir.
Isn't that better, though, to be more conservative and then come in under budget?
No, what's better is to give them what they should be paying and then compare that to the market. A good consultative tenant rep broker says, I will tell you what the market that you like wants, but I'm first going to understand what revenue you think you'll generate. I'll understand what your peer group is paying, and then I'll give you two numbers. One number is the one you asked for, what you should budget, and then we will compare that to the market. And then we'll have to, make a decision. Do you have to reach, and is that reach going to be positive for your business? Will you be able to hire better, retain better, be closer to your customers, improve your bottom line? And if not, you're reaching to pay for space that really is going to be more than what your peers would be willing to pay for it, and you could be at a cash flow disadvantage. But you're going to make the final decision that you want to be there so badly that you'll reach and pay. Are you all with me? This would never happen in the United States. Someone buying a house they couldn't afford, it would never happen. Oh, well, maybe it did happen. 2008? Huh? Once. You just looked at the house, you liked it. Getting a loan was no problem, right? 2005, 2006, 2007. Yeah, they bought the house. I mean, today I have no idea. What is it? 32.5% of your adjusted gross now is what is it? I don't know what it is, but it's something like that. Now, it's wonderful. People walk around with loan approval and they haven't even identified the house yet. That's the way it should be. They walk in, I'm approved from Rocket, here it is. Tenant rep, where do you want to be? You're doing tenant rep the way they sold homes in 2006. Where do you want to be? I like that location. Let's go make a deal. Because they are not getting the proper guidance from the tenant rep broker. That's why this best practice that I'm about ready to show you is going to change your life. And I want to tell you right now, how many of you saw the movie Phenomenon with John Travolta? Remember he gets hit with the purple light, becomes a genius? Remember that? I'm about ready to hit y'all with the purple light. Now some of y'all thinking, I don't want the purple light. I'm cool just the way I am. Y'all going to get hit with the purple light. Adam, you want the purple light? Tell me, Mike, I want the purple light. You need the purple light. You want me on that wall. You need me on that wall. That right there deserves an Academy Award, doesn't it? Just that one scene. What do you think, Rod? I'm lost. I'm on the Jack Nicholson, Tom Cruise movie now. So BizMiner's all changed, but here it is, baby. Here's the Holy Grail. Here's the key to the Ferrari. Here is the key to the Ferrari. So we took law firms in the metropolitan area, and you see that thing, in yellow. In 2020, law firms in the metropolitan area of Philadelphia, regardless of their ownership vehicle, on average paid 5.55% of their revenue to rent. And years ago, the Lipsy Company defined that as not IRR, but I-RRR, industry rent to revenue ratio. You will not see that term used anywhere but in our copyrighted material going back at least 20 years. And that becomes the key to the Ferrari. When I have that 5.55%, I can start winning a bunch of assignments. Because the tenant doesn't even know on average. And now understand, what BizMiner does is they get from the IRS all the tax returns that were filed in the metropolitan area of Philadelphia or wherever you're from. And they take CS, sole proprietorship, whatever all the different kind of ownership vehicles are, and they take the top line revenue and they add it all up. The hundreds, if not thousands of law firms, big and small, and then they take the line item called rent and they add that up and they divide it, and out comes 5.55. I-RRR. Stay with me on this. Now, some of those law firms are in the most expensive buildings in downtown Philly. I don't think that Conshohocken, King of Prussia would fall in that. They might be in their own data. I'd have to take a look. But you might have some lawyers that were in the Philadelphia area that were then maybe in an end cap in a strip shopping center. Are y'all with? So it's an average of everything. But the same thing is true for everyone. It now provides you at least guidance. So far, so good? So now I've got the key to the Ferrari. How do I use that? Jennifer, we need that slide. I might have to go to the other deck. The one that we used, oh, you got it. I take it back. Thank you. She completely revised all my slides for me. It's like going into your closet and your spouse completely did the whole rearrange. So let's take a look at this. The tenant says to me, how much should I budget? And Adam, you now say, I'm going to give you two answers. I'm first going to tell you what you should personally budget that does no harm to your P&L. And then I'm going to counsel you on what the market wants, and we've got to work through if there's a difference. So I've taken your unique I-RRR, in this case it's 4.2, for this industry in this submarket. And you multiply times the conservative forecast of top-line revenue. It must be the conservative forecast. Don't let them get crazy on you. Because if I say, how do you think you'll do next year? We're going to do great. We're back. We're kicking ass. We're going to do about 7 million. Whoa, 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 whoa. You need to understand, when you give me a crazy reach number, I'm going to put together a budget for you, which might not be realistic, and you could end up overpaying and putting a huge anchor on your P&L. Give me a conservative number, modest growth, takes into consideration we're not fully out of a recession. Come on now, be realistic. Okay, Mike, $5 million. Okay. And then I'd say, what do you think would be a conservative growth rate? And they give that to me. So now I take that revenue and just kind of crank it. 3%, I think was in this case 554, 5863. And then I take the static 4.2, and I'll say, Adam, first let me answer your first question. You should budget 210, 226, 244, 264, 285, and that would be in line with your peer group in the market in which you do your business, and that number would prevent you from doing any harm to your P&L. Now I'm going to go out and price what the landlords want and do a comparison for you. But guess what most of you are doing? You're not doing this first. What you're doing first is you're going $40 a square foot and you're giving them the number. And they now have this number in their head and they're thinking, that's what I've got to pay to have office space, industrial space. Most retailers would never do it because they always see rent as a relationship to revenue or to sales. But office and industrial make this classic mistake every single day because they don't think like retailers. Retailers, they're always thinking rent is a function of sales. Office and industrial is a function of where I want to be. And I got to pay what the landlord wants. That's why in 2008 and again briefly in 2020, we saw tens of thousands of blend and extends. Is when things softened up just the least amount, and that wasn't the least amount in 2008, it was significant, they couldn't afford the space. Because they did a lease in 2006, was at the top of the marketplace. And now they're stuck. And we'll talk about all of that because we've got a blend and extend best practice and they're coming in just a few minutes. You see this right here? When you go into your next tenant rep assignment, you bring in 5 high hurdles that the competition can't overcome. And there's 5 in landlord rep, tenant rep, and investment sale. But one of the first is we want the right to represent you. We hope you hire us. But no matter who you hire, please make sure they have put together a budget for you that does no harm to your P&L. And whether you decide to ignore it or not, at least it enlightens you that when you see the lease from the landlord, you're able to make a financial decision. Do you want to reach that much? If it's out of alignment. And so now I know that no tenant rep is doing this, and that's one of the high hurdles. That they keep thinking, when is that other tenant rep that wants my business going to counsel me on what I should be paying? Never! Because what they do is they do what most tenant reps do. Where do you want to be? Oh, you need to budget $40 a square foot. Because that's what the landlord wants. Even though I'm not representing them, I'm representing you, that's what they want. Am I right or am I wrong? Come on now. I know how this works. You got to start with the tenant first. You call yourself consulting tenant reps. You're not. A consultant would always begin with the tenant first. Before they even ask where you want to be. What's your revenue? What's the forecast and the growth of your revenue, right? And all that thing we did yesterday, remember that whiteboarding session? That would be a part of that whiteboarding session also. Questions? And listen, I want the disagreement or the pushback.
I wouldn't disagree. However, let's say law firm, for instance, is what you're using, correct? To this is what their industry is at 4.2%.
No, not this one. That was Philadelphia, which was I think was 5.55.
Okay, let's say
So this would be another this would probably be maybe an accounting firm or something like that. But go ahead.
Well, that law firm would have the option of saying, okay, I'm willing to pay $40 a square foot because that's where I want to be.
Absolutely.
That's the building I want to be in.
Absolutely. And they
If it's 6 or 7%, we're okay with that.
understand that if you think of the vast majority of tenants doing deals, what percentage of them you think are making so much money? I don't need guidance. I'm going to go where I want to go. 10%? 15%? So that means 85% want guidance because they want to do no harm to their P&L. But because they've never hired a broker that can do the math and provide the guidance, they end up doing a market deal.
Yeah, you're providing them with a little bit more information, which puts you at the top of the list. That's really the bottom line.
But I will tell you this. What is one of the number one reasons, and this is trended down now, but what do you think was the number one reason that so many younger brokers left large law firms?
The reason why
Well, no, one of the top reasons that bright young lawyers decided to leave some of the larger law firms.
fees they had to pay.
Well, because they were in such expensive buildings with so much mill work, they're saying so much of the potential bonuses I get is going into space. Why can't we go into a suburban building or something? I don't need to be in that building. I don't need to be near the courthouse. I just need to be near a computer. I don't need to be in $50 space that costs us $150 a square foot to build out. And that was one of the motivations that these youngins would pick up and just say, you know, we're going to go do something else someplace else. We don't need that much overhead. So even many law firms, they're not all going into the most expensive buildings closest to the courthouse any longer. They're going into, especially if you've got a chief administrative officer who's not a lawyer, who was hired to make sure they manage the P&L so that they could have greater bonuses for everybody. They're mindful of rent and those kinds of things. But there are a minority, which would be hedge funds and private equity. They don't care about rent, right? You know, they gonna go the best place with the best this, with the best that. They don't care because it really is not a big deal. But you know what? That's the minority. The majority want to know what is the proper amount to budget. And when you think about it, and really when we developed this tool, it wasn't for Amazon or it wasn't for Microsoft because they've got a lot of internal smarts. This is for the average tenant rep kind of assignment you're doing of your local firms that didn't have a real estate department. Because essentially you became their real estate department and figured out here's your revenue and here's what you should pay.
Can you go back to the slide that showed what their averages were on that I think it was a lawyer example?
Yes, I can.
So that right there,
And let me tell you what's really cool about this. And Jennifer just stepped out. So what they do is they do a look back for 4 or 5 years so you can see the trend. And how they do this, I guess I don't know how they do this. They now are able to do, maybe they have enough tax returns to do it. They're able to do the forecast through the first quarter, or the second quarter of 2021. And you can see that it's adjusted slightly. That's a new feature that they didn't have a couple years ago. And so this isn't the Holy Grail, but guess what this is? It's got, somebody raised their hand? Yes, ma'am.
No, I was just going to ask, is there a way to look, so we work with a lot of multi-market clients, so we're working, out of our market, and is there a way to see, nationally what, a packaging company?
Yeah, great question. They do a national average for law firms, but then they do it for every market that they would want to go. Because let's say you have a tenant, packaging, that the national average would probably be for packaging, mostly industrial, probably be close to 2, maybe 2 1/3 or something like that, okay? But 2 of the markets are looking at, it's 1.5. You wouldn't want to counsel them, that's a great deal that the landlord's offering us,
Yeah, more
So
like a high level.
So you want to say, on average, here's what we're seeing across the country, but in the 5 markets in which you want us to help you, here is what you need to be mindful of is what's happening. Because you could go into some markets, it could be 3.5. So if you want to go there, That is a very expensive market. There's very little space. Prologis just owns the market, and it is what it is. So, but it's going to be more than your national average, but you'll at least have some great space. So that's why you would give them two things. Here's the national average, but here is what it is for the 5 markets of what you want. Good question. Other questions?
Can you say that percentage?
I'm sorry, say again?
You're using that, the rent percentage, is that number you're saying, like, let's say if it's at 3, you'd say, hey, you don't want to be in this market?
No. I wouldn't ever say you don't want to be in this market. I'd say I want you to know because there's so little vacancy and the landlords have so much pricing power, you know, you're going to have to stretch to be in this market. So I wouldn't say you shouldn't be in this market. I'm going to say I have to give them the reality. This
You could tell them 15 miles away, you're at 2%, and give them an alternative, but they're still in the same.
all day long. Perfect example of that would be Denver. Who knows Denver in here? You could go Denver CBD, you could go Denver Tech Center, same user getting the same square footage. There's going to be a big difference in the rent that you're going to pay. And we see that all the time.
Okay, so you're referring to like low vacancy, right? Is that what you're
Well, vacancy, we've got to adjust this 5.5. And one of the adjusters that we have is the level of occupancy in that submarket, which we're going to get to in just a few minutes. Other questions?
How much does this cost?
This is cheap. This is, what market are you in?
Jacksonville.
So in Jacksonville, is there 2 or 3 different types of tenants that you do?
I work mostly landlord.
Oh, so it's about $200 per tenant, per industry, per market. Years ago, they gave us all this data. You could get it from our website for every tenant type, office, retail, industrial, in every market. And we resold it for like $200. Now it's $200 per industry. But for $200, you could get the entire city, every industry, all product types. Is that crazy? They were giving it away. It was like, that's all it's going to cost us for the whole city?
You ruined it, Mike.
Well, no, we don't provide it any longer because now it's just gotten, and that's not expensive because if you do a lot of law firm work, home health care, packaging, you're saying now you'd have to spend $200 per market. But in that you would get the national average.
That's annual?
That's 1 year's data. But here's what's cool. What really is cool is you get all the line items, which might be helpful for them because they might not know what their peer group is paying for the line items, and they could use that as a comparative tool. Because you'll have a lot of tenants ask you, I've never seen this 5.5 before. And you say, well, we have all the data on all the line items. And oftentimes they'll say, really? They say, yeah, our research group is the best. Could you share with us the other line items? Well, I'll tell you what I could do. If you retain us exclusively, we'll go ahead and do the additional research to give you the other line items of your peer group. It's in the package, right? You've already paid for it. But don't show them this. Don't show them this. Only give them the 5.5. Do you all with me? Because many of them will say, we would love to see the other line items. And your comeback is, we could provide that, but that's going to be extra time for our research group. If you retain us, I think we could get that done for you. How long would it take you to get it done? Well, you think yourself like 30 seconds, but you don't say that. Oh yeah, you get a couple days. How cool is this? Y'all want more? Who wants more? Yeah. Who thinks they want more? Because y'all getting hit with, I'm only giving you the glint of the purple light. Y'all haven't seen a whole purple light yet. So now what I have to do is I have to allow for expenses and vacancy. Hey, I'm allowing for your vacancy now. You ready for that? Because that was a good question that you asked me. So expenses, I go to Iram, I go to BOMA, I go to different places. So now the 5.55 in most cases is the base rent. But there's some submarkets that have more expenses than others, right? There's some submarkets that have a higher level of occupancy than others. And so I want to demonstrate to my tenant that some markets would be more cost effective than others. If I take you to a marketplace that has a lot of vacancy, the landlord might be willing to absorb a lot of the expenses and be aggressive on the rate. I could take you to other submarkets where the landlord is going to make you pay for utilities and janitorial, and because there are only 3% vacancy in that submarket, they're going to have their way with you. They're going to make their deal. But I want to be able to show you the comparison for the same amount of space in two different markets that could only be 5 miles apart. So I have to come up with a dollars to occupy ratio. The I-RRR is the industry rent to revenue ratio. C-RRR is current or client's rent to revenue ratio. So I'm sitting down with a tenant that's got 2 years left on their lease. The I-RRR for this industry in this location is 5%. They give me their 2021 P&L and their year-to-date 2022, and I calculate their C-RRR at 7.5. 5 is their peer group, 7.5 is their P&L. 2 years left on their lease. I'm a good tenant rep. I've got bells and whistles flashing in my head. What are those bells and whistles saying? Yeah, you're paying 2.5% more than your peers. You know, they could very well be generating more cash flow than you because they're paying less in rent. And if there's 2 years left in the lease and the market is sort of on the soft side in the sub-market, what am I thinking? Blend and extend. That is the indication of a blend and extend. What is the relationship between the I-RRR and the C-RRR? That is the first indicator that I might be able to help this tenant reduce their present cost of occupancy and save them some money on their remaining term, and then help them negotiate an attractive extension. This is the indication we use that is the first alert on a blend and extend, that they are paying actually more than what their peers would pay for this same space today. Y'all with me? So now comes I-RRR, which is 5, that's published. Other expenses for that sub-market is more than another market. I give that a quantitative increase of 2. And then finally, there's only 3% vacancy in that market. There is a penalty for wanting to do a deal now of 2. That's heavy. The range is anywhere from a -2.5 to a +2.5. If I was showing a tenant space that was 15 to 20% vacant in that submarket, you would see a minus in that market condition adjustment. If I was showing a tenant space in a market that was 92% occupied, more than likely I would have a 0 because that's pretty close to equilibrium, particularly if they have 4 or 5 different locations in competitive buildings. But whenever you see a 2, you see a very tight market with very little vacancy. Industrial in Houston, Texas is a plus market right now, right? Yep. You're seeing a plus market industrial Orlando, Florida, right? There's no space. Who else is industrial in here? You got pluses everywhere. 10%. Who's office in here? We don't know what to put there now. Right? We don't know. I mean, it's still a big question mark, but more than likely, most tenant reps have the leverage. In most industrial markets, the landlord rep or the landlord has the leverage. It is what it is. Same city, 2 different user types. You see huge adjustments to the market condition. So for this tenant, so I can help them with their all-in budget, I'm going to use a dollars to occupy ratio, which means parking, utilities, and janitorials and escalations. It's for everything, not just base rent, because the I-RRR in most cases tends to be just base rent. It doesn't take in consideration market conditions, which was the question you asked, Mike, what about vacancy? And then the other question, which is what about expenses? So now we've tried to correct that by taking consideration expenses and condition of the market. Who's with me? And now, on the next slide, I can win the assignment. You want to see the next slide? Because you bring this slide to your presentation, and they're going to hire your exclusive right to represent on the spot. before I show you space in Buckhead, which is I know where you want to be, and I know you love 3 buildings, 3344, 3348, and 3350, let's talk about you first, Adam. God bless you. So let's start talking about you first. So let me ask you, Jennifer, do you add out the God bless yous? Do those just disappear like they never happened? They're just gone. Boom. Is this gone or is this in?
That'll be gone.
Really? Your conversations aren't in?
No, we don't focus.
Would you ever leave one in? We're going to have 100 videos.
We don't need to focus.
Okay, all right. I'd like to leave one in. So let's look at this. I start with you, Adam, before I talk about the market. So you occupy space at the beginning of this year. You can do 5 million, conservative number. I know you wanted to go 6, 6.5, but I wouldn't let you. 5, 5, 4, 5, 8, 6, 3, 6, 8. Your I-RRR, here's what you should budget for base rent. Very expensive submarket in Buckhead, so we put a 2 in there. A 2 for expenses. A 1.5 adjustment because it is a tight market, which gives us an I-RRR plus expenses plus submarket, 7.7. Is that right? Is 4.2 plus 2 plus 1.5, 7.7? Sophia, is that right? Jennifer, is that right?
4, 6, 7.
That's 7.7?
5.2.
I didn't check the math. So that's the dollars to occupy ratio. So Adam, you asked me what you should budget, right? So now you should budget all in 385, 415, 449, 485, 523. That's what you should budget. But now what I'm going to do is go get proposals from the 3 buildings you like. And I'm going to do what a good tenant rep does. I'm going to create the auction between the landlords driving the cost down. I'm going to fight as hard as I can for you, get as much free rent, as much TI, lower the face rate, limit the expenses. I'm going to do everything I can. But now what you're going to be able to do is compare one building to the other, and then you're able to compare them to your plan to decide, am I getting close to what is good financial health for me, or am I still some distance apart? Because I want you to be able to make a fully informed decision that if you reach, are you reaching to a point that could be unhealthy for your financials? Are you with me? That's how we answer the question. And that's how you win the assignment, by the way. When you present this out, matter of fact, I'm willing to bet most clients think you're doing this. They're thinking I'm hiring a tenant rep broker. Well, of course they're advising me on how much I should pay. Don't you think they assume that? Of course they're going to, well, of course they're recommending how much I should pay. You're not. You're advising them on how much the landlord wants. Yes.
So the 2 and the 1.5, I mean, are they subjective numbers that you're placing in there? How do you come up with?
Well, remember I went to IRM. That's a great question, by the way. IRM gave me the expenses. That the expenses, where are you from? So that the expenses in the CBD of Baltimore would be less, but if I went into a Class A building in Columbia, they would be more. So the +2 is you picked the trophy market, as you called it. That's more expensive, and they're able to get more pass-throughs, more escalations, and I had to give it some sort of weighted average is what I did, and I gave that quality a 2. So you could call that subjective, but it was based upon actual expenses that landlords are able to get that they might not be able to get in a softer marketplace.
On a scale of what, though?
It's subjective. It is, I'm using a weighted average of 2. If you ask me what the math is, I don't think I really even use math for that. The I-RRR is published. The expenses are expressed in cents per square foot. And so I kind of do a comparison between the cents per square foot from one market to the other, and I gave it a 2 because I couldn't use cents per square foot here. I had to give it a number. I couldn't shove 50 cents a square foot in there, because then how does that get added to 2 and to 1.5?
I mean, I guess as a tenant asking that, right, how do you even explain it, right? Say, hey,
Well, you just tap dance a little bit and they say, oh, okay. Because you don't even understand it yet, do you? There you go.
You can factor your per square foot cost annualized based on their income, and it's 2% of what their income is.
There's a mathematical way that you could figure it out. I've had brokers in New York come back and say, Mike, this is how we're explaining the two. But I've always just explained it. We took a look that we had to put additional weight on your occupancy cost, and when we looked at more expenses are in that submarket in Columbia than any other place, we used a number of 2. Now, what's even more interesting, let me tell you where I get a lot of pushback though, is on the submarket condition. That ain't published anywhere. That's not IRM, that's not BOMA. That is you saying there's only 5% vacancy. The range that we have is -2.5 to +2.5. We didn't want to go all the way to +2.5, but landlords with all the occupancy that's in there and all the demand that's in the submarket, this is not the best time to be doing a deal in the market, but you are, and we put 1.7 on there. That is purely just gut. That is just purely just broker instinct.
Well, that 2% would equate to about $100,000 a year, correct?
I'd have to do the math, but let's say you're correct.
Okay, at $100,000 a year on 10,000 square feet, that's about 85 cents a square foot.
Which it very well could be.
On top of, because that's what your submarket expenses are. So because you want to be in Columbia, you're going to pay another 85 cents a square foot, and then the 1.5% for submarket conditions, you can throw that towards vacancy, lack of quality property in the area.
Well, and there's another way you could get to it also. How much more is the rent that I'm having to pay in Columbia than maybe in a softer market?
That's 85 cents a square foot.
Well, no, I'm on the submarket condition adjustment, not the expense. You could do it on a comparative basis. But 99 out of 100, the tenant will never deep dive on either one of those.
Well, you could have an answer.
If I'm saying they're just going to love what you're doing, because they didn't even have a budget. The other 2 tenant reps they talked to, they never even had anything of a discussion on this right here. It was, you know what they got from the other brokers? They didn't get this at all. All they got was this. They got 3 building proposals is all they got from the other tenant reps. So the decision process they're using is the comparison of one building to the other. This wasn't even in the discussion. You're the only broker of 4 tenant reps that wanted this assignment that brought this enlightened approach to decision making. And they still might end up going with a building that is much more, but at least they now know how much more it's costing them to be in that building. That's what they don't know. They don't know how much more is it costing us to have better recruiting, better retention, better proximity to our most important customers. We now can quantify it, but in most cases they can't. Who in here gets an annual physical? Any of y'all get an annual? Really? Y'all get an annual physical? Do y'all get blood work?
Yep.
Get blood work. You see an internist every year? Good for you. Your internist wants your cholesterol to be what or less?
130.
The hell, that's
Well, that's your
cholesterol.
that low density.
200.
Yeah.
200. Cholesterol, 200. 210, 220, exercise, lose some weight, 240, we got to put you on a statin, something like that, right? So it's science. Can you imagine you went to a doctor that he took the blood work of 3 of the unhealthiest patients he has and took their cholesterol and averaged it. One was 290, one was 310, right? And what should my cholesterol be? And instead of comparing it to the science, they compare it to 3 other unhealthy people. As long as you're less than 290, you're good. Which is not true. That's what you're doing as a tenant rep. You're advising your tenant based upon what 3 landlords want. They do not have the best interest of the tenant. They're not giving any numbers that represent anything that is good for the tenant. Not TI, not free rent, not concessions, not escalations, not anything. Everything is for them, and they start high too, hoping they work to a good deal. Someone needs to give them a benchmark. They need to give them a tool which gives them context. And I'm telling you, most tenants that see this talk about a wake-up call. They go, whoa, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen. I've not seen this before. And you say, please, expect this from your tenant rep. This way you can avoid making a mistake. Yes, sir. Wait, stop. How tall do you think I am? How tall do you think I am? Just best guess. I've had my jacket on the 2 days, but what do you think I'll weigh?
175.
Just so you know, I'm 5'9½", and my goal is always 170. But sometimes I get to 171, which weirds me out, and I won't eat that day, and I'll drop back down to 170. You're pretty close, aren't you?
Yeah.
That's where it comes from.
But what's the I'm just
Do you know Baltimore?
Yeah.
You've told me you're kind of like a tenant rep. You know it, right? You know the vacancy and the sublet space that's available and all that. And I come to you and I ask you, how tall is the marketplace? And you say 1.7. And my point is, there's nothing published anywhere that you're going to find the submarket condition. That comes from only a knowledgeable tenant rep broker. That will not come from an unknowledgeable broker. It only comes from someone that instinctively knows their market and says, we're 15% vacant, you're going to negotiate a fabulous deal. I've put in a minus 1.5. Because in the last 3 negotiations I've done better than I ever thought I would do. We got more free rent and more TI and more moving allowance. I've made 3 kind of crazy deals for my tenants, and I expect to do the same thing for you. I had a broker call me from Dallas, Texas. He says, Mike, I'm representing a tenant in Las Colinas. This was years ago. He says, is it possible for the DTOR to be less than the I-RRR? And what do you think I said? He said, Mike, is it possible for a marketplace to have a DTOR that is less than the I-RRR? And my answer was, heck yeah. 18% vacant? You better believe it. Landlords are giving away so much free rent and so much TI. They'll eat all the expenses. They'll put a cap on escalations. Heck yeah. Because the I-RRR lags by a year. And a market can deteriorate so much in 12 months, you could actually have a DTOR in a deteriorating market. Like 2008, we actually saw DTORs that were less than the I-RRR because the data came from 2007, and now we were in a crazy place in 2008 and 9, right? For those of you that were in the business at that time. But that comes from the broker. That's not published anywhere. It's just a tenant rep that knows their marketplace. And I have this discussion every time I do this particular module, but Mike, I want something that I can go to. I got to go to you. And just like you're almost right on, I'm 5'9½", not 5'10", and I'm 170, not 171. You're pretty close. And you're going to find a good tenant rep broker is going to be pretty close on how to adjust the submarket. Did you just know?
It's a shoot from the hip type of a number. I mean, you base that number off of your knowledge of that market.
Well, it'd be hip shooting like Raylan.
I guess the whole issue.
You know who I'm talking about?
Raylan,
Was it Givens? Givens?
Yeah, Raylan Givens.
He's coming back. He's in Detroit now. They've revised Raylan. That very well could be one of my absolute favorite series. Yeah. Did any of y'all ever see that? It was called, what was it called? Justified. He was shooting a lot of people to be justified, I got to tell you. You go ahead with the follow-up.
It was more so just like with the context.
Don't fight it. Are there times that you just don't fight it? You know what I mean? Just, okay, I'm going to go with it.
So it just ranges from -2.5% to 2.5%.
And guess where that comes from? Guess what authority that comes from?
Occupancy?
No. Well, who do you think established that -2.5 to +2?
We do.
No,
As
me.
experts.
I did.
As the expert, yeah.
Somebody asked me what's the range. I said, seriously, -2.5 to +2.5.
Yeah.
And so now it becomes sort of like, not gospel, but like a homily kind of deal.
Mm-hmm.
So guess what y'all can do? You can go -3 to +3. I don't care. I want you to win the assignment with the best practice that your competitor doesn't have. So don't fight me on winning more business. Adapt. Take the tool and adapt it in such a way that you say, I'm now comfortable with it. Who was sitting here that's no longer here?
No one. I've been on the front.
No one has ever wanted to sit next to you?
No,
How have you felt about that?
I'm okay.
You've been,
with that.
you're
Comfortable with it.
okay, good, all right. Pretty cool, huh? You want more?
Yep.
Man, have I gone over on the tenant rep thing? But this is so important because if you get this and take lipsy off of this and put your name on there, and you go in there and the tenant's going to look at this and say, because now you're able to answer the question, here's what you should budget. All right, let's keep, what's that? You're using a spreadsheet?
No, that's a very easy spreadsheet right there.
Oh yeah, Jennifer created that.
Just double click on it, copy it in Excel, and you're good to go.
Sophia, have you ever seen this before? It's awesome, isn't it? Sophia's a CPA. And in August will be an MBA. And she looks at some of the stuff I do and she just shakes her head. She showed me something. I've been doing this for 45, 46 years. She showed me something I had never seen before. Jennifer, were you with me when we were having this conversation? So Tim is doing a program in the other room on fundamentals. And one of the pieces we did was cap rate. And so you take the sales price and divide it into the NOI, and out pops the cap rate, right? But it's expressed as a percentage.
It's expressed as a
Decimal place. So again, I've only been doing this for 45 years. So Sophia took it and she did something I'd never seen before, and she says, and now you need to multiply it times 100. How many of y'all knew that, to multiply it times 100? Be honest with me. 4 of you. And then all of a sudden there was the cap rate. And I said to you, what? I've never seen them. But Tim also said what?
I've never seen
He says, I've never seen that before either. Isn't that cool? So that's the kind of stuff Jennifer, that's the kind of stuff that Jennifer and Sophia brings me every single day. The companion tool that goes with that is this tool right here. So in your tenant rep presentation, there's 2 tools, because you want to make sure that the building not only meets the economic objective that the tenant has, that it meets the subjective. And so subjective is architecture and lobbies and corridors and signage and cleanliness. For industrial, it's locations, it's aesthetic, it's clear height, it's all this stuff. For retail, it's security, it's, parking, you got it? And with the tenant on the tour, as they're walking each one of these problems, you're saying, in your mind, what's the location 1 to 5? So the tenant gives you the feedback that you're looking for, and it becomes a matter of totaling up each one. So far, so good? So in your tenant rep presentation, you're saying, we want you to make sure you pick the right building that meets all the subjectives, but we want to make sure that it also meets the financial objectives that you have. There's 2 baskets of objectives that need to be met. Amenities and location and access and cost. These are the 2 slides that are going to help you win the assignment. And so now, and guess what we've got? We've got the same tool. This just isn't just an office tool. This is a tool for retail, and it's a tool for industrial. So there's companions. The one for the cost of occupancy, and the other is the subjectives. Those are the 2 most important slides you bring to your next tenant rep assignment. We're going to make sure we have 2 objectives that we meet. That the building is a good fit for you from all the different, and you can change based upon the needs analysis you've done. They might tell you, here are 2 or 3 of the subjectives that are important. Daycare, I don't know what the heck they might be. You got it? So those are the 2 slides we want to make sure you use in your next presentation. Yes, sir?
Where did you get all this from? Like, where did this idea come from?
I'm going to tell you exactly where it came from. We wrote much of the ICSC designation, International Council of Shopping Centers, designation, CLS. Any CLSs in your certified leasing specialist or something? And we used to do the training at Michigan State, at the Kellogg Conference Center. There's no retail broker, there's not many retail brokers that would ever let a retailer negotiate a lease that they didn't point out the relationship between rent and sales. I mean, retailers, the reason they're able to negotiate so many leases is they have demographics, they know what their sales are going to be, and they're saying, this is all the rent we can pay. And we're creating this program, negotiating program for leasing people in retail. This is 20 years ago. And I said, it's crazy. Retail brokers and retail tenants only do leases when they see the relationship between sales and rent. But office and industrial tenants don't rarely negotiate a lease with that in mind, what is the relationship of the rent to the revenue? It's what the market wants or what the landlord wants. And this epiphany happened. This light goes off, and I said, I'm going to create a tool. It was easy for retail because there was dollars and cents, which was published by ICSC and Urban Land that told you exactly jewelry stores in the mall pay 7%, big box on the interstate pay 1%. I mean, they had the I-RRs in this big thick book that you could get. But I looked and looked and looked until I found BizMiner that I was looking for the equivalent of what ICSC had been publishing for the last 25 years. So it was just this light bulb that went off that the same thing should be available for office and industrial. And we've been training on it for 20 years. So we came up with the term of I-RRR. That didn't exist. This tool right here, when I was teaching CCIM back in the 80s, we had a tool similar to this. Oh, no. We had a tool similar. We did this tool we didn't have, unfortunately. We had a tool similar to this. But it was only the subjectives. We weren't taking into consideration the all-important economic. So you were going into the building that you loved to find out 6 months later you couldn't afford it. That was crazy when I thought about it. So that's why we said you need both tools. Make sure they fall in love and pick the building they love and they can afford it. But in office and industrial, they fall in love with the building that they want to find out only a year later that they can't afford it. That's not good. Great question. Other questions? Y'all want more? You think? Y'all really want more? All right. Who does landlord rep in here? When you create a proposal, do you have two parts to it? One's rent and one's expenses? Y'all normally separate them? Do y'all normally do that? But how many of you in the last 5 years have added amenities to your building that you maybe didn't have 5 years ago? Come on. No one is on a building that has now a workout facility, a subway that you have to underwrite. Come on. A shared conference facility, a Wi-Fi throughout. Yes, right? So now what we want you to do, because we don't want the tenant to get sticker shock, which a lot of tenants are getting, is to take that rent and divide it in 3 tranches. One is rent, one is operating expenses, and one is amenities, which benefits the tenant. I'm in a building in Indianapolis, high-rise building that was doing a major renovation, and along the wall from the parking lot to the elevators, they had all the things that were being added to the building so it would be competitive. They had a coffee shop that was coming in, they had a conference center that was coming in, they had a workout thing that was coming, and they had a registered nurse that was going to be on site 8 hours a day. I mean, it had a lot of stuff. And if they didn't articulate the renewal properly to the tenant was going to go crazy. Because what they were going to do is they were going to go into the tenant and do 2 things. First, they were going to tell the tenant, here's your renewal for the next 5 years. And in the old lease, they had 9,000 square feet, but in the new lease, they had 9,600 square feet. The tenant says, we're not taking on any more space, well, but you show us having more space. Well, we remeasured the building. So that's the first thing that offended the tenant. Then the second thing is they've been paying $30 a square foot, but now it was $44 a square foot. And they had base rent and they had expenses, which is a huge mistake because this landlord has to be competitive, has added all these other benefits to the tenant that helps them recruit and motivate their employees by staying close to the property. But instead of them doing it this way, they just do rent and operating expenses. But now we've got exercise area, Wi-Fi, conference center, on and on and on, all the cool stuff we see and all the product types now. That's how we want you to start explaining it. Because now they look at, building amenities. I see that you have added those, and those are the additional benefits that we're now paying for. Who's with me? So this is just something we've been trying to do the last 12 to 18 months because a lot of, especially pre-pandemic, a lot of tenants were having yak attacks. They were seeing this incredible increase in their rent and they couldn't justify it, but the building had added a bunch of amenities to the property since the tenant first occupied. All right. One more thing I want to show you. I want to show you how to do a proper blend and extend, and then we'll take a quick break. Oh, and before I forget, have any of you ever done a blend and extend? I plead with you, don't just get a commission on the new lease. Get paid a consulting fee from the tenant on the blend, because you just saved them a bunch of money for the next 2 years. And there's only a couple markets that the landlord is paying on the whole new lease, LA being one of them. So many of you are taking an existing 2-year lease, you're getting a new 5-year lease, but you're only getting paid on 3 years from the landlord, right? But you saved a bunch of money for the tenant on the 2 that you blended. But you don't get paid a dime from anyone on that, certainly not from the landlord, because they can't justify paying you a commission on a deal they've already paid you on, and now they're going to pay you for reducing the rent. That's not likely. The person that should be paying for that is the tenant, which is, you know, we've saved you $100,000 a year. That's $200,000 over the next 2 years. We need a percentage of that savings. So I'm just giving you, what's that?
3 years. They're saving $100,000 a year for 3 years.
Well, we get whatever it is. It's 2 years, 3 years, whatever. All right? So here we go. This is how you do a proper blend and extend, and then we'll take a break. Tenant has 2 years left on their lease. They're paying $26 and $26.50. That's the lease. That's the contract. All in, they're paying $28 and $29. They are obligated to pay the next 2 years $280,000, $290,000, but their business is trended down, and they're having trouble paying their rent, and they hire you to do a blend and extend. You make the determination that based upon the magic I just gave you, I-R plus expenses and all that, and based upon their revenue, they really should be paying more than $210 and more than $190. Pardon me, $210 and $225. That's what they can afford. If they had to start all over again and you advise them, how much should I budget for rent? You say if it was a brand new lease, you know, $210 and $225. But they signed a contract 3 years ago obligating themselves into the future at a number that is now $70,000 more than what they can practically afford. Who's with me on the math? The market has really wound down, and matter of fact, if you did a brand new lease for 5 years right now, it'd be $180,000 for the same space in 2023 and $190. A skillful tenant rep broker goes in at the lower, not what the tenant can afford. Because the landlord's thinking, if I do a blend and extend, it just makes sense that I blend it down to where the market is. Y'all with me? And so now, if you went in and said, listen, our tenant is willing to do the market for 2 years and give you another 3 years on top of that, landlord says, that's cool. But guess what the landlord's just done? They've given more relief than they had to. In 2009, I get a call from one of the best industrial REITs. They're really a hybrid REIT out of Pennsylvania, and you'll probably know who I'm talking about. And they said, Mike, we're doing a ton of blend and extends. But our instinct tells us we're giving up more than we should because we're blending to the market, and some of our submarkets are really cranked down. I said, Jim, I'm going to give you the exact same tool I give the tenant reps. You're going to have the fairest discussion you could possibly have. Because what you're going to do is I'm going to show you how you determine what the tenant can actually afford, which in many cases can be higher than what the market has declined to. He said, show me. And we did. So now the market is 180, but the tenant is really, they've declined, but only 280 to 210. And 210 is a better blend for the landlord, and it's still a darn good deal for the tenant because they're aware they are now in proper alignment to what they should be paying. Are y'all getting this? Y'all say, whoa, what the hell, Mike, are you talking about? Are y'all saying, I see it, I need to think about it a little bit? Yeah, but it's, where are we? Does it make sense? And you should get some kind of consulting fee from the tenant, whether you get down to 210 or 180, that is a huge savings that no one gets compensated for. That's crazy. You said you've done blend and extends and others. It's amazing how few of you actually get paid by the tenant for doing this incredible service. All you're doing is getting a commission on the new portion of the lease, but you don't get paid for anything for the two.
So why would a landlord agree to this?
Why? Well, that's a great question.
Because the landlord can come back and say, you're obligated to pay the lease for the next 2 years.
They could. And then the tenant says, I will tell you now, if you don't accommodate us, we are gone. And you very well could be in the crazy marketplace where there's no demand and this space could stay dark for 2 years. We are a credit tenant that pays our rent on time, and you now have to make a business decision. Do you want to roll the dice and try to backfill the space and do $75 a square foot in TI in 24 months? If you do it now, we only need about $8 or $9 in TI. We want to reduce our rent a little bit. We'll enter into a brand new lease. Your rent roll will look great. Your lender will be happy. Your investors will be happy. It's your decision.
So it's got to be a softer market for this.
You don't, what do you think 2009 was? I never saw in my 45 years so many blend and extends ever like in 2009.
Well, the office market right now is soft.
Yes. The office market is in a strange place today, and landlords are concerned about, we don't know how office space is going to be used. More people, less people, working from home, working from the office, they don't know. And if I can shore up my rent roll now by getting more term and giving some relief, and matter of fact, the tenant rep should be able to make a good case. Now watch carefully. I'm giving you both sides of the street in this discussion, not just pure tenant rep. If I was the landlord rep, I don't think I'd get it, but I'd ask, I'd say to the tenant rep, I'll tell you what I'll do. I like the way that you've come up with what your tenant can afford, but their business might improve. So I want to be able to get a clawback to at least back to my 280. Because I don't want to give up that much relief. Rarely would you ever get it, but I want to at least give you the suggestion it's a possibility. And then the landlords are going to say, you tell me your business has declined, I'll give you some relief, but I want financials over the next 24 months showing me it's declined, and if not, I don't want to feel like, I'm a doofus. Come on now. You've come in here hat in hand, I want to keep you, but now I've given up a lot when I didn't have to. So if we're going to be completely transparent, I'll give you the relief because you make a strong case, but if the relief wasn't needed, that's not right either, right? And so let's just, but a good tenant would say, well, but no. I'm giving you 3 more years on top, that should be enough. Once they get what they get, there's no clawback. So you follow what I'm saying? It depends on which side of the street you're working. Tenant rep would fight hard not to get the clawback. Landlord might get a partial clawback because they gave up more relief. And the clawback actually could be, I'd go down to the 180, but we'd claw back to 210 or 220, get a little bit back. But now you've got reporting that's required, but it gets done. How awesome is that? Is that too cool?
That turned purple.
What's that?
His shirt turned purple from the purple light.
That's the purple light. Did I give you some good tools for winning more tenant rep assignments?
Yes.
You haven't seen anything yet, because guess what's next? Agency or landlord rep. What I'm going to show you when you come back from the break, you will never lose another listing presentation again. How does that sound? All right, so let's take kind of like a 7-8 minute break, get your refreshment, go to the bathroom. We'll start back up again with landlord rep in about 8 minutes.
Mr. Lipsy.
Yes.
Number one, I was pinned this last summer CCIM.
Oh, congratulations.
I might mention that because I didn't know you were a previous teacher, but
I taught for a decade, man. I taught about 100 of them from
I love that program.
81 to 89.
All those instructors are really good. Got me passionate about the industry and took me to a next level, much like this stuff.
Oh, good, good.
Second thing is
Yeah.
I'm that broker, so I had an office.
You're what?
I'm that broker that you kind of keep referring to with the buildings for the office. I had an office client reach out to me and say, hey, I need some office space in the Waco market where I'm from. I said, great, what are you looking for? How much space? How much money do you want to spend? And then I just layered them with flyers, like 7 different property flyers. I said, here, pick a couple of these and let's talk about it. So I'm that guy. Before that.
But so was everybody else.
Well, yeah, but I'm just
But if you say, let's do this, you'll know what industry they're in. So you got to go to BizMiner and find out for Waco, what is the I-RRR? What?
Yeah, BizMiner is tax info. So, because none of our leases are recorded, so
They don't have to be.
that stuff
They're filing
with the
tax
lease-
returns.
Okay, tax returns.
Yeah, and
we
that
might-
from
okay,
leases.
so we might have some Waco info.
Oh, they do have it. Is Waco bigger than 100,000?
Barely, yeah.
If it's bigger than 100,000, they got the data. Absolutely.
Jack, there is a very simple way of finding this out. There are some clients that I've actually worked with in the past that know exactly what percentage of their income they want to pay for rent. So that's something that you can ask right off the bat, and I think that's
Some know.
very helpful. Yeah, yeah.
Some have said we don't want to pay more than 5% for base and another 2 points for all in, so we're at 7. But I always ask, if they don't know, there's a fact of what it was last year. It's in the left-hand margin of their P&L.
And there are some people that pay up to 15%.
Well, that'd be a lot of rent. But you know, it could be a retailer.
Yeah, it's a retail. More
It
retail,
could be a
yeah.
jewelry store. Yeah, hell
Watch
yeah.
guy,
Yeah. How was your call?
It was good. It's successful. It's representing Christus on a land acquisition and had to get their 2 lawyers on a conference call. And that's it.
Thank you for the donut.
Sure. Thanks for putting our social together.
So we got 2 lawyers on the phone. Let's don't make perfect the enemy of good. Can I tell you where we are on this and make a recommendation and then let y'all weigh in? Would that offend anybody? No. So we walked through and said, okay, let's do that. So pretty much it.
You know why Rod makes so many deals? He would never tell you this. Because he understands the concept of rapport and not being adversarial, right? And so he comes in and they would love Rod, like in 60 seconds. I mean, this is a neat guy. I like him. And then from there he goes to laying the groundwork that it's not adversarial, it's collaborative. That's his magic.
I just told Jennifer and Sophia that Thaddeus Dixon, the young guy
I was going to say Dixon is his last
that I'm mentoring, I should have insisted he come here after hearing you for 30 minutes. Like, he needs to be
He
here.
did Lipsy's training at one of the NAI Global events, because when you said Thaddeus,
did.
I immediately thought Thaddeus Dixon, because I sent him his MICP. But we can get him Lipsy Plus.
And Rod gets all of 10.0, the whole thing, the workbooks, the videos, everything.
This young guy is we sold our company, and then I kept my property management company, and then Ladder and Bloom downsized the lease they were taking from me, and a lot of the agents were going to have to work from virtually. So that this young man and his wife were getting ready to have to work from home. I said, look, I've got an office right next to me that's vacant in my property management suite. So he comes in and he's I'm not going to handle this, you take it. I'm not going to handle this, you take it. And he's just, he's the first African American in the 318 area code to get a CCIN, which I paid for 3 of the courses. He's an ex-Marine, I'm an ex-Marine. He served 8 years, I served 12 weeks.
Yeah, he did NAI University.
Yeah.
You mind if I get up?
No, that's for you. You take whatever you want.
Oh, no, not that one. No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
Rod, is he still Ladder and Bloom?
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, so I have T. Dixon at Ladder and Bloom. I'll get him a 30-day subscription to Lipsy
Oh,
Plus.
yeah, hook them up. Tell them we love Rod. And as soon as 10.0 is available, Rod is the first one to get a complimentary copy. And they're going to sell for about $4 grand.
Yeah. So I'll email Thaddeus.
You know, NAI bought all of 7.0, our last video series.
Good. They,
Hey, Adam, is it coming to you? You saying?
Yeah, well, it's like if you get like say like you get a curious client, right? And they come to you like, give me the math behind it. Like, well, I don't know, I'm just making it up.
If you think it's going to happen, then do the math behind it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know how to do the math behind it.
All right.
It's like,
The expenses are expressed in our research in cents per square foot.
right, and
And the tenant wants to be in a market that there's more expenses that are going to be their responsibility than in another market.
yeah,
All right?
okay,
50 cents a square foot more.
yeah,
That can be converted to a whole number.
right.
What is it?
No, well, I'm talking about more market conditions. I can.
There's no math.
That's where.
I've never had a knowledgeable tenant rep broker have trouble selling it.
Okay. They've never had no tenants like ask about it.
I said, say, we do nothing but office leasing in this submarket.
Right.
And because of what I instinctively know about occupancy levels, and right now we're seeing the highest level of occupancy we've seen in quite some time. The landlord has the leverage.
That's why
It could be as much leverage as 2.5, but because you're a quality tenant with great credit, you know, we're going to have to put about a 1.5 average, a weighted average on that of what more you'd have to pay. Now, there's other markets I could take you to that there is no add-on, that there's 12% vacancy, and a landlord would love to have you in the building, and they'd give us a lot of goodies. That's not the submarket that you want. But we can look at both markets, and you'll see there'll be a significant difference in rent. And the reason is because of one reason: demand. One has more than the other, and so what we put a plus 1.5 on there. You can't explain it that way, but there's no websites you're going to take them to. There's,
Okay. All right, then. Makes sense.
But you're a half inch off of my height and 1 pound off of the weight.
That's right.
So,
Like that?
so your instinct's pretty good. Right, Sophia?
Yeah, that was actually everybody.
Because they don't appreciate their intuition, if that makes sense. They don't acknowledge that their instinct is good.
I fall into that also. So I do understand.
Yeah, same thing, just the exact same thing. You just lose it. Yeah, the exact same thing. Go button. Funny thing, really after, the machine that has few instructions to take a look, balance worker, and they asked me back twice. So I asked Carol, the engineer at Caroline.
How we doing?
Doing great.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yes, ma'am.
I am in Northern California.
You what?
I'm in Northern California.
Yes.
And there's a massive conversion is going on from the businesses, from the retails to
This is, okay.
mixed use.
Yeah.
And I'm more into sales and more than a tenant reps and all those things. But what I want to change is like to get involved in the, you know, because I'm seeing more buildings are getting demolished and the retails and they're converting it to the apartment building or mixed use. So how can I get into that?
What kind of broker do you want to be? What do you want? 2 years from now, you want to be doing what kind of deals?
I do want it to be part of it that I don't want to do the lease. I mean, I like
You got to be able to answer that question. In 2 years, you want your practice to be what? And then I'll give you the roadmap. You got to give me the destination now. You can't say I live in Northern California and I want to go on a trip. Where do you want to go? Well, I don't know. But what do you think is the best way to get there? Why, you got to tell me where you want to go first, and then I'll give you the best. Where do you want to be in 2 years? Do you want to be a multifamily broker? Do you want to be a broker that specializes in mixed use?
mixed use.
Do you want to be a land broker? Do you want to specialize in alternative use or adaptive reuse?
I don't even know what is that.
Adaptive reuse is where you take one property that is not the highest and best use and should be something else. And you're able to make, a perfect example are retail town centers that are 2 stories that don't ever get leased. There's not a leasing problem, there's a real estate problem. What should I do with the real estate? Should I make it medical? You know, should I make it medical on the ground floor, office on the second floor? But it's not going to be retail any longer. That's adaptive reuse.
Mike, those videos, there's a bunch of videos. I know that Garrett Morris had originally talked to you and signed up, but I mean, the videos that you sent, do those go in? Because I only saw watch about half of them. Those go more in depth on the previous slide deck.
Which videos do you have? We have so many. 5.0, 7.0. 7.0 is our newest.
It was the newest one for sure.
So 7.0 is 75 videos on a huge variety of topics, from lease first owned to broker opinion of value to closing techniques to how to do a tour. So that we think, you know, it's not a deep dive, but there's pretty good material on all those topics.
Well, I'm just saying, so some of the stuff, so I do more investment sales, like retail centers, you know, and multifamily. I don't really do much of the tenant rep or landlord rep.
Yep.
Occasionally I do just I call it filler money.
Yeah.
In between deals. But some of the things you were talking about, I guess your number that you were talking about, that one number Adam kept going back and forth, that number is determined. I know you said I'm just giving that number, but where is that number determined from?
Which one? Market condition or expenses?
The marketing.
That comes from you, an experienced broker that knows the market.
Okay.
How much? If you did leasing, you'd do what kind of leasing?
Retail.
Where?
Probably submarket League City or south of Houston.
If you had a tenant you were representing, and they wanted 3,000 or 4,000 square feet in a nice shopping center, in that market, who has the leverage, landlord or tenant?
Landlord definitely right now.
Really? Retail, there's not much vacancy?
No.
That's so good. So now we're starting. So you start from there. How much vacancy is there in the submarket?
I think the last report I saw was like 6 or 7%.
All right. So this really is a landlord's market. How many options would a tenant have for 3,000 square feet?
I'm working with a
So anyway,
owner
so
right
that's
now,
a
I'm
process.
trying to think of like, okay, when I just send them a list, how many listings?
So that's the process I go through to determine is it plus or minus.
So is
If
it?
you said, Mike, there's only one location that would accommodate a 3,000 square foot tenant, you're in a big plus market. If you say, Mike, there's probably 9 or 10 that I could show them, and there's 12% vacancy, you're into minus territory. The tenant has the leverage.
So over 10%, you're thinking minus?
No, I normally say if it's vacant 8% or less, it's equilibrium's 8%, 92% occupied. All right, let's go. Let's go. Come on. What, this is not Club Med. I know what the hell is going on out here.
A social thing.
Did you get that thing on the vacancy? You loved that, didn't you?
I actually did. I appreciate that.
I like that. Yeah.
Do you? This is the most random question in the world. Do you happen to know Stephen Ross?
Stephen Ross.
Yeah, the Dolphins owner.
I certainly know of him. I see him on CNBC all the time. Why?
No, I just wanted to know if you knew him personally.
No,
It's
no.
like you know everybody.
No, I don't know him. I know of him. All right, let's go. Landlord rep. Rod, you're going to like this one.
I'm ready for it.
Do you still see Dan Friedman? Dan Friedman?
The good one or bad?
The good one in New York. The one that used to own the mall.
He's still there, David. Yeah.
Does he still own the mall?
Still owns it.
Really?
Still owns it. Good friends with his partner, David Schomburg.
They're both characters.
They're both. I like him a lot. They do some work together.
You know, I was on the board with Dan at Parkway Properties. I didn't want to say it that way, but I was being tactful. Where are you going? All right, let's go. How's our audio visual doing? Are y'all audio visual or just visual? You're the A and the V. You're A and V. Any other letters to the A and V? Oh yeah, we need a lot of editing. We have been working with this firm, this team, 20 years. Same group.
They didn't have video 20 years ago.
We're actually on the second generation now.
Yeah.
You're on Gen 2.
Yeah. This is Gen 2. A matter of fact, for years and years and years, we did half-inch tape, and then from half-inch tape we went to DVDs. But people would lose the DVDs. They'd leave them in their car in Phoenix, and they'd say, "Mike, it's hot in July." I said, "I know that in Phoenix. All my discs are warped." And we're like Nordstrom's. We would just replace them and send new ones. But we must about 9 years ago went to MP4 files. What will these be, 5s or 4s?
What's that?
When you download from a website, are they MP4 files? So they're MP4 files, so it's all digital. No more binders, no more DVDs. It's just, it's just so nice. That's right. You put in a credit card, you click download, but you got to put the credit card in first. Then you hit download, and you got them.
Mike, you should do TikTok videos. I think you're a future TikTok star.
You think I'd be a TikTok?
Absolutely.
Do I need to do something weird or just do what I do?
That Cajun humor?
Just do what I do? Talk Cajun humor. Oh, man. Are you going to talk about the ice chest? Is it cool? It's hot? Come on now.
I don't know what you've done already.
I haven't done any of your stuff. I promise. I haven't done any of it. I wouldn't. He's from Alexandria, Louisiana. He's got the place that not too far away. He's got the best meat pies in the United States. Are they still there?
Lazione's still there.
They're still there. You do it on the way down to I-10. You stop off and get them.
10 minutes from my camp.
There you go. Rod and I go back to where we used to take our families together to Disneyland, right? When they were kids, and now our kids have kids that are older than what they were when we took them.
Jason, Jess, and Jordy, his 3 sons, and our 2 children are Jennifer and Jeff, and so it's the J team is what we used to call it.
We used to have a lot of fun. And then we had CB radios in our car. We'd go to Destin together, but we would split, and he would go back to Alexandria, and I'd go to New Orleans. And just as we were getting to the split, we'd sing Happy Trails on the CB radio. Not to mention we taught some CCIM courses together, which was a lot of fun. Here we go. What was my promise that I made you before the break? That if you use these best practices, what's going to happen? You apply what I'm about ready to give you. Office, retail, industrial, the listing is yours. Is that awesome? Here we go. So here's what's going to be in this module. First, and we'll show you and give you examples, we want you to develop leasing plans that are tied to NOI. If I look at 100 listing presentations that are made to a property that has multiple vacancies, regardless of the product, office, retail, industrial, 99 of 100, the broker who's making the listing presentation does not know what today's NOI is, does not know what the landlord has budgeted for NOI into this year, end of next year. Now let's think about this for a second. The reason the landlord wants to hire the broker to do leasing is to get leases done. Because the landlord wants what from the leases?
Income.
The income. And after paying expenses and doing whatever capital is required, there's something left over for NOI, right? You don't know what that is, though. They don't know what the NOI is annualized today. I'm going to sign a 1-year listing agreement, nor do I know what your target is 12 months from now. You've not asked me. I don't know if it's even realistic. We could have a complete disconnect between what we're going to actually do and what you've budgeted. It's like property managers never talk to the leasing agent. You know, that's the most unusual occurrence. You, from this day forward, will ask the landlord, I'm just curious, what is your NOI today, annualized, and what have you budgeted for end of the year for your NOI to be? We're going to talk about all that in just a few minutes. 2, we're going to give you a tool. Well, I didn't know you were sitting there. I kept looking for you over there.
Oh, hi.
You moved?
I did.
Okay.
I'm assisting over here.
Oh, okay. It's so weird. So we're going to give you a tool that enables you to price vacant space. We believe that you should have multiple lease documents. You shouldn't use one lease for all tenants. We're then going to talk about tours, and then we're going to talk about best database wins. All right? We gave you this tool runs clear yesterday. I have an owner or an asset manager, and I get into expectations. Because if you remember yesterday, I said when trying to win an assignment, one of the most important categories of the 9 is expectations. And I asked this asset manager, we would love to have this listing. We would like to represent you. Can you share with us the most important objectives that you have? And they'd say, we'd like to increase the occupancy. And I'd say, increase it to what number by when? And she says, if we could be at 94% by the 4th quarter of 2024, we think that would be great. What else would you like for us to do? Well, we'd like for you to increase our revenue. And in that case, you have to come back and drill down and say, which one's most important to you? Gross operating income, net operating income? And they say, well, net operating income. I said, I'm just curious, what is your net operating income now? And what would you like for your NOI to be at the end of the year? And they say, well, it's about $1.8 million, and if you can do the leasing we'd like for you to do, we'd like to have 2.1 annualized come 12/31. And you've now got to test the velocity of this marketplace to can you actually do enough leasing to get them 201, because if not, in your listing presentation, you want to tell them what's realistic. Because then they can adjust the budget not in November, but they can adjust it sooner than later. Because the income number, as much as I love property managers, needs to come from leasing, not from property management. Because property management is controlling the expenses, you're controlling the income. But also, oftentimes, they're not connected. We want 5-year leases. I'm just curious, why are 5-year leases so important? Well, let me tell you why. If we refinance or decide to sell, we think we get much more value for the property with some term on the rent roll. And what else is important to you? And they say, minimize our TI. We're running out of capital, and we would like to really watch those dollars. And the least amount that we do to put a tenant in would be great. And I said, those are really 4 great items. What are the order of importance? And they give them to me. And once they do, I now can organize my listing presentation, right? For many of our institutional clients, we have what's called the Lipsey Index. Whether you know it or not, in your marketplace, depending upon the property and where it's located, you're going to have so many sign calls. You might not know what it is, but that doesn't mean someone has captured, on average, if nothing weird takes place, if there's no pandemic or there's no collapse in the financial markets in 2008, we would expect for this property in this submarket, at least a tour every week or every 10 days. You should know what it is. And then from there, you should be able to go to just how many tenant rep inquiries you're going to get. We would expect maybe 1 every 2 weeks. And then, I know it's hard for most agency brokers to get their head around it. It'd be kind of nice if we could get you to make some outbound calls to tenants. It'd be kind of a novel thing, wouldn't it? Instead of relying completely on the tenant rep community. And you might even drop into some of those industrial tenants that are close by and see if they would have an interest. It always drives me crazy, those retail brokers that don't go to the shopping center that's less with access and appearance and capital and talk to the tenant that's got 6 months left on the lease to say, once you come into a better center for the rent, that's not much more than you're paying right now. It's a head scratcher. And so those are, the drop-ins and the outbounds. And then based upon the sign calls, tenant rep inquiries, and your outbound activity, how many tours will you have in July? And maybe not as many as you would have in September because we're in the summer. But you should be able to tell them, here is our goal. And then not every tour goes to a proposal or an LOI, and not every proposal goes to negotiation, not every negotiation goes to a signed lease. But every signed lease begins to contribute to the NOI. Would you agree with that? And so I said you should have how many high hurdles in every presentation? 5. Thank you very much, Jordana. I gave you the ones for tenant rep, but here's the one for landlord rep. We want this assignment. But no matter who you are, please make sure that the broker you're hiring gives you the index, and the index is what an average broker would experience when they list this property. And in their presentation, they tell you what they're going to do to beat the index. If you hire an average broker, you're going to get X number of sign calls. They could be 100% doofus, or they could be, they're going to get X number of sign calls, right? They're going to get probably so many tours, but some will get more tours than others because they're better on the phone. They do a better job cultivating the tenant rep community. They did a much better job on the outreach campaign doing drop-ins and calling prospects, so they got more tours than you or the other broker. Watch carefully. When I show you tours, the tour is the at-bat. That is the emotional experience with refreshments and reserved parking and with welcome signs and with smell good in the hallways and the office space that's well lit, that impresses the tenant so much that they say, we really like this space, we want a proposal. The tour is the at-bat. And you need to describe to the landlord, here's the magic we bring to our at-bats that statistically beat the market. We're going to have 3 tours in the month of August. But what we're going to do is have tours that are so effective that we'll get more conversions to proposals than what the market would normally give you. Are you all with me? Are you following the logic here? You're saying, here's what the market's going to give you, but here's our best practices that we bring that compress the ratios or outperform the market. I'm going to give you stuff that you're thinking, Lipsy, this is, you're talking work now. Can't I just put up a sign? There's two things in our world: business development and transaction management. We talked about that yesterday, didn't we? And the reason it takes sometimes longer than it should to lease vacant space is you're not running a parallel campaign. That you're bouncing back and forth between business development and transaction management. You do a broker event, you stir up some activity, now you're showing space and negotiating leases and getting construction drawings, and there's no business development taking place. Or you do a nice little thing for the tenant reps and they start showing your space more than they did, and now you get some proposals generated, and now you're kind of locked in on getting the deals done. You're not doing any business development. So now you extend the occupancy horizon because you don't have a parallel campaign you're doing. You're going back and forth, which, by the way, is high hurdle number 2 for landlord presentations. We're not going to run a linear leasing program. We're running a parallel program. We will be doing business development while we're doing transaction management. The space is not going to be off the market while we're negotiating leases. That through our team effort and through our use of technology, we will be constantly marketing this vacant space, even though I'm up to my eyeballs in getting leases done. Are y'all with me? That's high hurdle number 2. And no matter who you hire, it's important that they give you a plan that ties your budget to their leasing activity. Typically, this next slide is the only one I really need. I'm really going to get the listing in the next 2 minutes, get the listing agreement signed, pack up and go. This is the showstopper right here. When the tenant sees this slide, you say, whoever you hire, this is now high hurdle number 3, whoever you hire, they should tell you the activities they're putting into the market to make sure that they get the leasing done. And that could be tenant rep inquiries, and that could be sign calls. And what we've done for your property is we've done the first month of what we're willing to commit that needs to be done. Say again?
Because like the plan was to do higher, but you really did less than what you told me you were going to do.
Well, that's a great question. Whenever you think I'm going to do a tour a week, in my listing presentation, always roll it back by 30 to 40%. So if, let's say, I'm confident I'm going to do 4 tours in July, I would not put 4 in my plan. I put probably 2.
But isn't this plan showing that you did less than everything?
That's what sometimes happens when you come in with too big of a number. I'm telling you not to do that. What am I telling you to do? Do less. Don't, and another mistake that brokers make, they get so crazy, which is what brokers do, they pump the numbers, but you don't need to, because there's nobody else in town that's coming in with anything like this. You're not going to lose the listing because they had more numbers than you. You're the only broker in your city that's doing anything like this. So there's 2 things. Go with the fewest number of categories that you really want to keep up with a 40% cushion in the numbers. Yeah, am I coming through loud and clear? This isn't like a capital markets listing where you got to come up with a crazy BOV to get the listing. This is not that, because there's nobody else doing anything like this. You're the only one that's saying, here's how many tenant rep inquiries, sign calls, tours we're expecting, and only do the tours that you can easily keep up with and roll back the numbers by at least 40%. If you thought you were going to get a tenant rep inquiry every week, that would be 4 for the month. We're expecting 2 brokers to call us asking. And when you report greater numbers, they love you. But when you report lighter numbers, they're thinking, what's wrong with this broker? Is that coming through loud and clear? Have I said that? It's even on video. Is that coming through loud and clear? Thank you. A good question. So now what I've done, which I send it to me and I'll send you $100, that if you've got a listing presentation you've made in the last 12 months where you have done a forecast of starting off with the NOI of $1,004,000 and showing the growth rate in the NOI based upon your leasing activity. Do any of y'all have anything like that? But when the landlord sees it, you better have like a box of Kleenex or something, because, or like a legal seafood bib. They start salivating. They say, I never seen anything like this before. This is the most incredible thing. This is unbelievable. You're forecasting the NOI. I say, yeah, there should be a relationship between what your budget is and what leasing thinks they can do. They shouldn't be done in separate corners. Now, let me show you how I get to the NOI. Adam might not like it, but I'm going to tell you how we do it, okay? Let's say the rent in your marketplace is $30 a square foot. The first thing I do is I figure out what would the operating expenses be. Let's call it $10. So I take 10 off the 30, and let's say I got to do some tenant improvement and stuff like that, and so now there's $10 of capital that I've got to put into the building or the space. Y'all got it? So that brings me down to NOI that's going to contribute. I take and I lease 5,000 square feet. On an annualized basis, $10 times 5,000 gives me $50,000 in total NOI, right? I divide that by 12 in the month in which the lease is signed to show the increase in the NOI. Stay with me. Even though I negotiated 6 months of free rent and early occupancy, for the purposes of my listing presentation, I get the NOI lift in the month in which the lease is signed, not in which the rents are actually going to be paid in the future. And the landlord gets it. I just give them that quick explanation saying, listen, you know, we could negotiate some early occupancy, we could negotiate some free rent, but from the standpoint of when I get my commission, it's going to be when the lease is signed, so that's when we took the credit for when the lease was put in place, even though it might be 3-4 more months before you actually start collecting some rent or all rent. Are y'all with me? Don't complicate it. Don't try to get it down to the dime of what the actual rent's going to be paid and when it's going to get paid. It's too darn complicated. Just ballpark it. Are y'all with me? Just ballpark it. Questions? Come on. Yes, ma'am.
Would you be able to say again when you would show them this plan? Would you show them the plan numbers and then the actual numbers, like for the first month?
Oh yeah, great question. So I would show plan numbers, and this was just an example. I would show them plan numbers for at least 3, 4, 5 months. And then we would use Teams, ShareFile, Google Docs, where every time there is a tour, a proposal, we don't wait till the end of the month any longer. That's from like 10 years ago. We record the event when it happens. And so the landlord has access 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to the ShareFile to see exactly what's happening on their property. So what Jennifer does when she creates these plans, she creates them by a week, and you log in the numbers, and then it's giving you your total, you know, for the month automatically, and so they can see week by week what you actually did. Great question. So if you can imagine, there's a plan number we have for tours and proposals and tenant rep inquiries, and then you're contributing to that each week, and hopefully you're exceeding it each week, because remember, you lowered it by 30-40%, so you should be hitting it easily and then being ahead of that. Great question. And I would give it at least 3 or 4 months. Now, who's looking at this and saying, whoa, Mike, whoa, this is some crazy stuff. Wait, I didn't get in the business to be accountable now. I sit here and tell them how many proposals I'm going to do? No way. Well, yes, ma'am.
Can you write out the NOI equation that you did? I know it's a ballpark, but I'm in land, so.
Yeah, let's do it. You ready to go? SRI, scheduled rental income. Does this sound familiar, Sophia? Scheduled rental income, less expenses, less vacancy and credit losses. So scheduled rental income, that's if I was 100% occupied, less vacancy and credit losses. I'm not going to be 100% occupied, and I might have a couple of tenants move out in the middle of the night. That gives me gross operating income. So far, so good? Yep. Less operating expenses, utilities, janitorial, repairs and maintenance, okay? Less expenses gives me net operating income. net operating income less ADS, annual debt service, gives me CFBT, cash flow before taxes. That's the Holy Grail. Did I get that right, Rod?
Got it, 100%.
That's the Holy Grail. That you learn the first week you're in the business.
You may sometimes call it scheduled income, potential rental income. What's the most that you can get out of the property? Number one, vacancy and credit, minus expenses, minus debt. Yeah, some properties don't have debt.
Wouldn't that be nice? Like yours, all yours in Alexandria have no debt. I want you, now understand, if this is a listing that's not going to require this heavy lifting, you don't need to do this. If this is a listing that requires, some snap, then have like 4 or 5 categories. Sign calls, tenant rep inquiries, tours, proposals. You with me? You can have as many as you want, but do the ones that are reasonable. This would be, I want this listing. I'm going to put a couple of others on this assignment because we're competing with some of the best teams in the city.
This guy owns 30 properties.
And he owns a bunch of properties that he could give me a bunch of business. And if I win this, I'm on my way. Let me ask you this. How many of you have been in the business for less than a year, 18 months? Oh, Tanner. Cameron, have you ever heard an honest listing presentation? Have you ever heard an honest? I don't think you have. I'm going to give you an honest listing presentation. This is really an honest listing presentation, which you'll only hear once in your career. Here, right now. Tanner, I appreciate the time that you give me to make this honest listing presentation. Imagine Tanner's the owner. There's a lot of things I'm going to tell you that I'm going to do that we all know I'm not going to do. I'm going to put up a sign, hope for the best. We just hope somebody drives by, random as can be, writes the number down. Okay? In the next 15 minutes, I'm going to talk about our platform, which I have no idea where it is or what it is, but we have just opened an office in Singapore. Now, we're going to do a 6-month listing, Tanner. And I don't want you calling me, asking me what I'm doing. Pisses me off, to be honest with you. None of your business. I'm not calling you in the middle of your busy day asking you what you're doing. So why should you annoy me about what am I doing? Okay? But I will call you in 5 months. I'm going to call and lie to you. I'm going to tell you I got 2 prospects that love the building, which is not true. But my friends at church see my name on that sign. You'd have to admit it'd be embarrassing that after 6 months, the sign comes down with another sign that goes up, wouldn't you? And you don't want me to get embarrassed in front of my friends at church. Is that correct? That's how we're going to approach this thing. Stand still for 5 months. I'll call you in the 5th month with nothing really to report, and then we'll just continue on until something just happens. What do you think? That's an honest listing presentation. And by the way, this is what they want. And the reason they don't get it is they know I got to tell y'all a real true story. There's a wonderful firm in San Francisco. Anyone from San Francisco in here? Who said they were from the Bay Area? So you remember Cornish and Carey, right?
Yes.
Monster firm.
Yes.
For many, many years they were Encore, then Encore went away, and then they became Newmark. Is that right? They probably have, what do you think, 14, 15 offices in the Bay Area? Is that okay? And so they call me up, which I get these calls all the time. Mike, we are making a listing presentation to Reef. They have an industrial park in the Bay Area. We want this assignment. And I said, I'm going to help you get that assignment. So I go to San Francisco and I work with the leasing team. And we do whatever was the old version of this right here. The asset manager at Reef says, stop the music. I have never seen anything like this before. If you, in fact, put this in place, we're going to give you the assignment. And we don't need any other listing presentations. Where in the heck did you get this from? They said, we use Mike Lipsy. And Reef says, we've used Mike before, but training for our property managers. We've never used him for leasing. Can't make this up. A couple days later, I get a call from Reef. They said, Mike, we saw this thing that you gave to Cornish and Carey. We love it. We've got all different kinds of product type. We want to train all of our asset managers to get some sort of version of this, depending upon the property type and the velocity in the marketplace. And that ended up being a fantastic assignment for us. We did all kinds of training for Reef for office, retail, industrial in many of their markets. Just advising when you're the asset manager working with the broker, just say, here's kind of a way we would like to work together. Tell me what you expect to do. Don't give me crazy numbers, and report in each month what you actually did so we can make the determination are we on course or not. How cool is that? Another high hurdle. What did y'all think about that? Did that? What do you think? That's good, Adam?
That's good.
Is it good or great?
It's great.
Come on now. Russell, what do you think? Okay, that's all right.
But yeah.
I got you. I got you.
At least he's honest.
I'm Big Daddy, and I see everything. Don't I, Rod? Amen. Amen. How many times have we talked together? Lipsy sees everything. Stay focused. I am giving you stuff that's going to help you win business. Got it? So I know you're tempted to check your emails and stuff like that, but you need to stay focused on this material because we want you to use it when you get back. Another one of our high hurdles is the following. We've taken a hard look at the number of units it's going to take to get this property leased. And no matter who you hire, and we hope it's us, please make sure you ask that broker how many units are required to get this property leased. And you stop right there because the landlord's going to ask you what? Every time. Not every other time, every time. And you can say, what's a unit? A unit is the distribution of the marketing that is required to get this property leased, and it requires then the monthly adjustment of that distribution based upon which ones are working for us. So that's what a unit is. A unit is the frequency of CoStar, emails, drop-ins, and then the adjustment of that, because you can't run with the same plan because some items actually do better than others. Got it? We talked about this in the tenant rep piece, the subjective considerations. And here is a tool that we developed. How many of you are with NAI? So we did, the Lipsy School for years and years and years was done at 3 places: University of Virginia in Charlottesville, University of Texas in Austin at Macomb, and then Pepperdine in Newport Beach. And it just got to be too much moving our stuff all around during the summer, so now we just do it every other year here. Who said they got, Nathan, I think it was you, they got my Lipsy School videos from UVA. It's a big package. It's got the University of Virginia campus on the front, whether you realize that or not, and it's got a bunch of discs in there, right? And when you open it up, the discs all fall out because we ran out of holes, and we put 2 discs in each space because we only got so many holes all right. So that's what that was. And so I used to teach with a dear friend, Tom Bakke. I showed you his LinkedIn profile yesterday. And he was responsible for leasing an equity office since the beginning of time. And at the best, they had a portfolio of 150 million square feet. And of the 150 million square feet, you know, a good portion of that was renewing or needed to be leased each year. And so I'm at the instructor's table, kind of like what Rod is, and Tom was at the front. He says, in our portfolio, we price each vacancy separately. And the reason we price each vacancy separately is we lease it faster that way. That if we put a uniform price tag on space that's on the top floor, the 5th floor, and the ground floor that looks into the parking garage, it takes longer to lease that space that has an unreasonable price tag on it. So Tom says that. It's the break when he comes back. He says, Tom, I've known you for years. We've done training for EOP for years. I never knew that existed. He says, oh yeah. It's part of our budgeting process. It's where we get what realistic rents are going to be. And he gives me this thing that's A, B, B, A, C. I said, that's too complicated. So I sat down with Tom and a couple of others, and we developed, I named it after my good friend, Tom Bakke, Bakke Lipsy. And in the back, you put in recent comps that have been leased in similar space. And then you have this kind of scoring tool with Excel running in the background that based upon the comps and based upon your opinion of current layout and IT infrastructure and the hallways and the bathrooms, it gives you an indicated rate. Because high hurdle number 4 when you're in your listing presentation is you say, we want this listing. However, no matter who you hire, please make sure they have priced each space individually. you will lease this building faster. You've got 9 vacancies in this industrial park. They're all different with different attributes, and each one deserves a different price tag. We have walked each one of those vacancies, and we will give you what our suggested rents are. That's how you should make a listing presentation. Instead of saying it's $9 a square foot, well, not every space is equal, is it? And when you say 9, some requires more, some negotiation, maybe some not so much. So this is the tool that has been developed for office, retail, industrial. Is that awesome?
How do you get the indicated rate? Do you multiply, for example, the cumulative score is 95. Do you multiply, do you like make that 0.95 and multiply it by the average to get the indicated rate?
I'm going to tell you the truth.
I have no idea.
Well, no, that's pretty close. So when we did this, we had another MBA who was really good with Excel and happened to be in real estate. And I said, I need some formula running in the background that if we put in good comps, the formula would spit out the rate. So Jennifer, who's really good with Excel, could maybe explain to you what Excel is doing in the background. But when you put these on your iPads or however you do it, it's some kind of algorithm or something that's happening in the background. But I couldn't tell you because I'm not very good with Excel. And when this was designed for each product type, but I will tell you this. When we did this, I went to who I thought were the 4 or 5 best brokers in their product type. And I said, tell me, retail broker, what you think most affects rent. Give me the categories. And they said signage and visibility and traffic count and rent and deal timing. And then I went to the industrial brokers. I went to who I thought were the 5 or 6 best industrial brokers across the country. And I said, tell you what it is, location and clear high and fire protection, because I don't do much industrial. I don't know about column spacing and truck court depth. I mean, I know what it is if you say the words, but I would have never known to put it. So this didn't come from me. This came from extensive surveys from brokers that only do this, that price vacancy all the time. And I said, what are the ingredients that go into the price? And here were the categories. And then our MBA, who was really good with whatever they were good with, said, give me the comps from this submarket and we'll fix this thing in the back. And if you just drop it in and then you score it 1 through 5, 1 through 10 in some categories, it'll pop out the indicated rate.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know how that, because I mean, I like the industrial, for example, that's perfect. Like structural rating, another way of saying that would be functionality.
Well, you'll get the spreadsheets. They're in the background.
Oh, they are?
Oh, yeah.
Do you have them in PowerPoint or in Excel too?
Well, this is PowerPoint that I'm working from, but the spreadsheets themselves are Excel that are in the back. Huh?
How do we get access to those?
Ooh. Jennifer, how much more do we charge for that?
It requires a blueberry donut or a coffee.
It's we'll get them to you. Okay. Here's the punchline, though. What's the punchline? Price each vacancy individually. If you're not using Baculipsy and you're just using your experience, you walk the space. There's 4 vacancies, and one's 9, one's 950, one's 10, and this space is incredible. It's really our best space in the whole thing. It's $11. So you don't have to use Baculipsy, but use a tool because this is where they're going to ask you where it came from, and we're fortunate that we've got a quantitative tool that will actually give you the number. Yes, sir.
One of our listings has like 55 offices. And
55 vacancies?
No. I think 14 vacancies.
Go ahead. Office? Talk to me.
And one of the reasons that is we're having a problem is that they're all priced, the owner priced them. And he gave us the rates. I know that's,
And were they real? And the owner gave you the prices. Were they realistic or were they high?
They were realistic, but the way they were priced, it's.
This is a friend who owns a couple of office buildings, and what he did is he priced his space, and sort of like a condo development, he paid at a premium for what floor they were on. So he didn't actually create we'll call it like an operating expense based off the total amount of square footage divided by the the actual square feet, you know, that you're occupying, like a pro rata share.
Yeah.
He just gave a number.
But as you look at the numbers, you're saying they're realistic?
They're not unrealistic, however, it's not realistic. It just doesn't make sense to do it that way. So we're counseling him on how he should be doing it. This way, everybody's paying, you know, for this office building based off of the, again, the amount of space that they're occupying and paying their pro rata share of what the operating expenses.
Take Baculipsy to it and see if it works. Before I forget, the Irvine Company, and I don't know if they still do, but they did it for years. The Irvine Company is one of the finest landlords, developers in Southern California. Have you ever been to Newport Beach, Irvine? That's the Irvine Company. And if you go to their website and let's say start off looking for office space, every vacant space in all their buildings has a price tag on their website. And the price tag is different depending upon whether it's ground floor or looking at the Pacific Ocean. Every vacant space has that 360 tour, whatever the hell y'all call that, all right? It is one of the finest websites. Of course, they're one of the finest developers on the planet. It really is way cool. But what the point I'm trying to make is the price is on the vacant space. It's in there. You don't have to call a broker. You don't have to go to LoopNet or CoStar. It's there on their website. But it is not one number for all spaces. Each one have been individually priced. And the only suggestion we're making, you lease space faster when there's a realistic price tag on the space. All right, let's keep going. Remember I showed you Intelligize, and the reason we show you Intelligize, some of you are using ComStack to get your comps, but Intelligize is just that tool that actually gives you recently negotiated leases. And again, we'll go over ComStack. All right, next. We want you to get approval from your landlord to have at least 2 lease documents. One is that 35-page obnoxious document with 3 pages of rules and regs that you're going to do a 5 to 7 year lease and $50 a square foot in TI as needed. I get that. But then you've got another lease document which takes into account that a mom and pop who's been around a long time, that's got good credit, that just wants the walls painted, will take the space pretty much as is on July the 1st. They don't want to take a 35-page lease to a law firm. And we have several of these, speed lease, quick lease, service agreements, they're all called different things, but they all have one thing in common. They all tend to be less than 8 pages. And for the most part, they tend to be drop in the blank kind of documents, all right? In most of these, there is no escalations at all. So there's no 3 pages taking up escalations. It is, here's your rent for this year, here's your rent for next year, here's your rent for the following year. And because you're okay with math, you said if we kind of took in consideration increases in our operating expenses, they certainly wouldn't be more than that, but let's put another 10 cents on top of that. That's the number we're going to quote for next year. You got it? But we're not going to have our accounting department sit there and crunch a bunch of numbers to put together what are the escalations for next year. And we don't want that mystery for our tenant. We're not going to put in eminent domain because we don't think the state's going to take this building in the next 24 months. We just don't think it's likely. Who's with me? And that's called a speed lease. This particular client of ours, which is a REIT, called it a service agreement. 7 pages. Tenants looking at 2 buildings. They're looking at your competitor's building, similar space, they get a 35-page lease. They come over to your building, they get refreshments, they get a nice tour, the space smells good, and you say, we would love to have you, and we have a service agreement. It's 7 pages, and you hand them the service agreement. Who do you think ends up getting the deal done? Do any of you have any office suites that you're leasing? Office suites are not Regis, and they're not stuff that needs to be built out. It was pre-built out, you take it as is. Y'all have that? Who's got office suites? You do not use the 35-page lease on the office suite. I can't tell you how many of my landlord reps are using the wrong lease on a good product, but it's the wrong lease. Regis is not giving a 35-page lease to someone who's coming in for 6 months. The office suite is not space that requires the same thing that space that's getting built out requires. It's something different. So in that case, if you had 3 different types of space in your building, you'd have a franchise agreement, which is essentially what Regis has. You'd have probably a 5, 6, 7-page agreement for the office suite, and then for the guy or gal that needed a lot of TI, you'd have the 35-page agreement. Are y'all with me? But I can't tell you how many of my landlord reps tell me about they've got this burden of they're trying to take this, lease the space as is, but they've got a 35-page traditional lease. That make sense? So document flexibility is really important. For those of you that are thinking the lawyers or lenders aren't going to be like this, I'm not saying using this throughout the building. Where am I telling you to use it? As is, no TI or a little bit of TI for a credit-worthy mom and pop, not Google, who wants the space for 2 or 3 years. Were any of y'all around in 2009? Any of y'all here in the business 2000? A lot of people went out of business, didn't they, 2009? Crazy. So I always ask a group, there were a lot of tenants that went out of business. And they stopped paying rent. But I don't know how that was possible because they signed a 35-page lease. I mean, didn't they? I mean, Ron, how did they stop paying rent? They signed a 35-page lease.
What I had.
You know?
35-page lease, how can you quit paying rent?
Because you know the one thing you and I know? 35-page lease does not enhance the credit. No more than a 7-page lease. 7-page, you pay, you stay, right? 35-page lease, they stop paying, even though there's 2 years left, they're gone. So don't think your lease is enhanced or the credit is enhanced because of the length of the document. There's a lot of stuff you need in there to protect the landlord. I get that. And there's rights for the tenant. But you don't need a 35-page lease to do it for a local credit-worthy tenant. Yes, sir.
Actually, we lost a couple of tenants just because the landlord had like scary 35 pages.
I get that. Listen, you give something to a credit-worthy unsophisticated, it frightens them. Well, what does this mean? I just want as-is space, 1,800 square feet for 2 years, and it looks into the parking garage. And so it sits there and it languishes for 2 years. It never gets leased. Come on now. All right. Best-in-class tours. Some tours require more than just you, the broker. Sometimes the property has a property manager, sometimes it has a building engineer, and if they're trained properly, it makes for a nice touch. But here's our best practice for tours. If they're represented by a tenant rep, it's kind of cool if you have what I call open probe 2. Nathan, we're delighted that you're here at this building today. Can you share with me what you would like for us to point out? What's most important? And the reason, if you don't ask open probe 1, you'll be guilty of what we call product dump. That when a tenant shows up, right, with the tenant rep broker, you throw up on them. You tell them everything you possibly can about the age of the building and the Johnson control system and the dock high. You go on and on and on. But that's not what's most important to them because they're only going to be there for 15 minutes. You've got to determine quickly what is most important because I've got a limited amount of time. And so what you try to do is you never ask open probe 1, you just give them everything. Or you give them a brochure with everything on there. So we want you to make sure that you say, Nazi, we're thrilled that you're here. I know you're going to be with us for a few minutes. What's most important to you? What are the items that you want us to point out? How's the parking? Where's the food service? What's the access? You know, they tell you. Now you know what you need to sell. When leasing vacant space, don't sell them what you're selling. Lease them what they're leasing. Don't sell them what you're selling. Sell them what they're leasing. That's why Open Probe 1 gives you an indication of what they want, what's most important. Then you go to Open Probe 2. Open Probe 2 is tell me about your existing building, what you like about it, but what's not working out for you. Well, we like our landlord, they're pretty responsive, but the building has not had any capital invested in quite some time and it's got some age on it. And it really is an embarrassment when our customers come to see us. And so I get that story. Now I get a sense for kind of like what I can. And you do it in a way that doesn't offend the tenant rep broker, particularly if they have a tenant rep. Those are practical questions to ask. We're delighted that you're here. Can you share with me what's the most important items you want us to address? And then two, now that's called a flash tour. There's two different types of tours. There's flash tours and there's advanced notice tours. Advanced notice tours is where the tenant rep says we're going to be there in a couple of days, 10 o'clock in the morning. That deserves something entirely different than a flash tour. Flash tours, you get a call from another broker that says, can we show the property this afternoon at 2 o'clock, right? Those are those disruptions that you just have to deal with. So there's less that you can do in a flash tour. In an advanced notice tour, for most of our landlords, we have what's called silver, gold, platinum status. They're determined by the size of the user and the term that they want. Silver would be less than 2,000 square feet, 3 years. Gold would be, you know, we need 5,000 square feet, 5 years. A platinum tour is we want at least 10,000 square feet for 7 to 10 years. And so that affects the budget. And our budget goes $50, $100, $250. That is what we're authorized to spend on behalf of the landlord, you know, for refreshments, for welcome signs, for reserve parking, you know, for all that kind of stuff. Got it? Adidas wanted a full floor, coincidentally, in Buckhead. Coincidentally, the property was being represented by Equity Office. The regional manager was Mark Scully. The Cushman & Wakefield broker from Cushman called and says, I'm representing Adidas. We want to show the building on Thursday. That day was Tuesday. So that was 2 days in the future. We want to show the building around 10 o'clock in the morning. Mark said, our team will be prepared. Sure enough, about 9:55, 10 o'clock, the tenant rep broker from Cushman & Wakefield pulls up into the front of the building that ELP owns in Buckhead, and right in front of the building is a reserve parking sign, Reserve Cushman & Wakefield. That makes the tenant rep feel pretty doggone good, right? So they pull up, reserve parking sign. So now the tenant rep and the corporate real estate executive from Adidas get out of the car, and they start walking towards the building where Mark Scully and his team is waiting at the front of the building just outside the door. Must have been the property manager, the building engineer, and Mark. They get up there, introductions are done, and then everybody looks down, and the ELP team are all wearing Adidas tennis shoes. Mark Scully looks at the corporate real estate executive and says, we love Adidas products, and we would love to have you in this building. I can tell you, they saw 5, 6 buildings that day, didn't they? I can tell you the Cushman & Wakefield broker did not have to say which building was the EOP building. And I'm willing to bet for whatever the cost of 3 pairs of Adidas tennis shoes, got you a proposal, and that tenants want to be wanted. Tenants want to be wanted. They do not want to be treated like a commodity. Nor do you want them to get the feeling that this deal is going to be negotiated as a commodity, and there's no emotional attachment that they have to you, the landlord, and to the space. The tour is the at-bat. Of all the opportunities to do your best selling is the tour. That's when you get to really demonstrate your skills. And I am sometimes amazed at the number of brokers that have an engineer or property manager open the door because you're too busy to show the space. I love this one. You get a call, yeah, we can open the space for you at 2 o'clock. Heck yeah. I'm arranged for it right now. The door will be open. Look and give me a call when you're done, and we'll see what we can do. I wonder if you told the landlord that in your listing presentation. There'll be some times I'll just be busy, okay, and I won't be able to get to the tour, but I'll make arrangements to get the door opened. Did you say that in the listing presentation? I'm willing to bet you didn't. That's the at-bat. There is no more valuable opportunity to lease vacant space than you doing it or training someone that's been properly trained and knowing how to ask questions, show the space, when to walk into the space, when to stay in the hallway. That's all art when done properly. That's where the selling takes place. And I'm sometimes amazed that you think you're a tour guide. You might as well go get a job at the Smithsonian. I mean, this is where the magic takes place, right? The reason I'm not a big fan of property brochures is they get dated in a hurry. The reason I like tours done using iPads is you can connect your iPad to 2 or 3 other iPads that are your iPads using Conference Pad, and you can have a digital brochure that then can be emailed to the tenant rep broker and to the client. That's my preference. And if you really want to do cool leasing, the client says this is important and that's important. There's this whole list of features and benefits that you have about the landlord in the building, but you only want to put the ones in the brochure that are most important to the tenant. Access, parking, amenities, daycare, access to the interstate, those kinds of things. And you don't want to clutter your feature benefits with ones that really weren't that important to the tenant. I have a dear friend that says, well, that's kind of ninja leasing. In some places, ninja leasing is required because you're competing with 3 or 4 other properties. So you want to make sure that you sit down and develop all the features and benefits that you could possibly sell as it related to the landlord and to the building. And then based upon what you get off of OpenProbe 1 and OpenProbe 2, you pull the ones out of inventory to use those to sell the building and sell the landlord. Got it? And this is one of our favorite solutions called Conference Pad. I'll spend some real time with this tomorrow showing you how I can use this for tours and presentations.
That's only via iPad?
There's the equivalent for Android. I do not know what the app is called. It's not as good? Jennifer says no. Almost everyone that... Yeah. Who's with Cushman Wakefield in here? So we've been doing training for Andy Marin. That name might not sound familiar to you. Andy is in the Northeast. He's in the Meadowlands. He's an investment broker, one of the best on the planet. And his brother Neil is in South Florida. So we suggested to Andy that he start making his presentations and tours with iPads. And so last year, 2 years ago, I was in the conference room, and there's this big black box that was making this humming noise. I said, what the heck is in that thing making that humming noise? And I go over there and open up the doors, and it had about 25 iPads in there. And it was a charging station for multiple iPads. And Andy comes in and says, Andy, what is all? He says, you told us to use iPads in our presentations and our tours, and we're doing it, and it's fantastic, and it works. But sometimes we've got multiple teams making multiple tours, and we're running out of iPads, so I just bought a bunch of iPads, but I had to get a charging station for all of them. It works. Because if you give somebody a brochure that's dated, you got whiteout and X's, and I'll send you something. Where on an iPad, you can change it 15 minutes before you go on the tour, and you're good to go. We've already talked about this in the tenant rep section, but remember we talked about databases. Landlord reps. You want to talk about a head scratcher? In most markets, on a commission that the landlord pays, does someone get a disproportionate share of the commission? In most markets, a commission is to be paid. Is there a share that might go more to one broker than the other? Yes. Thank you. I didn't want to say it. I wanted you to say it.
I'll say it.
Say it.
There we go.
And,
to the tenant rep, 2 to the landlord.
wait a minute. Let me understand something here.
Starts to be landlord.
Well, let me ask you this. If you did, wait. No. You're right. That the market has spoken. That the tenant rep in the equation is more valuable to me, the landlord, than my broker. That I'll pay a complete stranger who's coming to destroy me for, and I'll pay the guy that I aggravate every day too. Is that what's happening? But let me ask you a question. If the landlord did the deal direct, how much would they get? They'd get twice as much. I don't understand why the landlord rep is complaining and whining that they could make as much as the tenant rep if they just made a few phone calls and did a few drop-ins. I'm just a little curious. You know why? There is a DNA difference between a tenant rep and a landlord rep in the purest sense. Now in markets that you do both, that's different. But in Houston and Dallas, and where you're one side or the other, there is just a difference. A tenant rep is wild-eyed, crazy, jacked up on too much caffeine. Jacked up on caffeine, could go out every night. Agency broker likes to get home early and, will entertain a little bit. There's a DNA difference between the two. But I want landlord reps to make more. I want them to make more. And one of the ways is to build a database of who you think would be the logical user for this vacant space and allocate a portion of your time. Now, I have had some landlord reps that are fabulous landlord reps, but suffer from some version of call reluctance that just can't make those outbound calls. So they bring on a 23-year-old who worked for CoStar for a year and put them on the team. And this CoStar person has been making 75 calls a day. Put them on your landlord rep team to call these tenants that they've been calling anyway to find out if they'd have an interest in the listing of the senior broker. Who's with me? And then when the CoStar guy who's now on your team says, I've got someone that might have an interest on a tour, that's when the landlord comes to life, the landlord rep, right? Because that's what they like to do. They like to then engage with a tenant that has some interest or some pre-qualifications. It is what it is. Let's be realistic. I mean, I've tried for too long to try to get a pure landlord rep to make outbound calls, but they tell me they've got reporting to do and they've got too many listings, which is a good gig. But they still should be calling on tenants that are good candidates for the vacant space that no one else is calling on. Because you can't rely completely on the tenant rep community to call everybody. So that's why it's so important that a good landlord rep have a good database of the prospects that would be good candidates for this building. All right.
You know what's interesting, Mike, like in our office on the tenant rep side here at CDRE, all the tenant rep brokers, they don't really use a database. They use Excel, which blows me away, which like the class test started talking about the database. I realized like it's important to find a database that works for you and use it instead of relying on Excel because it gets unwieldy. I don't know how they do it.
You know how they do it? It's raw talent. It's just natural. It's like 4-4 speed. It cannot be duplicated. It cannot be explained. It just because of will of nature and work ethic, they get it done. I was thinking about this last night where I was talking about always having a plan before you call a prospect. But statistically, if you make enough outbound calls and begin the conversation not with a client-centric statement, but with I have a listing down the street, statistically, if you make enough of those, I have a listing right down the street, even though that's not my preferred approach, you're going to make a lot of money. I mean, it's through sheer effort and work that if you make enough calls, calling enough people saying, I have a listing that you might be interested in, and not being worried about rapport and just be worried about selling that listing, you will sell a bunch of stuff. And that's the nature of the tenant rep. Most tenant reps are just working the phones. You know, I won't name names, like the reputation of one of the guys in Houston that has this bigger than life reputation. He just talks to a lot of people every day. And say again?
I said, is that Lucian?
No, but he's with Cushman. But it's just bigger than life, and there is a difference. There's a genetic difference, so to speak. And maybe that's not the right way to express it. That they just get it done through just sheer effort. They work off Excel. Some don't even work off of Excel. They're working off of business cards with rubber bands. Yeah. They ain't even Excel. It's just legal pads and paper and business cards and crazy stuff. But when you make enough calls, good stuff happens. Even though you're not as organized as you could be, good stuff happens. Yes.
They're making the call.
Listen, in my program yesterday, someone said, what's this just make the call, right? That's the point. Sometimes you can't train it, it's just they're willing to make the call. Well, let's keep going. Because Rod's up at 1 o'clock. They're going to want you for today, the rest of the day and tomorrow. You know that, Mike, you know, can you take the day off. Rod's coming back tomorrow. All right. One more thing I'm going to show you on investment sales. All right. What's that, Jennifer? Jennifer, you knew what I was going to do, didn't you? You knew. If you didn't know, nobody would know. I'm going to show you one of the most important best practices you can use to win more investment sale listings. All right? So some of you are asked to do a BOV. How many of you are doing BOVs now? Broker opinion and value.
Broker pricing opinions.
We call it opinion of market price.
Oh, good. So y'all changed what it is, but
We can't say value in
but how many of you in your business development effort, you're calling owners and you're saying, you know, we just sold a property that wasn't too far away and it was a crazy price. And let me ask you this, would you have an interest in us doing a broker opinion and value, whatever the hell you call it? And they say yes, right? And then you say, if you send me your financials, what you did last year and what's done year to date, I will prepare a BOV. Is that right? Is that right? Which is a scourge that you guys and gals have brought on the industry. That years ago, you would never have done a BOV if it wasn't part of a listing presentation. I mean, you just didn't do, you did BOVs, but it wasn't to do a BOV presentation. And I now get books from brokers that's a BOV presentation, that they hope that they get the ticket to the listing presentation. That's what we've done to this business. We have taken that you would always get a ticket to a listing if you were doing a BOV. Now, because you've promised everybody these BOVs if they send you financials in the hope of getting a chance to get the listing presentation. But it is what it is, okay? You know, it's going to be hard to turn back the time, turn back the clock. But I don't want you doing BOVs. Crazy, huh? Because when you do a BOV, you run the risk of losing the listing. Starting in 2010, brokers started calling me when the improvement in the marketplace started taking place with low interest rates. They said, Mike, we are so tired of losing listings to other brokers that maybe aren't as qualified as us, but they must have come in at a higher number than we did, and they got the listing. And when you really think about it, most sellers, if they think they're getting a proposal from a reputable broker who has a higher number than yours, they tend to get the listing, don't they? So I used to get this frustration. I said, I'll fix that for you. I'm going to fix it for you that you can start getting back a huge number of listings. Y'all with me? So what some of you do is you come in with this spreadsheet with a dartboard that it could be worth this, but it could be worth that, but it could be worth this, right? Have you ever seen those before? And so that you're in your listing presentation, you give them this craziness. Because you don't want to give them one number because the one number might be too low and you might not get the listing. So what you do is with some smoke and mirrors, you give them so many numbers, that's got to make sure you get the listing. But as if they don't see 13.9. Because when they go back to committee or go back to their partner, they say they did think it could sell maybe as low as 13.9. Now this is a tool that we're going to use tomorrow when negotiating. But we don't want you using this at all any longer in presentations for listing. You want to see the new tool? And this new tool has been tested. Jennifer, how many firms do you think or teams have called us in the last 10 years saying, help us win this next assignment? Hundreds? Yeah. And so we're going to show you the tool that we give them.
Is this another purple light? Or purple rain?
This is purple light on steroids. This is, when you see this, y'all going to say, I can't believe this has been around and I've not been using it. Some of y'all are going to say, Mike, I have actually lost a listing in the last 6 months to a broker that came in higher than me. And if I had this, I would have gotten it. Instead of BOVs, it's processed for best price. And so when you're in your listing presentation for investment sale, you say, listen, we want this listing, but this is really a special property. It's a special time in the marketplace. And we're not going to spend a lot of time on our broker opinion of value. We want to spend the time on the process that we use to get you the best possible price. When we met, you said you wanted me to talk about our recent experience selling similar property. You wanted us to talk about who we thought the logical buyer was going to be. And you also wanted us to talk about what we thought it was going to sell for. And I'm going to talk about this tomorrow. Whenever you ask a client what's most important to you, and they tell you, you should be able to capture all those items on one slide. So anytime a client says to me, Mike, recent experience, who are you going to sell it to or present it to, and what do you think it's going to sell for, I can do all in one slide. If a client comes to me and they say, I got 45 minutes to make a listing presentation, but I went last, and they come to me and say, Mike, we've run out of time, we can only give you 15 minutes. I said, that's cool. Guess what? This is the only slide I need to show them. So far, so good? Here we go. The first group we're going to present this property to will be our private equity. Now, they've got capital, but they are very sophisticated. And as you know, we've been working with Blackstone for a long time. We've got 80 that would fall into private equity, and that would be those that are in New York and those that are private equity and relatively small family offices. And we've identified 5 in our database that we think would be perfect candidates, and we would be surprised if they didn't make an offer on this property. Now, for years, we used to do confidentiality agreements, CAs, but now we're seeing so many offers on property, we've gotten rid of CAs on what our prediction is going to be on the number of offers we're going to get. Got it? We've got a number of syndicators we're going to present this property to, like Cadre. Our relationship with them goes back 3 years. We just sold them a property. We've got 15. We're expecting 4 to 6 offers from that group. And then, of course, we have our REITs, like Equity Residential. We've sold them 2 properties within the last 24 months. We've got a total of 30 of those, expecting 1/3 of those to make an offer. Then we have our institutions. So I just kind of go through those institutions that we've had recent experience with and how many fall within that group. That's why it's important in your database, everyone is put into a group, REITs, syndicator, institution, because then you can pull from your database and develop this visual in 10 minutes. And you'll know exactly how many fall within that group. So I could have marched them through our foreign capital, like we've been working with the government of Singapore for 25 years. And then you've got the black swan. And the black swan is that outlier who paid dearly for a property just recently, and in this case, it was Barron Properties. I mean, they paid a cap rate that we never thought possible, and that's what you want from us on this property. You don't want our broker opinion of value. You want us to use our process, which feels like an auction, which gets you the best possible price. I can tell you what the cap rates are, but based upon their motivation for this property in this submarket, those cap rates become more aggressive. But this would be sort of your going in. So based on that, we've established the minimum that you should sell this property for. In this case, the reserve price that we would set on this property would be $42,850,000. I didn't call it one time BOV, did I? What did I call it? A reserve. Now listen carefully. If I called it my BOV is $42,850,000, the bell just got rung, didn't it? I am tied to the mast. That BOV gets compared to everybody else's BOV. Good chance I could come in low. I say the reserve price is $42,850,000. What do I have in front of me? Runway. I didn't say my BOV is $42,850,000. I said my reserve is $42,850,000. I'm now not in the jam. I'm not in the box. What many of you are doing, you're putting yourself in the BOV box. The way you avoid the BOV box is to spend more time talking about the process that you use to give them the best price, not defending your BOV. I can tell you, think about it. Every time you give them a BOV on page 9, they want an explanation of how you got there, right? And the explanation will never serve them, ever. They will never be happy with your explanation. Is that right? Especially if it's on the low side, especially if it's lower than another broker. You go in with a BOV that's lower than another broker and they say, tell me how you got there. They're not even listening to you. It's just words are coming out of your mouth and they're not even hearing it. They're not, I'm telling you. But I didn't say my BOV is $42,850. I said the minimum you should take. But coincidentally, between us, just us, what was my BOV? $42,850. But I knew I run the risk of losing the listing. You know who just walked in? Well, turn around. My wife of 44 years? Huh?
That is true.
So that's permitted even with good friends. So $42,850 was my BOV. But if I call it BOV, what happens? It gets compared to the other BOVs. If I call my BOV $42,850, I'm in a group altogether different. Now watch carefully. When a client says to shortlist a listing presentation, give me your BOV, you send them a cover letter that says, on this property, this being such a special property, we're going to tell you what our reserve price would be on this property because we think this property deserves something different than a BOV. Y'all with me? So sometimes if it's one of those BOV presentations you have to make, still refuse to call it BOV, call it the reserve. You got it?
This is where you're starting at.
All right, but the reserve is your what?
Your value.
It is your BOV. But because they've got some crazy stuff going on, we don't know what's going to happen. Now, there's a term called whisper price. All right? I've asked a lot of people what whisper price means. Whisper to some means what it'll ultimately sell for. To some, it means a number where you'll be taken seriously by the seller, but it won't sell for that. I like that one better, and here's the reason why. If I gave this number as the whisper, I think I scare people off. And I want to get as many people in the tent that I can possibly get. So I'll say, listen, you come in at close to $39.5, you'll be taken seriously by the seller. I don't think it'll sell for that, but I think you are in the hunt for sure. Because as a good broker, you work it up. Great property, rents are increasing, there's a new shopping center going, right? You do what a good broker does. But if I turn them off at the 45 number, I've lost them forever. So to me, get them in the tent. Now the reason that we go to best and final 1, 2, and 3 in some cases is to now work them up from the 39.5 to the reserve to north of the reserve. But what happens is the buyer starts getting frustrated when there's more than one best and final, right? That's why they say, listen, I am so upset with you and this seller. I feel like I've been jerked around. I'm about out of here. Say, listen, let me tell you what I think it's going to take to finally get this deal done. That's when you provide them the guide price. Guide price is when you've wrung out everything you think you can, but you don't want to lose them. It's like, you know, you're down now to like the 11th hour, and now you want to get this deal done at the best possible price. This is process. This is not BOV. This is process, and you're not getting a chance to talk process because you're intellectually so proud of the BOV, which can't be defended. That's what's wacky. You're running the risk of losing the listing by giving them the BOV. When I'm working with just capital markets groups, I say, how many of you have lost a listing when you gave the BOV? And a lot of people raise their hands. And then I'll ask this question, how many of you have sold a property for more than your BOV? And the people raise their hands. I said, I don't understand you. You're selling a property for more than your BOV. Why'd you give them the BOV? Give them something else, because these really are more like auctions. When you have this many people making offers, that's no longer a traditional marketing approach. That's closer to an auction. We talk about how we stretch the NOI too. Yes, sir.
Can you go over the guide section really quick again? Just because I was writing something and I missed where you came up with that number.
If a listing is appropriate for more than one best and final, because you still have 2 or 3 serious buyers in the hunt, that then you say, we're going to go to best and final 2. But that upsets the buyer because they feel like, you know, you said best and final, that means best and final, but now we're doing it again. Well, it's because we got more buyers than we thought, and we want to be fair to the seller. So now they're aggravated with you, right? And so you say, let me tell you what, I know you don't want to go through this again. I think this is what it's going to take to get the deal done. And that's when we give them guide price.
Similar to what we did on another deal.
All right.
I'm actually working on it right now.
Now let me give you a variety of these. Here's another one. There's grave dancers, there's REITs, private REITs, institutions. You get all different kinds of groups in your CRM, right? And it's quick to pull these numbers, but what they're looking for, in this case, it was Zurich, and the one before is Barron's. You still have what would be the cap rate going in, but you set a reserve price, you have a get in the tent, and then you got stretch. Now watch, many of you are doing private client, 6 million, 5 million, 7 million, right? The same process works. Emerson is an owner, investor right near where we have our office down the road. In Orlando, Florida, there's 11 others that are like Emerson. I would expect 3 offers from this group. Then you have limited partnerships, and these people are very active here in Central Florida, called Quest. Matter of fact, I don't even know these names. Y'all do, you guys back there, because you're from. So these names sound familiar to you? They might be Office. Well, you're an intern. What the hell do you know? You're lucky you found your way to get here this morning. But anyway, I'm giving you a hard time. You know that, don't you? He knows I'm kidding. So then you got private REITs. Then you got financial advisors, you know, that want to allocate a portion of someone's net worth to commercial real estate. You got family trust. You all know Dr. Phillips. They buy real estate, believe it or not. You know, so the Dr. Phillips, that's the family trust. And believe it or not, there are, how many more others are there like that? There's 7 others, not near as big as Dr. Phillips, but they're still around. And then you have, I don't even know whose logo this is, but this was the Black Swan in this particular case study. But then you've got cap rates, but now you got a reserve price that, which is not institutional. It now is more private client, 6 million. A private client seller wants the same thing that government of Singapore wants, the best possible price. And they want a process that you're going to use that feels like an auction, that gets every dime that you can possibly get out of the most qualified buyers. That's what they want. They do not want you to sell it for the BOV. That is like something from the 90s, BOV. And what's happened is y'all have gone BOV crazy, where really, I don't know what it means now, because everyone's doing them for free. And now it's just, now you're doing BOV presentations. It's not bad enough we have to all do BOV. Now there's a BOV presentation before you even get to make a listing presentation. That's wacky, isn't it? How many of you have had to make a BOV presentation to shortlist to get to the presentation? That never happened 6, 7, 8 years ago. But because everyone is giving away free BOVs, I've got teams that have had to bring on analysts that do nothing but BOVs. It's all they do all day long. I got a retail team that I work with in Southern California. They brought an MAI on the team to even look more legitimate. And so now the number that you give them, which is lower than 2 other teams, is going to guarantee you won't get the listing. Because now you got an MAI that's on the team that says this is what it should sell for. What the hell do they know? Right? Are there any MAIs in here? Is this awesome? Come on now. You're not giving me, yeah, go ahead. Oh, Adam, I'm surprised.
Surprise question. So the reserve price that you're coming in at, I mean, you're going to say it should sell for, you know, no less than this price. But the next question, if they come and say, okay, what should we list it at then?
Oh, that's a great question. If it's institutional, there is no list price. In your listing agreement, it's the reserve price. So your listing agreement would be the $42,850. But when you go out to market, it's unpriced. I mean, rarely would you see an institutional property that has a price tag on it.
You're doing a request for proposal at that point.
What's interesting, though, is I used to have private client brokers tell me that they sent out a package to a buyer, let's say it was a $7, $8 million kind of deal, that didn't have a price on it, it'd get thrown away. But that's not the case today. Properties that have good rent rolls, good credit stuff, go out unpriced also. So it's not just the institutional stuff. But this is not designed for the tough property with lots of vacancy with environmental challenges. This is for the cream puffs. This is for that nice strip center that's got a Starbucks in there and the Cold Stone, whatever the hell you call that thing, and the Five Guys. That's for that. You know, it's for the stuff that a lot of people are going to want. If this is a property that you might find maybe 1 buyer in a year, you're going to do a BOV. So understand, BOVs are still appropriate for the tough stuff. For the stuff that you're saying, I'll take it, but I'm not promising anything, that's a BOV. If you say from the minute I send out my teaser, I'm going to start getting all kinds of action, that's when you should use reserve. That's how I make the decision. Do I make a reserve listing presentation or a classic BOV presentation? Yes, sir.
The reserve price is still the same process to get to that point. We're still using the same model of the BOV.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You hear the question? That y'all going to use the same model to get to the BOV. I love that question because I know the model you're using to get to the BOV. You know how y'all, the model y'all use? You go in the conference room with a couple of other brokers and somebody from marketing with a Ouija board. And you say, now what number do we have to put in there that's high enough to get the listing, but not crazy? So we don't want to be like insane, but we want the listing. And we got to think that other firms will be coming in. So that's the model. Here's the model for getting to BOV. Loan to value times loan constant. Equity required to close times either IRR or a cash on cash return. You take the weighted average of debt plus the weighted average of equity, you add those two together, that's cap rate. That is the proper way to do a BOV, because I got to pay my first mortgage and I got to have enough cash left over to achieve IRR or cash on cash. That's been around since the beginning of time, but that's the proper way. But what we've learned is when you came in with that appropriate way, you weren't getting the listing because it was conservative. Are y'all with me? So now that's why we use the Ouija board, because you look at that and say, I'll never get the listing at that number. So then you come up with some other kind of wild-eyed idea on how you got to the value. So the model varies. The model varies. But true BOV, loan to value times loan constant. We all know if it's an interest-only loan, that is the loan constant. If it's got amortization, we need to get the right loan constant. The equity required to close, 20% times, you can go modified band of investment, which is IR, you can go cash on cash. Those two add way equal. If you got bridge loans and others, then you got to add another piece to the stack. But that's the classic model. But that's doesn't always win listings. So that's why I like to lose the reserve. It doesn't matter what process I used. Because to me, whether you all know it or not, who flew into Orlando? That used to be an Air Force base that flew B-52s. In Alexandria, what did y'all fly there, B-52s? And so where I grew up in Lake Charles, Louisiana, at Chenault, those were B-52s. I can remember as a kid hearing B-52s fly in and out all night long. Our runways were for B-52s. Those runways are like 11 and 12,000 feet. That is crazy long. I mean, most airports would be 8,000. We're 12,000. That's a long runway. I think when I give a reserve price, I'm just stepping into the hammerhead, and I'm looking down at a 12,000 foot runway. But if I say my BOV is 48, I'm not even on the runway. I'm at the terminal. You're done. You need runway because there are brokers who are going to come in at a higher number. But if you say our price discovery will be achieved because of the process that we use, we're going to get you the best possible price, that's how you win more listings. I've had sellers say, you're the first one to explain your process to me and not take 20 minutes to defend your BOV. Because I don't agree with what you're telling me, which is your BOV. So stop calling it something which causes you not to win the listing.
Somebody's going to come in at a higher price.
They're going to come in. They're going to come in with a crazy number, and let's say they're legit. They just want the, and you know what the objective is? It's not to be right on your BOV. It's to get the listing. I have brokers that years ago used to come to me with this moral dilemma. Mike, I want to go in with the right mathematical number. I said, you're kidding me, aren't you? You don't know what it is. Have you sold a property for more than your BOV in the last 2 years? Yeah, a couple. You do not know. So stop doing the thing that's causing you not to get the listing, because you know what the objective is to get the listing and do the best job you possibly can marketing it, and then determine what is the price discovery. That's what your job is. How much fun have we had today?
You just turned everything upside down, just trying to catch up.
Well, what else did I want to show you? One more thing, and then we're going to go to lunch. Any of y'all have any buildings that are empty?
Yes.
I got one for you too. So this is for a building that's empty. There is no NOI. Oh, look who I've got up here. See, if I make this presentation in LA, they don't. But that's what I call lingering Lipsy love. Site Partners is a group that is now at JLL, which you show them that right there. Say, Lipsy's making a presentation, and he's bringing up the memory.
Consciously kept that in there.
So we have 8 other developers that are in the greater Orlando area that we think would be a candidate for this empty building. We've got investors. We've got those that do alternative use. All these groups better be in your CRM. We've got speculators. We've got user with immediate need. And then we've got someone that just needs it right now that's coming back to life, which is, believe it or not, which is Toys R Us. And then our job is to find that black swan. And in this case, and these numbers are way, way, way low for industrial, but it is what it is. We'll fix it. This is sort of the range that we're seeing, the average price per square foot that they would pay. And you've got to go out typically priced on an empty building. You wouldn't go out unpriced. But this is essentially how we would use this same thing to get as much price as we possibly can. That our job would to hopefully find a black swan like Toys R Us that needs it right away. But then, you know, our job is to create what feels like an auction. So that's how we do it on an empty building. All right, questions? We did 3 cool things today. Tenant rep, agency landlord rep, and we did a little piece on investment sale. Questions, come on. Oh, yes, sir.
Probably dumb question, but when you put your listing for this building, you said you put it up priced not disclosed or subject to offer.
Yeah.
Why?
On which one, the institutional big number or?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't say not disclosed. I mean, I'm sending my package to adults that have software, and to them, cash flow has different value, and I think I can achieve more with what feels like an auction without sharing to them what my reserve price is. That's on the classic institutional stuff. You know, you can just go out unpriced. And you send it to REITs, and to REITs it has one value, and you send it to private equity that has another. But depending on where their motivation is and how they're having trouble finding product, some begin to reach outside their normal criteria. So I think you lose the auction-like feel when you have a stated price or published price. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you've seen a lot of institutional packages, but when you get it, there's no price on there.
Yeah.
It's just it's unpriced. Because guess what? Cash flow has different values to different people. And there's sometimes someone has this weird low cost and capital that came their way, that's a one-time thing, that they might be able to reach. We don't know what that possibly could be. Good question. Yes, sir.
So one of the tickets to get to have a chance on the listing presentations were the BOV. So now if we're not going to use that, we're going to use the process. What other tickets do you think?
I want to make sure I heard the question right. It's a BOV presentation, not a listing presentation.
Correct.
That's a hurdle you got to clear to shortlist to the 2 or 3 making listing presentations. Because 5 firms or 5 brokers were willing to do a BOV presentation, and from that the seller is going to select 2 for listing presentation. Did I get that right?
Correct, but sometimes you want to make sure you're part of the 5 too.
You're not part of the 5. We got a bigger problem than the guide price. I mean, you weren't taken as a serious broker for whatever reason. If you're not in that first group, yeah, I'll take a BOV from you. We got to fix something else. Does that make sense?
Which is?
Well, it could be credibility. It could be experience. It could be they don't know who you are. It could be you've got to lay some groundwork and start sending them some e-comps and get on their radar. It could be they just don't know who you are, and they're saying, we know these other 5 firms. They've brought me stuff. It could be you haven't brought them anything. Oftentimes, you're not going to get ever a chance to make a listing presentation if you've never bought them anything. They say, I'm going to make those that bring me stuff, that I buy stuff, first shot. I don't even know who you are. You've been around 9 years and you've never brought me one package, but now you want to list my property? I don't think so. So that's typically who gets it. They've got the right image, they've got credibility, or they've been bringing stuff to the seller. So maybe one of the ways to get back on their radar is start sending them packages. All right, but good question. All right, one more question? Yes.
Okay, so I do have a property which it is a bowling alley on it, large lot.
Yeah.
and talking about the development, and they're willing to sell the land.
Yeah.
So, and what I want to do the changing, because the property around it is being converted, change the zoning to townhomes.
Yeah.
So to go approach that, which I'm talking to the owners already, but I'm happy to meet them second time. So what would be your approach if you were me?
I have no idea.
You know,
There's a whole lot more I got to know. I mean, I don't know about what's happening in the neighborhood, how big is the site. I mean, there's a lot that I would have to know before I'd make a suggestion.
okay, I have all.
What do you want? What's the question? What should you value? What's the value?
I do want because the property they don't.
At the break, we'll talk about it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole lot of stuff I've got to know before I'd give. And I typically charge for that, but in the classroom environment, we just give it to you. Yes, sir.
And so, would you still want to have, like, what if they're like, I want to see the BOV. This was great. I still want to see the BOV. Should you have that created as well, just in case? That
BOV is what? What does BOV stand for? What is the
broker
acronym?
opinion value.
And to the seller, BOV means this is what you think you're going to sell it for. Is that right?
Correct, yeah.
BOV is broker opinion value, or in the mind of the seller, this is what the broker thinks it's going to sell for. So when you call it BOV, if you can't resist that temptation, that number now gets locked and loaded and compared to the other BOVs. And if you're lower than some of the other qualified firms, there's a good chance you won't get the listing. So you say, listen, this is what I've always said. This is a special property. And it's a special time. We didn't do a BOV on this property. We set a reserve price. The way we go about setting the reserve price is different than the way we do a BOV. This property deserves more than a BOV. And if they ask, how did you get to the reserve price? This is the way you do it. I looked at all the groups that would have an interest at buying this property. And I took the lowest cost of capital that we could potentially achieve in financing and either cash on cash return. And from there, I developed a cap rate, which ends up being the most potentially aggressive cap rate you could have. Because I said I got the best, lowest cost of capital that anyone could get in today's market. And from there, I achieved a cap rate, and that's what I established reserve. Because even though we use the most aggressive, lowest cost of capital, we still think we could achieve more than that because it's such a quality property, and by getting multiple qualified investors interested at the same time, we could get some real lift out of the valuation. So that's how I would do it. Did you like that?
Yeah. I should have my recorder on for that.
But I don't use BOV, because as soon as you say BOV, they said this is a special property. Why would you want? That's like Goodings, you know, where they do the auction, you know, in Monterey. That 55 Ferrari, it's a reserved right? And then the seller is sitting next to the auctioneer, and the people are bidding on it, but it gets stuck. And will the reserve be lifted? You know, if they sense the market's not there, things have gotten weird, they lift the reserve. Sometimes they don't lift the reserve. And then many occasions, guess what happens? It punches through the reserve, and then the bidding really gets going again. That's what you want. You want to punch through the reserve and then get the crazy stuff happening. That's how we get the outlier. That's where we see the three caps and stuff, which is now mathematically interesting when you've got interest rates that have ticked up, you know, or some people stuck now. But that's another conversation another time. Any other discussion, any other questions? How much fun was that?
That's great.
What?
You defined a situation we had recently with the 42
Oh,
850 deal.
yeah.
We had a trophy property on Lido Beach. And we approached the owners to sell it. It actually started around, we were in the 15 to $18 million range. Turned out, we went to we marketed the property on an RFP similar to what I was saying earlier. And we didn't create the reserve up front. What we did is we fell into a price that we could use as a reserve on another property. And what happened was we took one property, got such a great price on that property, went to the neighboring property, wound up selling both properties for $38 million, and it was.
And had you given them a BOV? Did you not do a BOV?
Well, we didn't give them a BOV. We gave them a rough. You can call it a BOV, but we gave them a range of 15 to 18. That property wound up going out to some developers. Those developers literally bid it up to 25 on the final and highest and best. And when we got that price, we went to the neighboring property, combined the two. Now they're putting a resort there.
I want you to know that one of the challenges I have with BOVs in a cream puff is when you achieve an offer from a buyer for your BOV, you get sort of all, well, why aren't you selling it now? Because your job is to get them the best possible price. It's not to get your BOV and the satisfaction that you get to ring the bell. Your job is to get the ultimate, finest, highest possible price. And brokers sometimes think it's full stop, where I do a BOV for 18 and I get an offer for 18. Well, you know what? I said it's 18, we got an 18, we should take this offer. This is what I thought I was going to sell for. I can just hear you, right? Not you, but I can just hear that broker getting all crazy that I got your number.
Yeah.
But no, that's not, your job is not to get your number. Your job is to get everything you possibly can get, and I think there's more to get. We're going to go to best and final two.
This past Monday, we had a conference call with Condo Association that we approached on doing a similar deal with. And during the conversation, an arbitrary number of 25 million came up just to give them not a BOV. It was just an arbitrary number that we used for the purposes of the conversation. Because let's say there are 50 people in this association, 25 would be a round number of half.
So what happened?
Well, at the end of the conversation, why did you mention 25? The other property sold for 38. Our property's similar. We want more. Well, we had to go into a new conversation.
Oh, I know.
Getting them off of that 25.
Yeah, you got nothing but bad news in your future when that happens, right?
Well, no. We clarified that it was an arbitrary number, and we knew what the value, what we felt.
So they were happy with what you said.
Pardon?
They were happy with what you said.
Absolutely.
Okay, good. All right. Any questions else about tenant rep, landlord rep, investment sale? Those are all best practice. Rep thing, the old version, and I'm doing the tenant rep thing, and I'll never forget it was the JLL guy. Oh, Mike, I love this stuff. This tenant rep stuff, whoa, I love it. They said, but you know what? All my competitors are in here today, and I can't believe you're showing it to them too. I said, you don't need to worry. They're not going to use it either. So it only works if you use it. I'm serious. So you've got the outlines, but you got to apply it. So here's the deal, almost 12 o'clock, 1 hour and 3 minutes for lunch. I'm so excited about my dear, dear friend Rod presenting at 1 o'clock. And hopefully it's going to even go more than an hour and a half, but it's just going to be crazy good stuff. It's going to be what y'all been asking for, so I'll see you back at 1 o'clock, all right? Thank you.
Favorite part of that, because now I've actually got the method to the madness that occurred last time that we fell into. I mean, we need to take a picture.
You're a great man.
I'll tell you, it keeps you out of the jam.
Yeah, that was a great.
Because as soon as you say BOV, 99 times out of 100,
I'll never do that again.
they're not going to agree with you.
Because I've had the same situation. I went to a client, I gave him a number, and boom, another guy comes in. Oh, I can get you 2.8. No, I'm at 2.5. I'll get you 2.8.
See,
I lost the listing.
BOV is static.
Yeah.
Reserve is a discussion to have with your seller.
Starting point.
It's just our reserve is 15 million. Can you go higher? BOV. Oh, well, why do you think that's all it's going to sell for?
That's exactly right.
That's exactly what happened.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Mike.
Take a mic from you, Mike. Power that off for now. Very nice stuff.
Isn't that hot stuff? That's my fastball.
Do you have a list of some of these formulas?
just for battery life reasons.
Am I hot now?
Yep, you're hot. I'll just clip that.
Can you tell a difference
there.
in the room with the mic or not?
Yeah, it just got 10 degrees warmer.
Oh, just for the video.
This room's got wonderful acoustics.
This is a good room.
This is the joint venture between Darden Restaurants, Marriott, and Disney, this school.
Didn't they had a school in Houston for hotels too? Because I took one of the courses there.
I went to the University of Houston and did.
Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was.
But this is a great facility. The housing is over here. It's one of the best universities. This is University of Central Florida. This is one of the best majors for hospitality in the country.
What's it called?
Rosen School of Hospitality.
Rosen School of
Rosen is a local developer who is a generous human being that has built thousands of hotel rooms here in the area. So he's part of the partnership with Disney. And
That's
Marriott.
amazing.
Look who's
Well,
here.
It was busy, wasn't it?
Crazy, one guy,
Oh,
man.
10 workers,
Uh-oh.
and this poor little guy that did it. I apologize for these sandwiches.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
So I
Why don't you
returned-
grab one,
I may.
Oh, okay.
When it
well,
comes
they
to
all
special
said-
projects, no one is better than Lottie Living.
Thanks, Lottie.
No, I don't.
Thanks,
take
Lottie.
credit.
Well, I may not eat until after my deal.
That's up to you.
We ran into the same problem in Clearwater. Mike doesn't realize that all the tourists are alive.
Yeah, alive.
Tourists are wonderful but horrible.
Tim. Hey, Mike. You just coast now, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
I'm going to introduce Rod if that's okay.
Yep. No, you said you wanted to do that.
I'm Rod Knowles.
I'm Tim Rios. Nice
Hey,
to meet
Tim.
you,
Nice
Rod.
to meet you.
Mike speaks very highly of you.
Yeah, and you're from where?
All over.
Where-
I'm originally from the San Francisco Bay Area.
Okay.
Now I live near Salt Lake City.
Tim, are you good with
Okay.
this or you need it again?
Oh, no, thank you. And it was
okay?
wonderful.
Y'all know each other?
From way back
Yeah.
when.
Tim was my first managing broker
Oh, okay.
in the hard shell candy coated days.
We,
As I call it. That's all I reference it as.
The hard shell candy coated.
my,
That's good.
one of my dear friends in San Francisco is the CCIM instructor, Patty Lynn. Do you know Patty by any chance? Yeah, yeah.
My
She,
dad was in real estate out there for years, but he was in really kind of recreational land,
Yeah.
so he didn't.
Are you one of the presenters? Are you a presenter? Are you presenting?
I am. I actually work full time with Mike now.
Okay, today? You doing today?
I am not doing today.
Okay.
I just
He did
filmed.
do today.
Well, I filmed a bunch of content that we didn't need to do in front of a group, so I just green screened it for 3 hours
Okay.
with camera lens
So you live in Salt Lake City now?
nearby. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Every once in a while, I come out and dock with the mothership.
Oh, this is the guy you were telling me about.
He's my man.
Yeah, I thought he was much younger than that. You said he was super
He
young.
just looks mature.
You said he's super young. Is it- I do remember you telling me about Tim.
Tim is
Yeah,
the guy.
yeah.
Hello. Were you here this morning?
Yes, but I'm always like the last one to arrive.
You're late.
Sneak in.
You came late?
Like a few minutes.
All right,
I didn't see you. The reason I didn't see you, you're behind me. Yeah.
Exactly.
You can hear me okay? Yeah, All right. Can you understand me?
Rod, come here. Here.
About what?
Lottie,
The social we put together.
Jennifer did not take a good picture of the three of
6:15
them.
at Old Red.
Oh.
Come here. I need you to take a picture.
Speak with you anyway.
Good.
My eyes were terrible. You go awful. Here, so you know the iPhone works. Just
I can figure it out.
so here's just the white thing.
Take it. It was just...
All right, you can retake it. Come here, Lottie.
Well, I won't do
That
the
picture
same.
came out bad. I'm not going to post it this way on Instagram. Give him that $1 million smile you got.
Watch out, get the light out here. Wait, get the camera light out here. Move this. Let me turn. The light from the camera's in your face.
Man, that's
Yeah.
Thank you, Rod. You were
Yeah,
saying that.
yeah.
Go there first, then I'm gonna have to read.
Made him look like he had blonde hair.
1, 2,
Smile, Mike.
I know, I guess.
3. All right.
All
There
right.
you go.
Hey, well, wait, how would you take?
I took
Right.
More.
3.
Yeah. Will you take one with my
You gotta
camera
take
too?
multiple.
I'm gonna send this to my wife.
Or Rod, come a little
Closer. She said not too close. Is what she said.
Adrian, how you doing, buddy?
Thank you. Oh,
Hold on. His phone. Your
hey, come on
phone.
with you.
Huh?
Your phone. This is your phone.
Yes. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
swapped. Did you want one?
Yes, I did.
Where's my
Oh.
phone?
Rod, you got to get
I'm
back
sorry.
in.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
There we go.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Phone.
you.
And what's your name?
Here's my name is Nathan Embry, CCIM.
Nathan. Wait.
Recently penned, yes, sir.
Did I teach you?
I don't think you did.
Okay.
Just penned last summer.
Well, that's why you got pinned. If I taught you, you wouldn't have made it.
I don't believe that. I don't believe
And
that.
where are you from?
That was an honor of my life. And actually, so yeah, I just took a family vacation to Shreveport.
Did you really?
Well,
You got family there?
No, we just went for that crawfish festival.
Oh yeah,
there.
yeah.
And
Just take terrible photographs.
we're kind of running out of. We have a camper. We're running out of state parks in Texas, so we're looking east towards Louisiana.
Yeah.
I'm reading a book right now about the Alamo, and James Bowie spent a lot of time in Alexandria, and so we.
I didn't know that until right now.
Okay, well, so that's our next trip.
Well, the national.
Your
It's
town.
funny. 10 minutes from my house is the Kisatchie National Forest. Years ago, our area still was rich in timber, and all the paper mills and lumber yards were there and everything. And when they cut the timber, they abandoned the land and let it go back for taxes. So we have huge state and federal parks there. But one of them is called Kisatchie, and I hike the trails on a regular basis. I see people from all over the country. Yeah, rarely from Alexandria. But there's also Cane River is in Natchitoches. In fact, the last slide I have today is our camp at Cane River.
Okay.
And it's a real good family place.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's cool that you do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shreveport, what was it, the Mudbug Festival or
Yeah,
something?
yeah.
We went to, and that was 3 weeks ago.
That's funny.
And we stayed.
How long a drive is that from Waco?
Oh, that took us about 5.5 hours.
Well, let me see something real quick. I got
yeah, you're
see.
fine.
Okay, all right, I got it.
We like history, so what we like to do is we'll find one of those parks like you're mentioning, and then we'll drive into your downtown core. And
Yeah.
I like the historic buildings.
Alexandria was the last capital of the Confederacy. Our downtown, unfortunately, we tore down too many buildings.
Really?
In fact, I was part of one. I only tore down one.
How old was it?
Well, it wasn't that old, but it was a neat church. And I didn't really tear it down, but I sold it to the adjacent owner who I knew was going to tear it down, so I feel like I didn't preserve
What are we
it.
talking, 1920?
Yeah, this was probably 1912, something like that, yeah.
That's kind of old. Then.
Yeah.
And Alexandria is the book I'm reading, the history I'm reading about in the 1830s, 1820s, and so it's an old town with a lot of history.
It is. I like it. I married a girl from there. You'll hear that today. That's how it works. That's how it works. All right. I'm gonna leave my notes here.
Where's your computer? Well, if they're not there when you get back, then I can.
That way you
You have a card?
I don't. Wait, I might. I just might.
Oh, okay.
Oh, right, I'm coming to introduce you. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
I think it's I think the hobbies
Oh, Brooke,
How you doing? Good.
my lady.
Ooh, what is
My
that?
lady, you taught me 101.
What's your coaching?
Seattle, Washington, or?
Carmela?
No. We do online and offline stuff like that.
Rodney B, you ready?
I'm ready. I'm looking for a card.
Oh, don't get it later. You'll do it.
I might have one. Oh.
I got your friend.
See, now we got.
I gotta take my notes. It's all right. It's all right.
Oh, hey, let's go. Top of the hour, Swiss Railroad.
Watch my time.
Y'all ready? I got a real treat for you. Of course, I've been telling you all about this all morning. I started building it up first thing this morning. We do videos, we do on-site training, and oftentimes I'll go to marketplaces, and they'll say, Mike, we love your stuff, but how does it translate to what I'm doing maybe in a market that's not Los Angeles or Denver? And just a little background on Rod Knowles. We started together in the business. Rod was probably one of the most aggressive brokers. He had a brochure where it was Rocket Rod, and he would go door to door to door, and he had photographs of him door knocking in different neighborhoods. I mean, he didn't talk about business development. He was doing business development. He's Mr. Alexandria, Louisiana, but long story short, we took our CCIM courses together in the 70s. And then we became CCIM instructors, and we together had the joy of teaching together
Several times.
Infrequently, on occasion, not as often as we would like. But we would always get our families together because I was in New Orleans and Rod was in Alexandria, which is sort of central Louisiana. And his kids are about the ages of ours when they were small, and we go to Destin, Florida. We one time went to Disneyland in Los Angeles, and it was misting outside, and we closed the theme park down. And you had Jeff on your shoulders, and I had
Golly.
my oldest son, Jason, on my shoulders, and they were young kids. Now, these are men now that have children that are younger than when they were at that. So that's how far we go back. So this isn't a good friend, this is a best friend. And no one will be able to do a better job talking about how you would thrive in maybe a smaller market, but more importantly, how you buy, how you take advantage of maybe investment opportunities, and how you maybe would put a partnership together. So this next 90 minutes is one I'm looking forward to. I know it's going to be special for all of you. He is a resource. This is the time to ask the question. Fair enough? Because he will do a magnificent job asking the question that you might have about how you would structure a deal, and you have a listing that you want to put a partnership together with you being doing a partner. This is the guy that's been doing it for 50 years, close to 50 years. So, my dear friend Rod Knowles.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah. I thought Mike was going to tell the story about when he sold his company. He was the first Louisiana company to sell to a national company, and he sold his very successful brokerage company. He sold it to Caldwell Banker nationally, and there was a statute in Louisiana law that if you sold a real estate company, you had to own a substantial interest in the company that acquired you. And so Mike's getting ready to go to closing, and the Los Angeles lawyers find out that, we got this little glitch. So I'm chairman of the Louisiana Real Estate Commission at the time. Mike calls me on a Sunday afternoon at home. Turns out the director was a guy from Lake Charles who was friends with Mike's father, and we hatched a plan that he had to buy so many shares of Caldwell Banker in order to sell to Caldwell Banker. That then met the law. And right after the transaction, days after the transaction, Sears bought out Caldwell Banker, and Mike probably made a lot of money on the stock, but he told me during the break, SEC investigated him because it looked suspicious that he bought several thousand shares of Caldwell Banker stock right before they sold to Sears.
Can you tell us how much?
Yeah, he doesn't remember. He can't count that high. Yeah, they, yeah.
If I guess a number, you say higher or lower?
Well, believe it or not, I wish I would have bought more shares because they made me buy the shares, but then the SEC came calling and says, why did you buy all these shares just before Sears bought, and Caldwell Banker at that time is the CB today. Because if you know the history, there was Caldwell Banker that split, one was residential and then CBRE, but Caldwell Banker was CBRE. And I said, they made me buy the stock. I would have never bought that stock. And they said, you have some proof? I said, yeah, I got all kinds of proof from the real estate commission.
We had public meetings.
I said, yeah, and they said, okay, fine, we believe you, and that was that. But then Caldwell Banker is sold out to Sears literally 30 days after I bought the stock, and that was good too.
And that was the last time Mike Lipsey ever made any money on the stock market. So now I'll tell you as an instructor, the two things you're not supposed to follow, and that's dog acts or children. And well, I'm gonna add a third one, and that's Mike Lipsey. There's no way somebody can come up after Mike as an instructor and even, go anywhere. And so my presentation today is a combination of some stories, and each story has what I hope is a lesson. It's not very much about me. I'm real shy about what's called I, a me, where somebody's talking about them all the time. And this is not a slide of a small market, by the way. This is not a small market if you're thinking that's what it is. And the way I got here is Blaine Strickland has written a book. Blaine's from Florida. He's written a book about the future of real estate. And on page 62, he mentions that you should pay attention to what Mike Lipsey's doing. He keeps up with what's going on in the world. He really nice things about Mike. So I sent Mike a personal note. Now, a personal note is when you write a letter. You handwrite a letter, and you put it in an envelope, and you attach a stamp, and you send it to somebody's home address. And if you don't do that, shock somebody, because they'll be amazed to get one of those. So I sent it to Mike. A couple days later, he goes, man, I'm so glad you commented on this. I've been looking for somebody to do this small market Mike, I don't do this anymore. This isn't what I do. I'm really chilled out right now. He said, no, you'd be perfect. So if I'm not perfect, it's his. Now, some of the stories, I have a theory about stories. Don't ever let the truth get in the way of a good story, okay? So some of the stories I'll share with you have some element of truth, but if you've fact-checked, it's not anything that would damage anybody, but they're not all totally true. Real estate, we're going to talk investments, we're going to talk self-improvement, I'm going to share some stories with you, but I've classified it this way. It's really pretty easy. It's a get-rich-slow business. It's a get-rich-slow business. When people tell you how honest they are or how rich they are or how much money they made on the last flip, they're probably lying about every one of them, because you don't talk about grades, net worth, and integrity, you just show it. So I've developed this model. When it comes to real estate, there's three ways. You tell me how you made money in real estate, I'll put it under one of these umbrellas. This is on the investment side. You discover value. That's one way. You can't discover value if you don't know value. I can't say you can't. I've had one deal fall in my lap in 50 years. That's it, one. Otherwise, you have to know value. So I'll submit to you, you should convert everything to a price per square foot whenever you can. You'll hear me say more than once that numbers don't mean anything until they're compared to other numbers. Whether it's cap rates, whether it's price per square foot, whether it's operating cost per square foot, whatever it is, if you're new in the business and you don't know which is the numerator and which is the denominator, the dollar sign always goes on top. It's the numerator, always, no matter what you're measuring. I'll suggest to you don't run your life that way, but if you're using measurements, the dollar sign is always on top. So you discover value. You enhance value on investments. Now, when I say enhance value on an investment, what goes through your mind? What are you seeing?
Value add.
Value add, how much you add value?
I mean, if you're buying, I do a lot of multifamily, so like if I'm selling a C-class property, then I'm looking at what the potential income that could, be produced out of that property by raising rents.
All right. See, change the net revenue or change the revenue. Create value. See, when I thought I asked that question, and you went the direction I didn't think you would do, I would think you would talk carpet, paint, new countertops, that sort of stuff. But then I was going to lead to, no, it could be a management thing that you do. It could be a financing thing that you do. It could be something other than repairs, rehab. And then the third way is to create value. And to me, create value is either the way the entity's put together. Now, we're talking the investment world right now. We're not talking brokerage. We're talking the investment world right now. It's either the entity that you put together to bring more strength to a transaction. It's a piece of property that you might subdivide. It's a build-to-suit that you might do for a tenant, but you discover, enhance, create value. Any other way that you're going to make money in real estate falls under one of these three umbrellas until I was teaching a class in Atlanta in Peachtree somewhere. There's a lot of peach trees in Atlanta. Who's from Atlanta? Nobody? You probably live on Peachtree something. But we were in the Rubbermaid building, and Ted Turner's granddaughter, Emily, was in the class. And so I said, these are the three ways. Any other way you make real estate, I'll show you it goes under discover, enhance, create, period. Well, Mr. Knowles, I've got a way that doesn't fall into that. Emily, tell me about it. I'll make it fit. You could inherit it. Okay, there's 4 ways, all right? There's 4 ways. But you know if you're going to inherit it. But when she said that, I was reading Tom Brokaw's book on the Greatest Generation. This was about 20 years ago. At which point we had the greatest transfer of wealth in this country. The men and women that were coming back from World War II. They were hungry, they were in a hurry, the government had the GI Bill, they created successful businesses, they did investment, and then during this time they started transferring it to their children. And if you're not working with one of those children, you miss part of that wave. And that wave, I had the opportunity to be of the age where I knew some of the men and women that were in World War II, and I have one story to share with you. It's the greatest World War II story that I'll ever run into. We were reviewing the book Flag of Our Fathers, and a 92-year-old judge, Judge Foote, teaching a Sunday school class in the Methodist Church, and he's talking about the book review that we're going to do Thursday. And he was forward air control on a Navy ship, and he was watching some tanks and maneuvers, and tank caught on fire, and there was this unbelievable heroism of somebody jumping out of the tanks and pulling other people in. And there was a guy from Seattle that was visiting the Sunday school class, and he walked up to Judge after the class. He said, Judge, that was our tank. That was unbelievable. You told that story. That was me. That was our tank that did that. And so they immediately, if you can imagine, bonded. So he invites this gentleman to our book club on Thursday. He's in town visiting his son in Alexandria. Well, the other son, who's an air pilot for United Airlines, flies in for the book club. I said, well, that's weird that you would do that. And he says, it's the first time our dad ever talked about the war. So Judge Foote and this gentleman just told spellbinding stories, unbelievable stories about Iwo Jima, the 21 days at Iwo Jima. So when he finished, I asked the question, which I often ask people when they go through tough times. It's a fun question to ask people. Did anything funny happen during the 21 days? That kind of breaks the tension down. So he starts telling this wonderful story about how their tank got hit by an armor-piercing shell. The shell comes through the tank, knocks out all the electronics. The inside's on fire. There's smoke everywhere. And I'm going, this is going to be funny. I don't see it. I just don't see it. He said, they popped the hatch, and he said, I feel on my outside my intestines. I said, this is going to be funny. And what had happened is the shell had pierced a 5-gallon can of peaches that were sitting right next to him. The peaches blew up in the dark, just the right temperature that it had the texture, I guess the texture. I've never covered myself with peaches or had my intestines on the outside, but I'm just thinking about both right now. And so the guy hollers, get out of the tank, Peaches. His son from Seattle starts crying. How could you cry about a story like that? His dad never shared with the boys where he got his nickname. He just didn't think it was important. And they were there to capture that story. That generation transferred an amount of wealth about 20 years ago, and some of your friends and clients might have inherited. It's the people that are living in the big houses and have a place in Carmel and Martha's Vineyards, and you're wondering how in the hell they did that as a nurse. Well, they inherited it from some man or woman who was in World War II that took advantage of that. Now, when we talk about small, let's define small. And I can make a joke out of that, but I won't. I'm talking about counties that are less than 400,000. There's not a county in Louisiana that's less than 400,000. Not one. Now you're thinking, Rod said not everything he said is the truth. Is that true, Mike? There's not one county in Louisiana that's under 400,000. The reason for that, there are no counties in Louisiana. We call them parishes. They're called parishes. So there are a few parishes, and I'm from one, that are under 400,000. And if you look, North Carolina has 100 counties, three of them are more than 400,000. South Carolina, 46, one is more. Georgia, 159, 4. Florida has 67 counties, only 13 are more than 400,000. Perfect example here mathematically. If you torture numbers sufficiently, they'll confess to anything. If you look at the difference between Georgia and Florida, Georgia has 159 counties. Only 4 of them are greater than 400,000. Florida, which has a much larger geographic base, you'll give me that, right? They have what, 67 counties. So there we go. There's an example of numbers don't mean anything unless you compare them to others. 80% of America lives in 20% of the real estate. Then 20% of America lives in 80% of the real estate. I live in that 20% section. I live in that 20% section from a small market. How did you get to a small market? There's only 2 ways. Only 2 ways. One, is that your hometown. That's where you were born, that's where you went to high school. You might have gone off to college somewhere, but you came back to that hometown. That's generally the way most real estate practitioners get to a small market. I took a different path. It was their hometown. That's the girl I fell in love with. My significant other, wife of 50 years, she was from Alexandria. That's where she went to high school. We met at Louisiana Tech. My claim to fame at Tech is I got the history exam every time from Terry Bradshaw and helped him pass history. The first time I was very uncomfortable with it. I said, Terry, shit, you got the exam. All you got to do is look at the notes. I mean, how hard is it to answer the question, when is the War of 1812? He said, and I swear, that's the kind of stuff I need help with. So when you see Terry, tell him you know he cheated on the history exam. Very rare for somebody to grow up in Orlando and decide to go do business in Sarasota. Now, if you're from Sarasota, this is not a slam on Sarasota. That's a town about the size of where I'm from. But that generally doesn't happen. Now, let me say this. If you're in a small market and you got there because it was their hometown, don't be mad at the person you love that you're in a market that you don't want to be in. It's just a waste of energy. It's a leak that's just not necessary. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. I did it for about 10 years. It just didn't work out. What?
How old is this slide?
How old is the slide?
Yeah. Sarasota is now 57,000 now.
2 days.
Really?
Yeah.
Only got 57,000 people in Sarasota?
Google. I counted every one of them.
Come on now.
Yeah.
Okay, this is one of those.
Is a lot more?
It's unbelievable.
The metropolitan area is the large number. That's like Orlando. You think Orlando would be 2.2 million, but it's not. It's probably
The city. Google it. Google it. Google it. Let me ask you.
I think that would be just that downtown Sarasota area because.
All right. Let me ask you. Let me stop you right here. Okay. Who buys gasoline with a credit card? All right. Now, when you buy gasoline with a credit card, most gas pumps say, "Do you want a receipt? Yes or no?" How many of you say yes? How many of you say no?
57,787.
All right.
That's amazing.
Well, remember, he said only an element has to be true.
In the
Yeah.
city limits of Sarasota.
Probably city limits of Sarasota. Maybe 2010 something. No, that's right. That's right. This is just downtown Sarasota.
Are we okay with that one?
Yes, sir.
I mean, this is big. This is really big. I don't want to move forward. It's just an example I'm trying to make. Jesus. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Now.
I've been putting up with this for 2 days.
Yeah. My page just went up. My page just went up. The same thing in real estate applies to you. Applies to you. Applies to you. How do you create your own value? You discover value. Let me tell you what we do. Let me tell you, I do it sometimes too. We overvalue things we don't have. And we undervalue things that we do have. We just do it. It's just human nature. It's just stupid. Hopefully you'll hit a maturity stage, which I did, and I'll tell you when, because it's a good story, that doesn't happen. But you need to decide, you need to discover your own value. You see, whatever your strongest suit is, you have an offsetting weakness. I'll use myself as an example. One of my strongest suits is I'm very creative. I'm extremely creative. I got stuff I haven't even thought of yet, but I'm very creative. My offsetting weakness is I don't attend to details really well. If the oil light comes on in my car, I put duct tape on it. I mean, I don't worry about stuff like that. So I partner up with folks. So discover your own value. Discover your weaknesses. Be acutely aware of both. Exploit them. Exploit those. Same thing about enhance. How do you enhance your own value? I have an acronym. I think I made this up. One of the things, Mike's a chief at this. I'm going to fall down here a second. I'm going to use a model that I stole from Mike. And if you're doing public education or adult education, and you take one thing from somebody, it's theft, outright theft. If you take two things from them, it's plagiarism. If you take three or more, it's research. So I've done a lot of research as a public speaker, but I came up with an acronym of my own in terms of enhancing value. It's called CANI. And if you pronounce it, it's CANI, C-A-N-I. It stands for constant and never-ending improvement. And that's how you enhance your own value. Create value for yourself. You can do it with skills, you can do it with designations, you can do it with network, you can do it with travel. You know, somebody needs to find the tenant, somebody needs to find the financing. Carol Wise, who was a historical, architectural historical figure, took the architectural phrase where form follows function, and she came up with form follows finance. So your talent may be in arranging the financing, but you can create your own value. A brand is another way to do it. This is the one I stole from Mike. Mike may not remember this. See, Mike did it on an overhead, but I stole it and I've used it in classes. I've used it in training agents. I've used it in my own brokerage arena. This is the brokerage arena. Go where they ain't model. And the real estate world is divided into two components: people and property. People and property. And I think you're unemployed until you STP. You're unemployed that day until you see the property or see the person. That's just that simple. That's the way I think. That's the way I think. And here's what happens to people. You have a group of people that are looking to buy or lease, and you have a group of people who are not looking to buy or lease. And the latest snapshot I got, and somebody might want to say it's 4.7 or 7.5, but somewhere between 5 and 7% are looking to buy or lease a property. That leaves what, 93 to 95% that are not looking to buy or lease a piece of property. Then when you come to the property, it's kind of the same thing. You have a property looking for a buyer or a tenant, and you have property that's sitting over here that's not looking for a buyer and not looking for a tenant. And it's somewhat the same skewed number. So the Wall Street Journal recently said, did I send you my editorial that was published in the Wall Street Journal? I'll put you on my list. I've had 2 editorials. I've written 400, but I've had two that were published. The Wall Street Journal said recently there were more real estate people selling real estate than there were homes for sale. I've always thought if you're ever going to work on your PhD and you're looking for a thesis, Rod Knowles is giving the idea of the day. I think if you would track people entering the business, real estate business, and obtaining license, it would tell you where the hot spots are, and it would tell you where the hot timing is too. So if you're working on the thesis, you can do that. You don't owe me anything. Here's what happens. In our little market, we have 500 people that have a real estate license, 500 people. And I don't do a whole lot of brokerage business. I do investment and property management. I'll tell you that story in a minute. But all 400 of them are here and here. All 400 of them. All 400 of them are in the 5% area. Go where they ain't. Spend some time, looking at properties that aren't looking for a tenant, aren't looking to be sold. Spend some time with people who aren't looking to buy, who aren't looking to sell. Just spend some time with them. And I'll give you a model, but keep this in mind so that when you see the model, you'll see how it makes sense. Now, if you're in a small market and you're financially ambitious, you're going to have to do some creative things to make serious money. That's all there is to it. Or you're going to have to expand your geographic boundary, which you can do today better than you could do in 1971. So I'm going to show you 2 groups of slides. One is some creative ways I've either generated revenue or people that I know have generated revenue. The most creative thing I ever did is I had a video poker route. Now I went to our priest and I said, Father, I need to go to confession. This is true. I said, hey, what's the story, Rod? I said, I'm in the what I consider one of the dirtiest legal businesses in America. He said, you're not a plaintiff lawyer, are you? I said, no, sir, I'm not a plaintiff lawyer. It could be worse. I have an 80 machine video poker route. See, Louisiana just legalized video poker, and I looked at it and I said to myself, this is like property management. I go to people and I put machines, I do all the regulatory stuff, I run them, I pay the taxes, and I give them a drop. Well, I was lucky I had a truck stop that I had for sale and had 50 video poker machines in there. So I'm trying to decide how to set up a route. So I called my teaching buddy Pete Haig in South Dakota. They'd had video poker for about 5 years. I said, do you have any friends or clients that have video poker route? Sure, come on up. Go pheasant hunting. So I flew up to South Dakota and spent some time with this guy. We went to one nightclub, bar, it wasn't a nightclub. It was called the Triple Play, which is a play on baseball, which I thought was kind of cool. And he gave me all his papers for video poker, stuff like that. I wrote an article. Now you're going to write this down. I wrote an article for the CCIM Journal that if you own a place that has food or beverages that does not have legalized gambling, when the lease comes due or when you write the lease, put this clause in the lease. In the event the state of Florida, I don't think Florida has video poker, in the event the state of Florida legalizes gambling, and the establishment decides to put any devices in the facility to support gambling, they cannot do so without the landlord's sole consent. So I put the article in CCIM Journal, they published it. I'm at a national conference and some guy comes up to me, I think he's from Wyoming. He said, I read your article. He said, I have 6 bars. I have 6 bars that I lease out. Each one of them in the last 3 years, the lease became due, and I put that clause in the lease. And Wyoming legalized video poker machine, and they all put video poker machines in, and I waited. And then I showed up and said, wait a second. Tanner, look at your lease. It says right here, you can't do that without my permission. So you're going to have to get these machines out of here. Now, what would you say, Tanner?
How can we keep them in here? Let's make a deal.
Oh, how can we keep them in here? I hadn't thought about that. What do you have on your mind?
I could cut you in on the deal.
Share revenue from the machines. I never thought about that. What do you think would be fair? See, when you say less split, people hear 50-50. You're not thinking 50-50, are you?
Sure.
Oh, okay, no. I mean, I have a moral problem with these machines, and it's going to take more than 50-50 to make me whole. So they split the revenue. Split the revenue. He told me at this conference, and he paid for my hotel room, that he averaged $10,000 a month on his share of the video poker machines and would not have thought of putting that on the lease except for the article. Create value, enhance value, discover value. That's my best story on that. If you're going to be on a board, except the ones where they pay you. On a bank board, don't ever be on a bank board. Who in here is on a bank board? All right, don't do that. Just don't do it. I'm telling you, don't do it. Or go ahead and do it and let the bank get in trouble and let them call you and tell you as a director, you got to put up your share, which I had to do one time. But for a while, you got a fee, and it was kind of prestigious. And I was on the tax commission. The tax commission paid, and the mineral board didn't. So I had a choice. So I took the tax commission. So if you have a choice, do the ones that pay. I had a radio show for about 20 years. First year, I did it for free for branding, for advertising, plus I'm a ham, and I enjoyed the call in. It was a lot of fun once a week. The guy that was hosting with me was Fred Rosenfeld. He was funny. And then I found out the radio station told me that ad spot, that 1 hour a day, their ad rates were higher than any of the other rates because of our show. It was so popular. I said, well, I was thinking about quitting. So you're the manager of the radio station. I'm going to quit. What kind of conversation we have?
See you later.
See you later. Okay, well, I wouldn't talk to you. You're the manager of the radio station. I'm thinking about quitting. I didn't say I wanted money. I'm just going to quit. No, don't quit. We can pay you. Oh, I never thought of that. So the guy who took my place is a competitor, Matt Ritchie. I never told him that I was being paid. Matt now pays $1,000 a month to do the show. I never told him. If any of you know Matt, please don't tell him because I don't want to hurt his feelings. Taught internationally. There was a time when teaching was pretty lucrative. It was a lot of fun. It's not so much now. Not so much now as far as I'm concerned. Way too much networking, or what do you call it, Zoom meetings and stuff like that. And that's good for education. It's just not good for me as an instructor. I was a military consultant on closed Air Force bases. Now here's where you are if you live in a community that has a military base or a facility that produces military components. You're in one of three stages. You're in the anticipation of realignment, you're in the announcement of realignment, or you're in the closure of the facility, and you have to recover from that considering how much damage it has. Without question. Without question. Your base is not too big to close. Your procurement facility is not too important to shut down. There's going to be a realignment, the second phase coming soon. Just pay attention to you, because I'll tell you later how painful that can be. Because that was so painful, I had lots of friends and clients all over the state that were in trouble with their lender. And so I became a workout specialist, and I don't mean like in tight shorts and stuff like that. You know, I mean, I would work you out of a bad loan, and that was kind of my skill. Made use of the mortgage constant, which I won't get into. We owned our own brokerage company, and I bought 2 other companies, and we had a property management company, and I bought 3 property management companies. A little tip, if you're in a small market and there's some old guy like me who has a property management company and doesn't have a transition plan, offer to buy it from them. They'll finance it. You can probably pay for it with the property management fees. So if you hadn't thought of that, that's the idea for the day. The most profitable thing I did, and I stumbled into it, is I bought minority interest in family LLCs. And you'll see one of the developments that we handled. There's not a lot of buyers for minority interest in family corporations or LLCs. And what you want to do when you're in the buying stage, you want to discover value in stuff that other people don't recognize. It doesn't happen often, but when it does, it can be very profitable. And you can help the family. I'll tell you more about that in a second. We were active in syndication. At one time, I had 168 partners. Had 168 partners. I never had a lawsuit. I never had a fist fight. Came a couple times close. But had multiple partners. I took the securities test with a partner who, we were in Dallas. He studied every night. Every night I went out. Every night, I'm a people person, so I'm in Dallas. I know somebody every night in Dallas. So we take the test on this little computer. We cram for our security license. And I heard him say, okay, 96. About the same time I pushed my button, and it said 72. Passing was 70. I had a securities license, right? So David comes over to see my score. What'd you make? I made a 98 because I heard him. And don't tell David I made a 72 and he made a 96. But we syndicated. Did we comply with all the security laws? Not really. Here's the exemption you want to be under if you syndicate and you're not under one of the exceptions. You want to be in what's called the good deal exception. And here's how that works. You put the deal together, the investors are happy, you sell it, and they're real happy, and you weren't in total compliance with the security laws. So what? It's when it doesn't work out that somebody looks to see if you're in compliance with the security laws. And I submit today, if you do it by the books. We did some residential, you'll see some of that. We did residential subdivisions, and I'll show you a few of them in a minute. First, we did them for clients, and then we did them for ourselves and investors, and we did some really nice stuff in some small markets. We started a mortgage brokerage company. Now, if you're going to do that, you want to start a mortgage brokerage company when the interest rates are real high, and then sell it when the interest rates are real low, and you're doing a whole lot of mortgages. And we sold that to a bank. I was glad to do that. And then I sold my company in 2011. A friend of mine, CCIM instructor, put that deal together. I sold to NAI Ladder and Bloom out of New Orleans. They're now the 20th largest company in America out of New Orleans. Ladder and Bloom. Bob Merrick is the CEO, a good friend. I sold it just at the right time. I was in the adult daycare business. When you're in we had 50 to 60 real estate agents at a time. I went to a meeting one time and asked, was anything all right? Was anything all right? You know, because you just had to wonder, because they really complained a lot. And we did some qualified intermediary work. If you're not familiar with that, when you do a 1031 exchange, which, by the way, that law was signed into legislation on Halloween. 1031, that's where it came from, 1031. You thought it had something to do with IRS code. Nathan's going, no, I don't believe that. I think that's right. I know Sarasota has 57,000 people, okay? The money has to go with a qualified intermediary. And it's usually a title company, but it can be you. So we set up a small company where we took the money as a qualified intermediary. When they found a replacement property, we did all the compliance stuff and put the money where it was. Now, if you're the QI, you can't participate in the brokerage side. You're eliminated for doing that. So most of that we did with farmers. One of the things that's not on the slide here, because I just ran into it recently in a bad sort of way. It didn't affect me, but I've never done this, but you can take your IRA, your SEP, and your KEO plans, and you can invest it in real estate if you go through a trust to do it with. And there are people in Florida and Ohio, and the guy in Alexandria, this is how I know about it, had a pretty big business doing that. He just did all the compliance stuff. So, and something happened to his brains. He ran off with $3.5 million, and so it's the talk of our little town right now. Thank goodness I never referred anything to him, but that's something I didn't put in this particular bubble. And then in the small markets, what happens is the major companies, Jones, Lang & LaSalle, Cushman & Wakefield, Grubb & Ellis, they don't have a presence in these small markets. And so they're going to outsource this. And I submit to you, make your contacts with these companies that are closest to you, do a good job for them, and then every time something comes up in your area code, they pick up the phone, you handle it, and here's how it works. I do all the work and they get half the fee. You know, it's something that I probably wouldn't do today, but I did a lot of it during my career. And if you do it right, when you handle a transaction, you've planted a seed that you can later harvest. So it's not so much that deal, but it's the deals in the future. So that's some of the creative ways. Now the basic ways, you're all familiar with those, but let's walk through them. There's residential brokerage. That's how most people start. That's how I started. And I'm reading a book by Dennis Stein right now. I think it's Stein. And it's called Remarkable Retail. And in Remarkable Retail, he says it's not good enough to be good anymore. You have to be remarkable. I'm going to tell you, you don't have to be remarkable in residential real estate. It's some of the laziest people I've ever worked with in my life are making good money in residential real estate. You just have to be good. I mean, you just have to kind of get close to being good, and you can make real money. Save remarkable for something else. Commercial brokerage, in smaller markets, you might do both. I did both for a long time until I got things going. People say you can't do both. Well, if the market's small enough, you can. Leasing, it's, I thought in our small market, you couldn't make a good living leasing, but I had a guy named Jim Smolinski who had just been out of a job because of a bank merger, and Jim had an MBA from Vanderbilt. And he said, I'm looking for a job. You have any leads? I said, why don't you go sell commercial real estate for me? I don't know how much you'll make. So for 5 years, he focused just on leasing in a small market. He did pretty well. Then he had one down year, and a bank offered him a job, and he took it, and he recently retired. Property management. We started property management mainly for the stuff that I was syndicating. I didn't want to have a property management company. But when I sold my brokerage company, I kept my property management company. And it's a little tricky in managing your own stuff and other people's stuff at the same time, but you'd have to keep it straight. That's all there is. Appraisal business, this is not for me. I'm too political. You tell me you need a $2.5 million appraisal, I'll figure out a way to make it 2.5, so that's not for me. If you want to do that, there's a real shortage right now, qualified appraisers take a shot at it. Investing, that was more of the stuff that I'm interested in. We had an agent in our company, Wanda Rogan-Moser, who 30 years ago said her goal was to buy 1 residential property a year. She did it for 30 years. And it didn't take very long. When she got the first one paid off, she put all that money to the second one that's close to being paid off, all that money. And after that, it went pretty quick. Look around, though, in the brokerage community, how few people are investing. How few people are investing. You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised how few people in the real estate business only own their own home, maybe don't even own their own home. And I think, well, let's put it this way. How many of you ever rented a car before? Ever? Come on, you can participate with this. You've ever rented a car. How many of you have ever washed a rent car? Now, Mike, you might have. Yeah, Mike, you washed a rent car? Yeah. I've run into some people that do that, but most people don't wash rent cars. Why? Because you don't have ownership. I think when you own investment real estate, you're a lot better at helping clients with their investment real estate. Whether it's the brokerage side, development side, management side, you're just better at it if you're investing. And investing in rehab is completely different. This is where you discover value. A guy that I took a syndication course with. You're from Waco.
Yes, sir.
Might be your father. I'll tell you what, Lon Thompson was his name. You know him? And the reason I say that, Lon, it had long red hair, and you look a little bit like him. You might, do you know him? I don't know. Lon, his shtick was he didn't buy anything that hadn't been on the market for a year or longer. And he came up with the conclusion that there were 5 things, the reason the property hadn't sold. One of them was the price, usually. I don't know what the other 4 were, but he made a living out of doing that. He did really well. He was a lawyer. He wore a white suit and he had a cool hat. And the other thing Lon did, and I tried to do this for a couple of years. I called Mike one year. Is he called 10 people every year on New Year's Day. 10 people that weren't in his market, and just ask about what was going on, what happened in their life last year, how was their family, how was the business going, what creative idea had they run into. And so he did that with me for several years. I guess I quit giving him good ideas. And then construction. New construction, we've done a good bit of that. So these are the basics. The creative was before that. Now, in the world of, my father-in-law says at this point, he said the next group of slides has to do more with the brokerage business. And my father-in-law would say, Rod, you've gone from meddling to preaching. And I don't want to do that. You remember Dr. Lynn, who was Jeff Lynn, he was our speech coach for CCIM. So when you interviewed as CCIM instructor, it was kind of a competitive thing. I didn't know that at the time. Mike didn't tell me. He was already in, and he had suggested that I interview. Well, they videoed your presentations, and you sat down with Dr. Lynn. And one of the things he was famous for saying is once you had to watch your own video presentation, which is really horrible to have to do, he would say, what did you like about that presentation? And mine was so bad. The only thing I could say is I like the tie, the red tie. I like that, but nothing else that I like. I still have that, by the way, the tie and the video. So this is what I call Pearl Session. I'm going to throw out a couple pearls for the brokerage arena that are small town wisdom, and they might appeal to you. Don't sit, go get. We actually, our broker's phone number is 445-SOLD. A lot of people do that. I had to buy that number. I'll never forget, I bought it from I called AT&T and I couldn't buy it. And I found an elderly gentleman that had the phone number. I told him I'd give him $250 and I wouldn't use it for a year. And about 10 years later, my radio show, I was telling that story. And the guy called in and reminded me that I'd never paid him. And I got the number. It was pretty embarrassing, true story. So anyhow, here's some pearls, tips, and business models that I've got from research or from things that work for me. One is the value proposal. Discover, enhance, create. That's one of the most successful business models that I've seen, and it works in investing and it works with your own personal development. The other is develop your own questions. Mike was doing some of that today. And I can't tell you what questions to ask. I've told many agents that's brand new in the business that when they make an introduction, you know, say, my name's Veronica, I'm in the real estate business, did you know that? That's pretty non-threatening. It's a lot better than, I'm in the real estate business, I hope you want to buy or sell something. You know, that's not so informative. And a young guy named Jordan Marks played professional baseball. He incorporated that. He would come back to me and say, you can't believe how much people want to talk about real estate when you say, hi, my name is Jordan Marks. I'm in the real estate business. Did you know that? NAI promotes the question. Adrian, you're with NAI, aren't you? If you go to any of the conferences, somebody's going to tell you at one point, you need to say, what's your next move in real estate? So, you know, I've kind of used that some. On 1031s, when people are looking for investments and they have a certain period they have to reinvest it, does everybody know what a 1031 is? A deferred exchange? Do I have any no-heads shaking? This is a wobble-free environment, I think. Just, okay, so everybody knows what that is. I like to ask investors, have you seen something that you wish you would have bought? Have you seen something you wish you would have bought? If I can get that answer, I can zero in on what they're looking for, and then if I'm lucky, I'll find an off-market situation that we can bring to the table. Develop skills from this conference, from conferences like this one. Of course, Mike said the next point first. Here's the thing about adult education. Here's the thing about any learning skill. There's three things. Only that which is applied is retained. Number two, only that which is applied is retained. Number three, you guessed it, only that which is applied is retained. You come here, you make notes, you come up with a good idea and you don't pursue it, it's an energy leak. It's an energy leak. And you can't pursue all of them. So pick the pearl that you think fits your comfort zone the most and apply it, use it. T52. Mike, I think I stole this from you, but if not, it's one of my best models. It's just, it's a foolproof, not going to fail model. I did it for years and then I got too much business. I didn't have time to do it. I cannot get other agents to do it. It's like Mike says he's teaching with people from all these national companies and he said, why don't you tell my competitors they're not going to do it? I'll tell you this, you're not going to do it. But if you do, it's very rich. That is, see one person a week, just one. And see if you do it every week, that's 52. That's why it's T52. Touch one person a week. It's not with a text, it's not with an email, it's not with a handwritten note, it's not with a phone call. It's see them face to face. STP, see the people. STP, see the people. And develop your own list of questions. You know, should I be in this small market? Can you make a living in a market like this? Can you get rich in a market like this? What would you do if you were me to enhance your real estate career in a market like this? You'd be surprised how much help people will give. Now, don't just show up, make an appointment, make it important, and stay a respectable part of time. My very best T52 story is it was Friday afternoon, and I was on a 52 weeks. I hadn't met anybody, and so I said, I'll call Wade Dubrock. Now, Wade Dubrock was from South Louisiana, and Wade and his two sons harvest board row, pig board. Anybody know what that is? People in Houston, y'all gotta know what pig board is. Board row. It's random rank lumber that you stack in the swamp to make roads to get back to the oil wells. And sometimes you stack it this way, that way, this way, that way. Sometimes it's 20 different stacks to build a road, and it's miles of it. And it doesn't have to be, it's not the cove molding that you're gonna put in your house. So it's, you harvest the tree, you cut it, you sell it. Well, Wade Dubrock was very successful at it. He'd cut all the fingers off on his hand except these fingers. And his sons called him Index. I did not. I called him Mr. Dubrock. But he told me one time, he said in his French accent, I made enough money to burn a wet mule. Well, I try to visualize how much cash money it would take to set a wet mule on fire. And it's just a lot of money. And so it was Friday afternoon. But see, I'd never thought of asking Mr. Dubrock advice. See, he didn't have an MBA from Vanderbilt. I don't think he finished high school. His grammar was horrible. But you know, it was Friday afternoon, and I had to have, you know, to myself, so I called him. I went down to his home on a Sunday, and I had a wonderful visit with him. And I told him before we left, I said, I want you to give me the best single piece of advice you can give a young man who's in the real estate business. And he said, it's kind of like Billy Crystal remembers that one thing, you know, in that the cowboy movie. And I'm not making fun of his education, but this is what he said exactly. Don't take no advice from nobody who ain't got nothing. And it set me on a path of listening to advice from other people. And when I would see Mr. Dubrock and see him saying, don't take no advice from nobody that ain't got nothing, it doesn't mean net worth necessarily. It doesn't mean cash. It means vision. It means intellect. It means integrity. And it just helped me filter who I took advice from. So the T52, if you apply it, I promise you, you'll discover some stuff. One of the things you'll discover is that everybody you meet today knows something that you don't know. Everybody knows something that you don't know. Excuse me. When I was at Louisiana Tech, I don't have COVID, by the way. I got tested before I left. I've been double vaccinated. I've been boosted. I've been tested. When the circus was in town, my wife dipped me for ticks. I mean, I don't have COVID. But there's something in Orlando that I'm allergic to. I don't know what it is. Probably the cost of everything. Jeez. I mean, everything costs $50. All you got to do in Orlando is have a roll of $50 bills. That's all you got to do. You eat breakfast at Marriott, $50 bill. You eat lunch, take a cab, $50 bill. You know, that's all you got to do, have a roll of $50 bills. I mean, it's not that way in my little town. So anyhow, what was I saying? Everybody you know knows something you don't know. When I was in college, professor says that at night class, anybody that knows the name of the janitor that's mopping the floor that you walk by every night, I'll give you a uptick in your, you get 1 letter grade better. And I was a gifted student at Tech. I was an absolutely gifted student. Every B I got was a gift, so I needed some help. And so I raised my hand. I was the only guy in the class to raise hand. His name's Harold Moore. How do you know his name's Harold Moore? First time I came by, I said, what's your name? Harold Moore. I'm Rod Doles, Mr. Moore. Appreciate the job you're doing. Well, fast forward 30 years. We have a 26,000 square foot office building. We had a janitorial company that was taking care of our building. The janitorial company went out of business, but the lady that was the lead janitor lady was a new American, and her name was Ruby. And so when the company went out of business, I hired Ruby to do the janitorial work in our business. She's on our health plan. It's just, I mean, Ruby had been in the building for a year. We had a sales meeting, one of those meetings where I went in and said, is anything all right? And I offered to give $100 to anybody in the room that knew the name of the lady who cleaned our building. Not one person knew her name. That's not the point. That's not a good story. Here's the good story. I'm working late one night, and Ruby comes in and says, Mr. Knowles, I love working here. Well, Ruby, I'm so glad you love working here. We love the work that you do. She says, everybody here knows my name. Go Ruby. Go Ruby. That's part of the T52. What you owe today is what you're worth tomorrow. You got to be careful, though. Financing is a lot like medication. If it becomes too easy, you get addicted to it, you can be in trouble, but what you owe today is what you're worth tomorrow. I still have a few loans. I can write a check for anything that I owe, but I still have a few loans. One of the things I look at every month is how much goes toward principal. The word amort in Latin means to kill. That's where amortize comes from. It kills the mortgage. So it's refreshing when the tenants pay part of my mortgage. Now I grade my debts, A through F. I don't have to tell you how that would go, but I'll briefly give you a snapshot. A debt is debt that pays, the investment pays the debt. It has a generous cash flow above that, and things are going well. B debt, it pays the expenses, the debt's paid, and you have a little bit of money that goes to reserves. That's B debt. C debt for me is it doesn't quite pay the expenses and the debt, but it gets pretty close. So some of my A and B investments take care of C. D debt is a loan that needs to be restructured. It's just very uncomfortable, and I either need to sell the asset or restructure it. I don't have any D debt. I don't have any C debt. I've had some D debt. F debt is when you pray and you say, "Dear Lord, if you let me get out of this deal, I will never do another deal like this and structure another loan like this," and you want to get out of it. At some point, it's where your lender should be worried. At some point, your lender should be worried. Never invest the extra money. There never is any extra money in the beginning. There is. You'll invest what you're willing to deprive yourself of, consumption-wise, immediate. Success is the other side of fear. It's on the other side of fear when it comes to investing. You got to get through it. You got to get through it. You can manage it, but you got to get through. Now, this is a little personal. How much time do I have? Perfect. There's 4 people in our market. And our market is a parish of 138,000. Our trade area is about 400,000. I got there because I fell in love with a girl who said that's where we're going to live. And I like where I live. I like it a lot. And so a little bit about me and then 3 other successful people in the real estate business. What's a common pattern here that you see? All you see is 4 names. One of them is me. One of them is me, so you know who I am, what I look like. But what's the common pattern here? They're all what? Yeah, they're all Boudreaux. They're all Boudreaux. They're all men. They're all men. They're all about 60 years old or older. And that's used to be what the commercial broker's business was made of. I'm glad when I come to classes like this, it's not that way. But I'll submit to you, the smaller the market it is, the further it is back in time. Hadn't caught up yet. Just hadn't caught up. A young guy that I'm mentoring, Thaddeus Dixon, out of the Marines, African-American, operates right next door to me. I paid for his CCIM courses. He's the first African-American CCIM in the 318 area code in Louisiana. The first. I think that's disgraceful. I think it's horrible. If he was in a bigger city, it wouldn't be that. Lynette Gillenardo, only 5 years ago, was she the first female CCIM in our market. Her 2 sons got their designation before she did. So you're a little bit behind. The smaller markets are a little bit behind as far as catching up. You can make a difference, though. You can make a difference in those markets. So here's our story, and I'll run through this briefly, and I have 12 little points to make this point here. But you have to hang with me while I do it. So I married somebody else's high school sweetheart in 1971, not 51, 1971. I married somebody else's high school sweetheart. My wife was born in Alexandria. You know what? You know how that story goes. My wife was Catholic. I was not Catholic. I asked her father, who ended up working with me for the last 14 years in life, "Mr. Brooks, I'd like your permission to marry your daughter." And he says to me, "Rod, you know Marilyn's Catholic." Well, I had that handled. I said, "Yes, sir, I know she's Catholic. And then I've been going through a 1-year confirmation thing to join the Catholic Church, and in 2 weeks I'd like for you to be my sponsor in baptism in the Catholic Church." To which he replied, "You're pretty slick. I better keep my eyes on you." So that worked out pretty good. Her dad sold cars for Southern Chevrolet. My dad's a retired sergeant in the military. So we were part of what President Truman said one time, "God must have loved the common people because he made so many of them." We were part of that group, and it's just what makes the world tick. So I eschewed. That's one of the big words for I avoided a commission in the Marines. That's all I ever would do is be a Marine officer. I'd gone through officers candidate school, but guess what? Mark Twain said, or Confucius said, one or the other, a person who can't read or doesn't read, there is no difference. I read my military papers. It said if I didn't get my military occupational specialty, I didn't have to take a commission. I had a hearing loss. That's a whole nother story. I should write a book on she didn't say that, because I hear things that I know people didn't say. So I did not go in the Marines. Married my wife. We moved to Alexandria. I sold real estate for fraternity brother's father. I started selling residential real estate, knocked on 50 doors every day, and I'm not just telling you I knocked on 50 doors every day. I knocked on 50 doors every day, and I had a spiel. I won't give you my spiel. Now, I couldn't have done that if I went to high school there, because I would have been embarrassed that I'd knock on the door. There's Sophia that went to high school with me. Now, Sophia didn't go to high school with me. She may have gone to high school with one of my grandkids, but she did not go to high school with me. And so 2 years and did pretty well with that. The lucky break was I got hired by a high-end residential developer, and I learned the residential development business there. Early 80s, I had a goal that I wanted to own 80 properties by the time 1980 rolled around, which would have put me at 30 years old. So I was on the fast track. I was going to buy 80 properties by 1980. Excuse me, I started my own company. Later bought the company that I started with. I began investing in syndicate. Things are rocking and rolling. We're doing just fine. Excuse me. I would buy anything that I could get 100% financing on. I developed a song. The song went like this. A rolling loan gathers no loss. So if I could roll the loan, I just bought something else. It was no problem. Things were cooking. And then the perfect storm. They closed our air base, which represented a third of my tenants. I had 700 apartments at the time, and they closed the air base. They changed the banking laws where real estate was a four-letter word, and banks didn't want it. And they changed the tax laws where syndication was a little bit harder to do. And guess what? We were broke. Had to start over. Not a big deal. Really not a big deal. I want to tell you, you might face that one time, and I want you to know the difference. Broke is a state of conditions. Poor is a state of mind. I have no clue what it takes to claw out of poverty. Rick Bragg says in his book, It's All Over But the Shouting, if you haven't read that, it's a great book about motherhood. He said that he climbed out of poverty up the spine of his mother's backbone. And he says, I don't know if there's a heaven or a hell, but I know if there's a hell, it smells like a garbage dump, because that's where we got our clothes. I didn't get close to that. But I was broke, absolutely broke. No one succeeds alone. No one recovers alone. There'll be a time in your career when you can help somebody. I think if you're in a smaller market, which I was, and your reputation got there before you did, if your sleeves were rolled up, it's a little harder to lose your shirt, all that bullshit. I think worked out really well for me because a lot of people reached out to help me, individuals, banks. As Winston Churchill said it best, there's nothing quite as exhilarating as an attempted assassination that fails. And if you dodge that bullet, then you don't have to go bankrupt, and bankrupt is not a bad word. It might happen to you one day. There's no shame in that. So we recovered. And your life is ever going to get better financially. You'll have to take risks. There's simply no way you can grow without taking chances. And if you take risks, there's danger. And if there's dangers, there's a possibility of failure. And if there's failure, it's not finite. Recovery's not a bad path. Now, the groundwork was laid in 1971 when I married my wife, because I needed a partner during that time, and she could not have been better. Could not have been better. She went back to teaching. When we recovered, she taught 2 years at a private elementary school for no pay. I'm going to tell you the truth, I couldn't tell much difference. She was teaching at a private Catholic school as her way for appreciation for all the people that helped us. Now here is what happened after recovery. And if you'll bear with me, I'm going to walk you through some investments that came about, how they were structured, and maybe this applies to you and you can copy it. I bought a 12% interest in a family company that a bank had foreclosed on. Let me tell you what banks don't want to own. Banks don't want to own stock in a private family company. They just don't. On top of that, this stock had a preemptive clause, meaning that if I negotiated a deal with the bank to buy the stock, I had to go to the other shareholders who were total strangers and tell them, let me buy the stock. So the bank listed the stock with me. I don't believe you can buy your own listings. That's how I feel. You might can work around that. I've just never been able to do that. We didn't sell it. Well, there's a banking law that says if a bank holds an asset for more than 5 years, at the end of 5 years, it has to be written off completely because they're speculating. So I put in my day timer to check with them 42 months into this process. I did. A lady named Debbie Potter. I bought this stock super cheap, unbelievable cheap. I then went to the other shareholders and said, boys and girls, guess what I can do for you? If you'll let me buy this stock, I'll be your real estate company. You own a lot of land, but you have a lot of debt. You have some other partners out here you need to get rid of. So we took this 210 acres and we developed 254 residential lots. I got a 2% for every lot that's sold for a management fee. I got a 6% fee for every lot for marketing, and I ended up with a 12% interest in the company. In addition to that, we own some other land that I'll show you in a second. And I became, the family is Moody, and there's 4 brothers in the Moody brothers, and they joke with me and say, you really want to be one of our brothers? At the time, they had 22 different family shareholders. We're now down to 5. We're now down to 5, and we have lots of other real estate. We had a development, a family, I can say who they are now because they're both deceased, and I'm executor of their estate, so I don't think Fran or Mac would mind me telling you this. Miss Davis was a shareholder in First Commerce Bank. She was on the board of First Commerce, and I could see from the annual report how many shares she owned, and First Commerce sold, and I could multiply the stock times 1.2, and I called her when I read the stock sale in the Wall Street Journal. She was in Spain with her husband. I said, Fran, I just noticed the sale went through. Can I ask you a question? If I take your number of shares times the stock price times 1.2, is that how much money you got? She said, yes. I said, do you realize that's $98 million? She said, yeah, I realize that. I said, did you realize that's an obscene amount of money? She said, I've been looking for just the right adjective. I think you're right. I said, here's what we need to do. This piece of property is right in the center of town. It's 1,000 acres, 3 different owners. I think we can put it together. I said, here's what's going to appeal to you. It's not good farmland. It's not good farmland. There's 150 acres in wetlands. There's another 100 acres that we should put in wetlands. So you're being green when green isn't even hip. I think we need to hire a company called EDAW out of Atlanta to draw a development plan. Here we are 25 years later. I could show you slides after slides after slides. Her real motivation, Miss Davis, was she wanted to raise the bar for what could be done in small town Alexandria. And so Dr. Davis was an orthopedic surgeon. He said, I don't want the runoff in this diversion canal to be any greater than what it was when it's a farm. Not a problem. We just got to build 11 lakes. So we built the lakes. The city built the road through the middle. We sold off this piece here to a very competent development partner. They developed that. We developed the rest of it. We're now left with about 3 parcels. It's almost completely sold out. It's called the Lake District. Go on and look at the website. If it don't turn you on, you ain't got no knobs. I mean, it's a really nice development. It's a really nice development. We got a management fee, had a brokerage fee. I couldn't invest in it after it got started. I think that's a conflict of interest. I couldn't go buy lots. One of the things I have found in subdivisions, if the lots are almost sold out, if you can catch it right. See, in real estate, timing is the difference between garbage and salad. I mean, it's timing and placement, garbage and salad. And if you can catch a residential development that's nearly complete, and you can buy a last of the infill lots, and you can hold them, it works out. I couldn't do this here because I was managing it. Rosewood Apartments, keep in mind, the base is closed now. We're broke. I'm out raising money. A lot of people help me. Well, let me back up here. I got to tell you this story. You don't think I worked hard for these people? I called Dr. Davis metaphorically on a Monday. Said, I may have to come by and see you sometime to borrow some money. I've got a couple banks that think I got it worked out, but if I don't have it worked out, I'm going to have to get private financing, and I'm going to tell you on a Monday that I might be there on a Friday. Well, it was several weeks, maybe months later. I called him, said, I need to come by and talk to you and Fran. I really need to borrow some money. So we go to the dining room table, which we'd never done before. And one of the things I know in negotiations, if you're at a table with somebody, you got a piece of furniture between you and them where you can tell them no. I figured I was going to get a no, which was okay. It was his right to say no. But I also play poker. In fact, next Monday I'm going to the Super Senior World Series of Poker Tournament in Las Vegas. And if I make it to the finals, I'm going to have a CCIM cap on. I want you to look for me. So he had a check in his pocket. So I said, how much do you need to know about what I need to borrow, how we're going to secure it, and how I'm going to pay it back? He lays the check on the dining room table, and he said, fill out whatever you need. I said, can I step outside? Because I had to cry. And he was one of these slobber cries, you know. So he hands me one of his monogram handkerchiefs, which I still have. I washed it, by the way, I want you to know. I still have that handkerchief. How hard do you think I worked on this development? Yeah. Did I ever have a conflict of interest on buying something in front of them? Never. But I don't think that would happen in a big town. And I don't think it would happen if your reputation hadn't got there before you did. And I don't think it would happen if they just weren't great people. But that's a real story. So they invested in Rosewood Apartments. This was a case study in 101. I had a concept, and I had 40 investors that went along with me. The base is closing. We will rebound one day, and nobody else is going to be building nice apartment complexes. And all 40 investors are local, and when somebody wants an apartment, you refer them to us, and we'll make this work. 152 unit, the phone number was 445 Rose. If that's not tricky, I don't know what is. We sold it to two guys 10 years later out of Tennessee, and this is no lie. Partners, if you have two names like this, don't ever become partners. One was named Dickie Lee, and the other one was named Lee Dickey. I mean, that's true. And they're from Tennessee. I guess you can do that in Tennessee, but I mean, it was just weird. And these guys bought the Rosewood apartment from us. 40 different investors, we did well. This is a closed Kmart that we've just recently redeveloped. This story can only happen in a small market. The Kmart developer came to town. They needed to assemble this site. There was 27 different pieces of property we'd had to buy. I helped them assemble the site. Kmart and Sears, you know, Sears bought Kmart, and it's like a three-legged race to the finish line where both people were drunk. I mean, it wasn't long before that fell off in the ditch, okay? So the building, Kmart goes, right, I call Kmart, you own this property, we don't own the property. No, you do own the property, but you're in bankruptcy, do you want to sell it? So sold it to a partnership that I put together, some guys out of New York that we own the property for them. We put McKesson's in there. McKesson's is a company that bought the company that makes pill. If you go to a pharmacy, you see the plastic cylinders where they count the pills for you. That was invented in Alexandria, and the Baker family did it. You'll see one of their properties in a second. So McKesson was the tenant. The lease was up. One of the partners from New York said we're going to do a strategic default. Anybody know what a strategic default is? It's just not my wheelhouse. It is you make a loan with the intention of it being non-recourse. When things go in the ditch, you'll just let the lender have it back. I said, not for me. I just don't do that. You know, I gave lenders some stuff back in the dark days, but I didn't plan on giving it back. So I said, you buy me out. So they bought me out. The lender got it. We bought it at an auction, and I teamed up with Sachs and Palin out of New York. Wonderful company. You Google them, you'll see the stuff they own all over the country. And Bob Merrick, who owns Ladder and Bloom, who's partners with Bill Gates and the Four Seasons in New Orleans. These are giants, people, and I'm a little bitty guy, And so we put this together. We put Social Security in the front. We have a school next side. We probation and parole with the state. We have DEQ. We have a warehouse in the back. We've recently sold this. By the way, in terms of big numbers, Mike's going through 25, 24. This is the biggest sale I've ever been involved with that I own. It's a $9 million sale. And that's what happens in small market. You don't get very many $20 million, $42 million deals, so you do a whole lot of $1 million deals. But we just sold this. Fun story here. There's a lesson to be learned here. We owned, and my pointer's not working. That sounds bad, doesn't it? Yeah, it is. Okay. So this was a street. I bought all the vacant lots on this street, and I built some apartments on this street. And then I own this apartment right here. Interstate comes through here and landlocks this piece of property. You team up with people and partners for two reasons. Not because you like them. That helps, but that's not a qualified. You team up with people because they're smarter than you or they're richer than you. In this case, my brother-in-law, one of the smartest people I ever know. He's a lawyer. I said, Lon, I just got a call. This is landlocked. They want to sell it to us. The state's cut them off. We can buy an acre and a half for $11,000. He said, buy them, we'll sue the state, and we'll get a right-of-way. We did. We bought them, sued the state, got a right-of-way. FedEx showed up, a guy, an engineer with a whole bunch of pins in his pocket, all kind of arrows all over paper. We want you to build a FedEx for us right here because this is the point of distribution. The interstate's going to come through. We're going to do really well here. And we did. They've been there for 23 years. We bought the house next door. Then we bought the land up front. Then they closed all the post offices in Central Louisiana except right here. And it's been a wonderful investment. Now, my biggest regrets in my career are things that I didn't do. Even going broke is not a regret. One of the best things that ever happened to me. It helped me realize that money's just green ink on white paper. That's all it is. I can show some of it to you. Now, I don't have as much as I did last week because in Orlando, but it's just green ink on white paper. That's all it is. So it's not the things that I did wrong are my biggest regrets. It's the things I didn't do. I should have done 10 of these. FedEx loves me. I've had a 23-year relationship with them. I know what Fred Smith looks like. You know who Fred Smith is? He's the president of FedEx. I know what he looks like. So I'm on the tarmac coming out of Dulles, flying to Memphis to fly to Alexandria. I walk past him in first class and big clouds come up. And we're going to be on the tarmac for a pretty good while. So I go up to the flight attendant and I said, can I give you my credit card, upgrade to first class, and sit right there? So I sit next to Mr. Smith. And I tell him that I'm your landlord in Alexandria. And he said, dear God, please tell me I'm current on my rent. I don't want to sit here with black clouds and not be current. No, you're current on your rent. So we laughed and that was it. A few years later, our lifetime babysitter married a guy that was a Navy and the pilot, Eric Bernstein. Is his name Eric? Called me one day and said, would you send my resume to Fred Smith? Yeah. Be glad to, but how do you think that'll help you? Well, you told me one time. He said, well, tell me what I told you, because not everything I say is true. And so he told me this story. I said, that's true. So I sent it to Fred Smith. And I go out and buy some stock in Federal Express. Not much, but I buy some. I'm writing you as a landlord. I'm writing you as a shareholder. And we once shared a seat together in a storm coming out of Washington, D.C. Hopefully you'll remember me. Captain Bernstein is somebody our company needs to interview. If he meets all the qualifications, we should hire him. Please keep me posted. I get a call from Mr. Smith's office. Fred didn't call me himself. I haven't talked to Fred in a long time. The only time I ever talked to him is when I paid $50 sitting next to him. They called me and said, we got your letter. We're going to interview Lieutenant Bernstein. They told me when they interviewed him. They told me when they hired him. Today, Eric is chief pilot for Federal Express. So you should hear him tell that story. So you never know. But now this is the last investment that I'm involved with. I'm going to show you, but I want to go somewhere with it. A guy named Ray Fry bought stock in my company when we were broke, mainly because he didn't want me to leave town. He bought 70% of my company. We took out a life insurance policy on Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry died a few years later. He had 62 investments. I self-restricted myself from buying any of his investments, and we sold them for his two daughters, who are wonderful people. This was the last property that was left. We didn't have a buyer for it. Guy came in, they just sold the newspaper for a lot of money back when you wanted to have a newspaper. Today, our newspaper would blow away if it didn't have the rubber band around it. It's not much of a newspaper, but what is? So he said, I want to buy this building, but I want you to be a partner. So I partnered up with him. We now own the building. One day, I'm going down the corner of Main and Main, Jackson and Bolton, and I see a friend of mine going into an HIV clinic. And I said, this is no place for an HIV clinic, right here at the corner of Main and Main. I felt bad for my friend that he saw me kind of sheepish wave. And so later on that day, I go in and I asked to see the manager of the HIV clinic. Angela Evans is his name. So I tell her, this is no place for an HIV clinic. Y'all should be ashamed of yourself for having a clinic right here. You need to move. I need to find your building. So they moved to this building right over here on the corner, which is kind of out of the way. And then I talked to dentists. I said, where do HIV patients go if they need dental work? There's no place for them to go unless they don't tell us that they're HIV. I said, well, that's horrible. So I go to Angela Evans. I'm going to build out a dental clinic for you here, and you're going to see HIV patients here. Okay. Last year, she came up this building, this part right here of the building. They put a pharmacy in there. So I have a building that's 28,000 square feet. Most of it's rented to Tulane. Part of it's rented to Medicaid, and part of it's rented to probation, parole, juvenile. But it's not, you're not going to drive your mother-in-law by this building. It's not going to win any architectural awards. Neither will the FedEx building, neither will the Kmart building. But this is a building where you did good and you made money both. And you can do that better in smaller markets. You can do that when you're into discover, enhance, create value proposals. But you can't seize opportunity that you don't see. You just can't. So you be on the lookout for stuff like this. My next few slides, and I have exactly 5 minutes, so I'll show. This is the pill count machine. Matt Ritchie bought this. I did not. Matt bought this, and he converted. He bought a 100,000 square foot factory for 400,000. That was in pretty rough shape. He tore it out, and he has it leased to people that rent for 1,000, 2,000 at a time. This is a defunct rodeo arena and 1,200 acres. We owned the 1,200 acres, and the company bought it was called Sundrop. They were going to make gasoline out of bushes. I call them Sunflop because it just didn't work. And so Matt bought this, and he's remodeling it for a Lowe's distribution center. So it's a bank foreclosure he bought. He took it over. A young guy named Dan Aarons was in the restaurant business. 3 restaurants, they all failed. He got in the real estate business. Guess where his tenant niche is? Building small restaurants that he's now a landlord in. He doesn't run them anymore. And this is one of his little salad stores. This is a little firehouse and ice cream place that he put together. And this is Fat Pat's. Only in Louisiana would they name something Fat Pat's. It's a Cajun restaurant here on the corner. So Dan has taken a restaurant career and turned it into a landlord career and done really well with it. Matt Ritchie, this is a hotel. You know, I don't think my wife is, in fact, my wife is a wonderful steward of our assets, but she wouldn't stay in a place that rents for $35 a night. She just wouldn't. That's what this hotel was. It went into foreclosure. Matt Ritchie bought the note for $50,000. It took him another $60,000 to chase it through bankruptcy. It's in a decent neighborhood, so he's taken this closed hotel and made every 2 hotel rooms 1 apartment, and they're efficiency apartments. And he's renovating, and I hope he does really well. I thought that during the pandemic that there would be foreclosed hotels everywhere. I haven't seen it yet, but this is pre-pandemic. And then the last slide, this is the closed golf course. My friend Colt James, this is not my deal. Golf is on an uptick. I thought golf was on a downtick, so I did a little bit more research. 24.8 million people play golf, 2% more than 2020. In our market, there's 2 Indian reservations that had casinos, and both of them built golf courses. And then our closed military base got a grant for a golf course. They built a golf course. So you had 3 golf courses, then you had 2 country clubs. Guess what happened? The country clubs went defunct. Colt came in and bought this after being on the market for several years, and has put a really first-class subdivision in there. So, you know, be on the lookout for distressed properties that you can change use for. I think this is a good example. And then if you're in big markets, maybe you have a second home in the Highlands, Martha's Vineyards, Hamptons, Jackson Hole or Carmel, or, you know, places like that. My second home is on Cane River. And if you haven't seen Steel Magnolia, it was filmed in Cane River. St. Augustine Church, where they filmed the wedding, is just a little, not a canoe ride, but my boat will get me around there. A little Catholic church. When they were filming Steel Magnolia, they went to the priest and they said, "We want to use your church for the wedding." I'm not sure. Well, let us tell you more. We want to paint the church pink. No way. No way. You're not going to film a movie here and you're not going to paint my church pink. You can just go away. We also want to give you $1 million. Painting the church pink and filming a movie would probably be a good idea. And so that little place is right around the corner. In closing, I want to tell you a story about, I told you I do stories. My brother-in-law in FedEx is a federal magistrate. He's a genius, and he's a really good friend. And by the way, all my current partners are really good friends. At least I think they are. So he restores grandfather clocks. I don't know why somebody would do that. I have no idea. I put duct tape over the red light when it comes on, but Lon restores grandfather clocks. And when our son, Jeff, by the way, the Lipsy's kids are Jason, Jess, and Jordy. Ours are Jeff and Jenny. When Jeff was about 10 years old, he was staying at Lon and Tricia's house with one of his cousins, and the clock began to strike. Hit 12, 13, 15, 20, 22, 28, 30. And our son was counting, and after a while, he ran down the hall. He met Lon coming to adjust the ballast. And he screamed at Uncle Lon, "Uncle Lon, wake up. It's later than it's ever been before." And that's kind of how I feel about when people like Mike, myself, and other people that teach adult education and throw out some pearls that you should use, and you write them down, and you plan on using them, and you don't. It's just later than it's ever been before. You know, make some application to the stuff that you learn at things like this. So any questions on any of the bullshit that I've spewed out here today, I'll be glad to edit that, by the way. Okay. Yes, sir. Adam?
Do you recommend, do you have to be close to where you invest? Is that like a rule of thumb, or is that just like?
That's a really good question, and it's different. I would say it has to do with the product type. For example, if I would have done 15 Federal Expresses, which I did not, that's credit that can go anywhere, and I would have been glad to do that anywhere. I didn't do 15 of any national tenant. I didn't. So my rule was, still is, if I can't get to it in 2 hours, I don't want to own it. The best fertilizer for farmers feel is the sight of their own footprints. Now you got to watch what I just did. 20 years ago, I would have said the best fertilizer for farmers feel is the sight of his footprints. And I jokingly said to Sophie that earlier today, marry for money. If you don't, you'll be rich. And you know what she said to me? She said, "I'll make my own money." I said, "Shit, I got to work on that." I shouldn't have said that. So my belief was, I just like to see the sight of my own footprints. But it has to do with your product type. And the world is changing too. I mean, the world's changing. The pandemic moved it on a fast track, but we're moving where you can, money flows overnight. I've got one of these Zelle accounts where somebody sends me money on my phone. That's just nuts. But I have one of those accounts. And I think it has to do with what the product is and what your management style is. I like investing close to home. My son-in-law, who works with Walker Dunlop, is concerned that we're in a market that's not growing, and we are. There's no small southern town that's growing. 20% of the population lives on 80% of the land, so it's not growing, but you can still make money there. Does that help you at all?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
What do you think is going to happen in the real estate market in the next few years?
What do I think is going to happen in the real estate market in the next few years? Mark Twain said, prediction is a tricky money, especially when it's about the future. You know, so I will tell you this, everything I thought was going to happen has not happened. There's going to be a reset. Now, what does that mean? I don't know. There's going to be a reset. As interest rates go north, cap rates have got to follow. If you want to figure out what a cap rate is, take the mortgage constant times the loan to value times the debt coverage ratio on any food product, and that's going to be the cap rate. So if cap rates go up, values are going to go down. I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen it yet. There's going to be a reset. I think in the residential market, I think we borrowed some sales today that would have taken place tomorrow. You know, when you could finance at 2.5%, you went ahead and bought. And I think those people are going to be stuck in that house because they're not going to refinance at 6 and 7%. I've been saying for 8 years interest rates were going to go north. I've been wrong for 8 years. I still think real estate can function in a healthy environment with higher interest rates. It just might require more down. It might require other collateral. So I don't see, I've seen three collapse cycles in my 50-year career. And those I didn't see until they were past us. We don't see trends until they're behind us. So I do think there's going to be a reset. I think the number of people who have a real estate license is going to collapse. You know, the state of Louisiana, 19,000 people have a real estate license. I predict in 2 years it's going to be 12, maybe 10,000, not 12 total. But what's that mean? I don't know. Yes.
How do you find most of your opportunities? Was it through other people? Was it just
first you have to be looking for them.
physically or like?
Yeah, you know, online. I conduct a weekly class with 3 people, 3 young guys that I'm mentoring. It turns out guys, any of the ladies are invited, but they don't show up. Maybe they will 20 years from now. We review the legal recorder every day on a flat screen every week, and we look for transactions that we missed. So if we missed something, okay, maybe I need to look there. Things like sheriff sales and tax sales haven't worked out for me. After a while, people bring deals to you, and that kind of helps. I don't take a commission if somebody brings me a deal. You can structure your own transactions where you might do that. I don't try to buy something at the very bottom. I don't try to change neighborhoods. You know, neighborhoods. Now, one of the things I've noticed in neighborhoods, on this real estate transaction, we own a lot of single-family houses, a lot. And I do research once a year on how many homes in a given subdivision are landlord-owned versus owner-owned. And you can do that by where do they get their tax bill. So I'll take a subdivision, I'll count. When it hits 50%, I think the number's going to go down on the house. I noticed something this year, a subdivision where I own 4 homes. There were 20 homes that sold in the last 2 years. All 20 of them were landlords selling to homeowners. I said, whoa, that's a neat thing to watch for. That's a neat thing. The landlords were selling their homes at big prices compared to what they paid for them, and the homeowners were buying in a sweet spot, 200, 250,000 in a pretty good section of town. So I watch for what's happening in neighborhoods. People bring stuff to me. I make a lot of offers. I treat people well. Any other questions?
Yeah. You mentioned you noticed brokers are owning real estate themselves.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
I think it's a fear factor. I think you just can't get over it. I mean, fear's right here. You got to get over it, and don't be afraid of failing. I was teaching in Taiwan. This is a deviation. A deviation? Yeah, I think that's right. Deviate. I'm going to deviate from your question, which would be a deviation. Okay. I was teaching a course in Taiwan, and one of the things I did before any time I went to teach, I wrote the Chamber of Commerce and I wrote the head of economic development in Louisiana, and I said, I'm going to be in Taiwan for a week teaching a course. Is there anybody I need to call on while I'm in Taiwan? And the head of economic development for the state said, I want you to call on this person right here. They're the wood product business. And this is what they're worried about. So I did. I called on him with my interpreter. And he took me to a Rotary meeting, English-speaking Rotary meeting. And the closest thing we have to an ambassador of Taiwan, we don't have an ambassador in Taiwan because we don't officially recognize them as a country, was this gentleman that was talking about the difference in the Far East business acumen and America. And in America, if you fail and you try again, and you fail and you try again, and you fail and you succeed, you're a success story. You're not a failure story. In Japan, if you fail, it's just, that's it. So I think brokers and agents they can't get over the fear factor. And the other thing is, our business from a broker's business, the entry barrier is really low. You take 150 hours, you got a license. You don't have to buy anything, you don't have to develop any type of skill. And I think they're busy taking care of complaints and they don't look for opportunities. You got to make that a disciplined thing if you want to invest. I'm not, investing isn't for everybody. I know people that are doing really well that just are happy with what they have. Nothing's wrong with that. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, get started. Get started, buy something, even if it's a mistake. In past, I would say buy your own personal home first. Today's climate, you know, maybe you don't do that. First house I wanted to buy was a duplex. My wife said, my wife said this, I would never say this. If I wanted to live above the grocery store, I would have married an Italian. We're not going to build a duplex and live next door. I'm just not, you know. So Mike's okay. His mother was Italian. I'd say get started. That's the most important thing. I would also say be on the lookout and miss a half dozen deals that you really say, I really wish I would have bought that. I really wish I'd have bought that. And why? And how did you miss it? And when it comes up again, you'd be ready for it. So if you miss 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 deals, don't worry about it. But just learn from missing them. But I'd say get started. You're not too young to get started. And you know, if you can't get started on your own, partner up with somebody. I have a lot of people, young people come to me today and say, I want to buy this, but I don't have the money to do it. And we want you to team up with you. What's in it for me? You know, what's my role? Do I have to sign a note? Do you need equity? Are you going to do the repairs? And those type transactions I get involved with primarily because I like the person, I want to help them. Secondary, I want to make money. Those deals have worked out pretty well for me so far. Now, you're going to hit a wall. If you do enough deals, you're going to get one you wish you didn't have. I mean, that's just all there is to it.
If people have more questions for you,
sure.
Where can they go spend $50 on you after?
Yeah, right. Okay. I'm leaving tomorrow. Thank you for doing that, Tim. I was on time. The class knocked me off.
No, you were.
Yeah.
I decided we have to make a little bit of a switch up. But
Sure.
everybody, big round of applause
Thanks,
for Rod
Tim.
Knowles.
Thanks.
Let's take a 5-minute on the dot break while trying to get set up.
I went too long.
Don't worry about it. Fantastic.
I went too long.
Jennifer is going to do her editing, which will take weeks because she's going to get you an original copy of your presentation all cleaned up.
Good. Thank you. Thank you for doing that.
Of course.
And then the series you'll get for your associates.
Good. And then we'll get the whole training thing, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming.
Jordan, thank you, buddy.
My grandparents were my great-grandparents are from Maryville.
Oh, yeah.
My grandmother's from DeRitter.
Yeah.
You're kidding. Swear to God. I'm from Lake Charles.
Fred
Well, I
Smitter
knew
from
that.
DeRitter.
You guys from Lake Charles?
Thank you for
Yeah,
your
my
question.
great-grandfather
Your first name?
Abraham.
Abraham, that's right. Nice meeting you.
You have
Nice
a
to-
card?
I don't, Abraham. I just don't keep it. Mike will have it in the learning thing. I'm sorry. Okay, appreciate your question.
I got into, that's why I got into this business was to
Invest.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm in the industrial space now.
Why do you think brokers don't buy?
Well, I was the reason I asked is I was shocked. I got into it because I got into brokerage because that's what I wanted to invest in.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Get that mic off you.
Oh, I'm not gonna steal it.
Oh yeah. Why? Because they're too busy spending.
Do we have 2 talkers? Okay. Who do we have?
my car. I'm
It's easier to switch the mic out just because the split channel.
Yeah, just let them know.
Okay. Tanya is red dress.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Did you see that article that came out that he's there maybe like 2 days.
Are you talking first or is she talking
Just
first?
an intro.
Just
set
an
her
intro.
up.
Okay, cool, cool, cool.
They got that right.
How do people say it now most of the time?
They just call me Tamara.
So actually, we have to mic you up so we can
Okay.
catch your audio. I don't know if you have anywhere to clip this to. It's got the clip.
Probably not.
Um, yeah, I suppose
Put it in my
that's the
bag.
other option, but we have the lapel clip right here, so you can probably clip it to like that little tie part. This just needs to be near your face.
Why don't you clip that the other piece to your back?
She's talking first. Tim's only doing introductions. She doesn't have anywhere to clip the box. So I think she's just gonna hold it.
Can you help
Let
me? I
see
can't
here.
see.
Yeah. This is the fun part.
Put it in the back.
Back and neck or on
Yeah, back of the neck.
Is that gonna be super uncomfortable
No,
for you?
not at all.
Okay.
When we switch, I'm gonna go up to. Do you have another one, or will I just grab?
We'll switch out. I have another one, but just with the way I'm doing the audio, it's easier to switch it out.
They do it that's like this.
Yeah, the wires will tangle. As long as it's not falling off you, I think we should be good. Let me clip this.
Do you have a clicker too?
I do not have a clicker. No.
Tammy, you're just gonna have to click this through like that when you're ready to go.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Okay, good.
I'm gonna go use the restroom.
And then just sit on the sidelines or
I'm gonna
whatever.
sit right there.
Perfect.
So if you run into anything, just let me know. I think I turned off my the screen saver should be off. If it comes
I'll
on
just-
accidentally, just turn it on. I'll come up and just do the thing.
Okay, cool.
I mean, they have like a .0001 ownership, so they probably can't have like 10 grand.
I got 37 seconds left on my timer.
Ready to go? Rock and roll?
Thank you, John.
I'm excited. I gotta tell you, Rob outside for a minute, but I will. I'm
Okay,
excited
cool.
for your session.
Thank you.
Seriously.
Here's that's my thing. Unless you're like, it's like drop in the bucket, but like I said, what is your nightmare? Like if you're working this hard.
It is. Oh, I'm
Right,
so
or the
glad to
bladder,
stand.
take your pick.
Oh, I know.
That's
I'm
one
so
of the
glad to
best parts of
stand.
instructing is I can stand all day.
Yeah, right.
I hate sitting.
Yeah.
But anyways.
We sit too much, especially on Zoom. That's all I do.
Oh, we're all the same height on Zoom. That's the other weird thing. When you first see
Isn't
people,
that
you're
hilarious?
like, crap, I have to recalibrate my Z.
Yeah.
Like,
I met
so
an
not
associate.
used
I'm
to
like, oh my god, I didn't know that you.
Oh, right, exactly. I was doing that a lot. Or like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah, it's cool. Good. I'm a stick.
All right, if you're within earshot, come in, get settled. And we've got a sprint to the finish here. but really excited about this next topic. Looks like we're getting close. So let me go ahead and start by doing this introduction. I wanted to start just really quickly to build off of something that Rod said. When he talked about discovering your own value, he said knowing your strengths, but also knowing your weaknesses. There's one thing, as both Mike and I were brokers, we manage brokers, we've seen a lot of things. One thing that I think we've both seen a lot of is the strength of most brokers is making money, and the weakness is knowing what to do with it, how to hold on to it, how to save for a rainy day. So we had this idea to bring in somebody that could give you best practices for commercial real estate professionals. And the reason I'm so excited to introduce Tana Hausch is because if we were going to have anybody come in, would you like to have somebody who was a broker at Cushman & Wakefield, and then a manager, and then a director of business development that worked with over 800 teams, to tell you what the best practices for commercial real estate practitioners is? I can't think of somebody that would be better to talk about that. So, in order to not cut into more of her time, I introduce to you Tana Hausch.
Thank you, Rod. Very nice to be here today. How exciting. How super exciting. Yes, I was at Cushman & Wakefield, and I had the opportunity to work with over 800 teams, right? 800 teams, so that's like 5, 10, whatever, guys, right? When I worked with them, what I was doing is helping them in their business development, helping them to make more money, right? And we were knocking it out of the park, talking about their pipeline, talking about referrals, not asking for referrals, not staying in touch of their clients, the deals that they lost, right? So every Monday morning, they would walk in and they go, I need more money. My wife told me I need to make more money. The kids are in private school. I need more money. I need more money. And in the back of my mind, I'm like, okay, let's get going, you know? But I mean, in the back of my mind, way back, I'm like, what are you doing with your money? Right? One of the reasons why I love commercial real estate is because there's no small thinkers. You all are big thinkers. You all want to produce a lot of money, and you do produce a lot of money. But I'm going to go over some things today that is going to help guide you, right? So you're not one of my clients that didn't do that, right? So before I start, I'm going to tell a story, theme here. I'm going to tell you a lot of stories today. But one of the stories I'm going to tell you is when I was in commercial real estate, I learned a lot about the business, right? So my senior broker and I were driving back from a meeting, and we were discussing what we thought we did right, what we could improve upon, and what the client needs. Yak, 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 yak. And then he turns to me and he says, you know, Tana, you don't want to be in this industry past 50 years old. What? Where did that come from, right? I said, well, tell me a little bit more about that. Like, why is that? Why wouldn't I want to be in commercial real estate past 50 years old, right? You're going to get burned out. This is a boom, 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 boom deal, right? You guys all know it. So here I am today. This is what I do. I help guys and gals get to what the mark is, right? But I will say it a little bit differently. Why not have an option, right? Why not have an option to then have an exit strategy at 50, at 68, or whatever you guys want to do, because we all know this is an exciting business, right? But you're not going to be stressed out about money. Does that make sense? Okay, good. Now, my roots are from Texas. You're from Waco, right? My family have 200 acres right out of Waco. Did you go to any of the Texas schools?
Yeah, San Marcos.
You went to San Marcos. Okay, good. So I don't know where any of you went to college, right, or university. But when I was learning, when I was in my international business school, learning international business, I didn't have a professor to come in and go, okay, we're not talking about international marketing today. I've got a special guest, and they're going to teach you all about money. They're going to teach you how it is, what you need to know about money, i.e. financial literacy, and how the rich use money to get what? Richer, right? There's only 1% of the population in the United States that are high wealth people. Did you know that? 99% of us, aren't in that category, right? So financial literacy is something super important. We use money every day, and it's not found in any education system. So some of you are going to see these slides, and I'm going to start off just basic education, okay? You're going to go, oh yeah, I learned that. You know, I had that professor, right? I didn't. I spent a ton of money on my education, a lot of money. My parents wanted me to go to law school. I got into Georgetown. I didn't get into Baylor Law School, right? I didn't apply. My mom wanted me to go there. Bolt Hall. You guys heard of that? Berkeley, right? Guess what? I decided I didn't want to be a lawyer. Guess what? You're now going to pay for your grad school. It wasn't cheap because I had to go to a school that provided international business. There was only 2 at the time. One was in Monterey, California. The other one's at Thunderbird, Glendale, Arizona, right? I was the only, very few American there, let alone woman, and it was the coolest environment ever. On lunch breaks or coffee breaks, I had the Saudis over there, the Mexicans over there, we had the Koreans there, we had the Japanese over in this corner, right? It was rich with culture. To this day, I love all different kind of culture. But I'll never forget it. And I didn't want to say this story, but because I have women here, this is a very interesting thing. This Japanese student, and I lived in Japan for a while, he came up to me and he goes, what are you doing here? And he was serious, and I didn't want to, he's really inquisitive. And I said, well, what would I be doing if I was in Japan? Oh, you'd be married to a very wealthy man. What are you getting your education for, right? And so my mother, being a Texan, you always got to have your own money, right? And never rely on anybody, right? So I was very polite, and I said, well, here in America it's a little different, but here's what I used to tell people. Oh my gosh, what if my husband got in an accident and he wasn't able to drive or work? At least I have an education so I can support the family. Oh yeah, that makes sure sense. But then I would say, let alone I like to learn, okay? So we're going to get going really fast because I have a guest speaker here today. I don't want you to miss out on him. But education, I'm going to show you 3 really quick things. Okay, the rule of 72. I know you guys know Albert Einstein. He created a lot of different formulas. I have no idea what they are. The rule of 72. I know this one. Thank you, Albert. This is super important in finance. So what it says is, if I'm 29 years old and I have 10 grand, I put it into an account that bears 1%, it is going to double every 72 years. So if he makes it to 101, a whopping 20 grand, right? If you put the same $10,000 in a 4% account, it will now double every 18 years, right? You guys are following the math? At 6%, your money is going to double every 12 years, right? So by the time he's 65, he's turned it into 80 grand. If you can find an account bearing 10%, guess what happens to that money? Where do you think the rich are putting their money? How often do you think that it's doubling for them, right? So it's going to double every 7.2 years and turn into $640,000, right? Now, the flip side of this is the banks are using deposits, and at night, depending on the supply and demand of money, right, they're making that on the money in that institution, right? So we're going to kind of reverse this to get more education so that people have a high, you guys are working really hard for your money. So my question to you is that which of these columns is your money in? Which column do you want your money in? right? So let's think about that. Okay, the next slide. Really simple. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. 3 different products you can put your money in, fixed. That's probably a CD. Right now it's like 1.5% for 12 months. Pretty safe. Safe, secure, right? Variable, high growth potential. Unlimited growth. A lot of risk involved with that, okay? The other one is indexed. Indexed goes up, right? It locks in the gains. Can you see that? It goes up, it's locking in the gains, and then it doesn't lose anything, right? It just sort of stays level, right? So it locks in the gains. So it's market upside and it's safe. Market upside and safe. So those are just 3 sort of basic things. Let's talk about why everybody's moving to Florida and Texas and Wyoming. Nobody likes to pay taxes, right? This whole talk is about commission flow. Commission flow, where are you going to flow your money? You're going to flow it somewhere that is taxable, right? So when we talk about taxes, tax annually, that would be like a mutual fund, right? If you're a stock trader, day trader, whatever, you've made capital gains on some stocks that you sold, you're going to pay taxes on it that year, right? Okay, good. Tax deferred is something like an employee who has a 401k. It's an IRA that your CPA tells you to get every year, right? Those go in 100%. They don't go in it's pre-tax, right? But they're taxed at the other end. So my question to you, in 20 years, do you think taxes are going to go up? Right. So putting your money in a tax deferred, right, you're going to have to pull it out at retirement, taxable, okay? Now, tax advantage, which is I love, right? Tax advantage, tax-free, are your municipal bonds, right? You can buy those through a mutual fund. And then we have the Roth IRA, right? You guys are familiar with Roth. You put it in after tax. You can put up to $6,000 a year in a Roth. If you're an individual and you're making $144,000 a year, you don't qualify. If you're a married couple and you are combined salary is over 200, slightly over 200,000, you don't qualify, right? And I'm not sure, because everybody's a big thinker here, that $6,000 a year is going to get you where you want to go, right, as far as your retirement. You can't take the money out, by the way, until you're 59 and a half. The other product that you can put your money in is a cash value life insurance, right? IRS 7702 and IRS 7702A allows you to take it out 100% tax-free, right? Walt Disney started Disneyland with his life insurance, and so did Ray Kroc when he started McDonald's. Just kind of getting you guys some think on where you're going to put your commissions. Okay, good. So let's state the obvious. Commercial real estate brokers do not have any consistent income, right? They don't have any residual income unless you own property, you lease, rent it out and so forth. They don't have any pension. Most of them don't have 401ks. And no ability to contribute significantly to other retirement plans, such as a traditional IRA or Roth, as I mentioned, $6,000 max, right? Planning, therefore, is critical for commercial real estate brokers. They need a customized plan with several options and solutions, okay? With their business plan, right, their pipeline, personal goals. You want to buy a piece of property, right? You want to pay off a piece of property. Do you have aging parents that you're going to have to support? What about college plans, right, for your kids, or if you don't have any kids, or you're going to have kids, right? And then also tax strategies, right? So you have to take a look. When I'm working with commercial real estate brokers, like what was your last 3 years worth of salary, commissions, right? What does your pipeline look like, right? How can we intelligently lay this out in a way that makes sense for you, right? So that you're not overcommitting to the plan, right? But that you have a plan, you have a roadmap. Because when that large commission comes in, because you're all here to do that, you're getting educated on this subject of commercial real estate. You all are winners, and you will be. But then the money starts rolling in. What am I going to do? Oh, my brother's a CPA, and he'll figure something out. No, you're very capable of doing this on your own. You just need a little guidance, right? So each plan is unique through a financial needs analysis. Okay, so I currently have my real estate license still, right? I can talk the talk, walk the walk. I'm securities licensed, right? And I have my own agency. So what does that mean? My business model is exactly like yours. I have lots of inventory, right? I have over 200 products that then I can custom tailor to everyone. And it should be. Not everybody's the same age. Not everybody has the same goals and dreams, right? Not everyone has aging parents that they need to support, right? Everybody is different. So my inventory, over 200 products, right? My business model is exactly like yours. I only get paid on a transaction, right? So if the deal closes, I get paid on that transaction, right? So I sit down with my clients, we hash it out. Some of them, you know, it's just like, okay, here's my problem, you know, solve it, right? Okay, good. I'll take your problem. I'll give you 3 options, I'll solve it, just like your clients, right? And so, yeah, it is basically all tailored, right? It's all tailored. Okay, good. So let's get into some more further education on 6 things that you really should take a look at with regards to your commission flow. Flowing in, right? We're going to, we all know it's all going to come in. Cash flow, right? So some of my clients are give me referrals, and I give them a commission for that, right? Or pay them for that. So if they want to earn additional income, get on the referrals. But manage expenses. Here's the big deal, right? I had a commercial real estate gal. She was in California. She was divorced like 3 years, her and her 7-year-old daughter. So I work with clients. If they don't understand what they're spending, we have to go over a budget. Like, how much are you spending on food? How much are you spending on this? How much are you spending on that, right? A lot of people already have that. But she was telling me she was spending $1,000 a month on groceries, pre-inflation. Oh, and another $500 a month on just meals, going out, right? I said, Nancy, let me get this straight. There's just you and your daughter, right? Yeah. So tell me a little bit about this, right? I love organic food. I love organic food. I go to Whole Foods. I love organic food. Hey, I'm all for organic food. I said, so what's happening? Tell me, like, what's happening here? I throw it out. It doesn't last long. It does not last long, and I feel bad the fact that I'm throwing it out, right? So a lot of times, so she said to me, you know what, Tana? What I should probably do is go to Whole Foods more than once a week. More than once a week. I think I'll go a couple times a week. And I said, well, and now you're going out to dinner like $500 a month. And she goes, you know what? Not only do I should probably go to Whole Foods a couple of times a week, I should probably plan out my meals, right? Just by getting in communication with someone, right? She was able to solve her own problem. She knew she had a problem, right? But we go so fast. You guys are working on deals and everything. You just really kind of like go, 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 go. Just take some time, kind of get this stuff in order, and so forth. So we actually grabbed $2,000, right, of found money, and we're putting that towards her dreams and goals. She didn't have a retirement plan in place, and she didn't have a college plan in place, right? Super, super happy. But it's just, it could be that simple, right? Debt management, credit cards, student loans. Now there's good debt, which is your mortgage, right? Bad debt, credit card, student loans are good debt because you've invested in yourself, right? But I can take a look at those two things. Sometimes I have to start with debt, right? I had a junior broker who was putting a lot of things on his credit card because he was waiting for that commission, right? And he knew it. He's like, I know that's a bad thing to do, but it is an immediate Band-Aid, And the credit card was just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And the commission check it's coming, it's in the mail, you know, it's coming. So I got him to look at the next area, right? We got rid of the debt. And I said, look, what you really need is an emergency fund so that you can intelligently think where your money should go. An emergency fund is set up where you've got, let's just say you've got $3,000 a month in expenses, right? You want to put aside, and it says 3 to 6 months, but it's not really. Most of my clients are going, are you kidding? 6 to 12 months. Sign me up for that, right? Especially after the pandemic. Are you kidding? Because they used all their savings up. It scared the heck out of people, right? So we use a TransAlpha Betterment account. It's very cool. It's all these little envelopes, right? Here's one for your living expenses, $3,000 times 12. Put that in that envelope. Flow that in there or build it up, right? Here's one for your taxes. You all are going to be paying taxes because you get that commission in, right? And then you can have one for non-emergency, right? My daughter got married. I had a wedding account. You know, you can have an account for your new car. You can have an account for that down payment on whatever you want, right? But that is what is preparing you to think and be sane and not stress out about money, right? Super simple thing. Proper protection, obviously, is life insurance. It's not a very exciting subject for most people. It's exciting for me because I've created quite a few exciting things for the brokers, right? So I talked to a broker past the 50 mark, right? He's been in the business for several years. He's in the health industry. He didn't have any issues during the pandemic, if you can imagine. $1 million a year producer. I've known him for years. I said, Mark, you're probably financially set, right? What made you think that? I'm financially set. And I said, well, I don't know. Tell me what's happening. And he says, well, I got $1 million mortgage, right? I would like to leave something for my kids. They both graduated from college. I'd like to leave a legacy. And, you know, I got $1 million term insurance or whatever. And I said, wait a second, you got a term insurance, right? Now, term insurance is like renting. It's like leasing, right? So if you're in a hot market and that property is really hot, what happens when the lease renews, right? Landlord's going to ask for what? More money, right? When the term insurance ends, what happens? The insurance company doesn't matter. They're going to ask for more money because you're older. Hopefully you're wiser. You're older, right? But if there's any health issues, it's game over because they're you know, they insure this thing here, right? So I said, okay, good. Well, he goes, well, what do you think? What do you think? And I said, well, and so what is your plan if something were to happen to you? Because that term insurance is going to end. He says, oh, my wife will just sell the house. Now, his wife was a homemaker for years and years and years, knows nothing about business. And I said, come on, Mark, really? Typically, when somebody, you know, leaves, right, the surviving spouse doesn't need all that pressure. What are you going to do? Try to do that? You go, oh, she could do a reverse mortgage. And I said, you know what? We need to get your wife on this call. Is she going to agree to sell the house that you've been in your family like forever? Is she going to want to do a reverse mortgage, right? And he goes, oh, you're right, Tana, you know. And I said, of course I'm right. Let's get the wife in on this deal, right? You're the only breadwinner. Think about it. Most commercial real estate brokers, all the guys that I've worked with and all the gals that I've worked with, they're the main breadwinners. So what happens when that faucet shuts off, right? Not a good scene. Not to mention, here's the coup d'etat, it's like the cherry on top. He goes, oh, well, I also have art and jewelry, and there's my WHIP account of $1 million. You all know what a WHIP account is. It's what the company owes the broker that's the commission's held back. He had $1 million in that account. I said, well, now that's interesting. What happens to that account when something happens to you, if something were to happen? My partner will take care of my wife. Really? I really think we need to get your wife in on this call. So, look, here's the deal. Asking questions, making my guys and gals totally covered so they have no family interruptions, no life interruptions, right, is a good thing. It makes me feel really good, right? So that was one story. Another story I have in this area, it's very interesting. Again, another one of my clients, well, what can I do for you? Oh, I'm paying too much damn taxes. I'm just sick of this tax thing. And I said, okay, good. And then what about, protection, your life insurance? No, we don't have any, but we need something. We need some life insurance. We've been considering doing, as they say in Texas, we're fixing to do it, right? So I said, well, he's got a tax problem. He needs some life insurance. I said, well, how is your business structured? It's an S Corp, right? Well, who's in it? Well, it's my wife and myself. But you know what? We also have a profit sharing. And I'm upset about the profit sharing because I'm capped out on it. I can only put like 53 grand in a year for myself and 53,000 for my wife, right? So he has a profit sharing. So I said, interesting. So I did some due diligence and I have an idea for him. I said, I need for you to get your CPA on the phone. Let's do a Zoom and let's figure this out because I have an idea. Deferred benefit plan. Deferred benefit plan, he can buy the life insurance in the S Corp, right? So have the company buy it. He's totally protected, and he gets a tax write-off for that. Does that make sense? Bingo. So he was like, oh my gosh, this is like the best thing ever, right? So creative, very, very creative things that we can do to help with that. Okay, building wealth, strive to outpace inflation. What a joke right now. Right, and reduce taxes, right? And reduce taxes. But here's the thing. It's not really a joke. I would say, what was your money doing before inflation? What columns was it in, right? And then what is it doing now, right? Was it lazy before? Because if it was lazy before inflation, you can bet your bottom dollar, as my mom would always say, it's really super lazy. As they say in Spanish, muy flojo, right? Okay, good. Preserving wealth, and then we do have professional money management, and we're going to be talking about that in a minute, and then preserving wealth, right? So we want to reduce tax, build a family legacy. I had a client of mine, and he goes, so I said, what is your situation? He goes, oh, I give my kids, the maximum taxable gift, 15 grand. I said, really? Well, what do they do with it? Because he was saying, I want to leave a legacy, I said, what do they do with the 15 grand? They blow it. They blow it. I'm sure they blow it. They don't tell me, but we all know. Come on. You know why? Because they know that their dad and mom are going to do what next year? They're going to give them another 15 grand, right? And they know nothing about financial literacy. Hello. We're terrible at saving money in this country. Terrible. So I said, hey, why don't we take part of the money and not only put it in a product that they can use in the future, take out 100% tax-free for a down payment of whatever they want, or just let it ride through their retirement. And let's teach your kids, I will teach them, because they don't listen to their parents. Why don't I teach them this thing called financial literacy and how money works? Would that be a nice gift to give your kids? He's like, sold! Oh my God, this is fantastic. And I was, I don't know what they're doing with their money, So we were able to help it, right? So the other thing too is that you want to preserve everything. You guys are going to work really hard at what you do, and you don't want your assets to leave, right? So with that being said, I have an awesome guest speaker. Michael Coleman has been in the business for several years. He is an awesome friend of mine. I've known him for years. He's in Florida, for heaven's sakes. Florida. I said, hey, can you drive up from Clearwater up to Orlando? But he's super, super intelligent, and it's someone that he has helped many, many individuals and families, but his design on things is remarkable. So we're going to be a little bit more technical here. I kind of gave you an overview, but now we're going to deep dive a little bit more technical. This is a very intelligent group. So Michael, please come on up.
Awesome, thanks, Hannah. Great, hey guys. First of all, that's interesting. This is the technical guy. So now I guess I'm going to be putting everyone to sleep and doing all that kind of stuff. No, really what I'm going to be doing today is I want to give you guys some real actionable solutions of things that we can do in order to be able to manage and increase cash flow and also diminish risk. I mean, would you guys agree that sometimes if you have to put your own money on the table as far as investing, and by the way, I just want to tell you that my world isn't commercial real estate. You know, I've been doing, like Tana said, for 2 decades, I've been doing investment and asset management. Just a little bit, my qualification, I'm Series 65, Series 26, so that's investment advisor representative, also a supervisor, also a registered representative, so I can do all of the things that you would do with like a regular Merrill Lynch guy or whatever the case may be, right? But I wanted to be able to give you guys some things that you take away and go, wow, okay, I can really implement this, because what's my bottom line is that I want everyone around me to become financially independent. That's really why I got started this. Now, people ask me, well, what's your background? How did you get into this? And my background, my glide path to getting into the investment industry 20 years ago was like nothing that you would have ever thought would be the case. I went to Berkeley. So you guys know Berkeley, the college, the one in California, the one in Boston. I actually went to school for music. I studied jazz and music production, right? And so I also went to Harvard because it was the only place that would stay up for the musicians to go eat when we were living in Boston, but that was my background. And so I went to music school, and I was, and I came out of the music industry, or came out of music school, and I went back to California, and next thing you know, I'm like, a broke, starving musician, right? And so I was with one of my bandmates. We had a band in the 90s and whatever, and he looked at me and goes, man, are you hungry? And I said, yeah, I'm hungry to win. I'm ready to make my dreams come true. And he goes, no, seriously, like, are you hungry? Like, we haven't eaten in 3 days. And so I was like, okay, yeah, I'm pretty hungry. So he goes, let's get into, let's go apply for jobs. So I came out, and and thankfully no one told me about student loans, so I didn't know what student loans were, because otherwise I would have borrowed a bunch more money and all that kind of stuff. But I went to work right away and continued playing music, and I went and became an IT manager in an international software company, right? And so this is now in the mid 90s, and and this is really important because I wound up, going through there and just feeling like, where do I go to learn about money? How do I learn about real estate? My mom came to me in the mid 90s, and this is what she told me. She says, son, why don't you buy the house that's next door to us? It's for sale in Los Angeles. And I said, how much is it? And she goes, it's a 5-bedroom, 4-bath, detached garage on 3/4 of an acre in Los Angeles. That would be going for a fair amount of money today. And I said, how much was it back then? $250,000, right? $250,000. And I said, what? I said, Mom, I have $3,000 a month discretionary income. It's going to take me about 8 years to save up $250,000. I can't do that. I'm just, I'm sorry, but it sounds like a great deal, but I don't think they're going to wait 8 years for me. I didn't know what a mortgage was. I had no idea, And so I wound up, fast forward, through that, I wound up getting into the tech sector even more. I worked at a place down here in Florida, and they paid me in stock options, and this was back in 99, 2000. This is about 20 years ago. And what happened in 2000, 2001? The market crashed. So what did I do? I lost everything. So I started to have this like learning experience, and I went, and a friend of mine told me, he says, you should get in the financial industry. And I said, all right, I'll set up an interview. So I went and got an interview with this broker out in Los Angeles, and she's still my mentor to this day, right? And we're partners. We have offices all over the country and in Canada. And it has been one of the great blessings in my life to have an incredible mentor that will help you to be able to like put things in place, right? So, but I bring this to you because one of the first people that I wanted to go to when she was mentoring was my mom and dad. I know that Mike wanted me to like go over some case studies and stuff like that, so this can give you like some real reality on what was happening. And he also said, by the way, if you're trying to hawk some wares, I'm going to give you the hook. If I start hawking wares, Mike, you can just say the hook and get me off air, right? But anyways, but my mom and dad, we sat down with them, and they worked in the software industry too. And my mentor, she sat down with them and she looked at all their stuff, and I saw my parents turn several shades of green and gray because they started to realize they didn't have anything in place. They didn't have any savings in place. They had shoddy retirement. They didn't know do you know what their mortgage rate was? And this was in 2002. You know what their interest rate was on their loan? 11.5%. 11.5% because that's what the mortgage rates were going in back then. Could we potentially see that now as interest rates are starting to rise? I hope not, but it's within the realm of reality, right? And so my dad, she looked at it and said, you know what? We could refinance you. We could move some things around. And they went from being when she did their budget, they were negative $400 a month, negative $400. And then all of a sudden, she just said, you know what, we're going to refinance you, we're going to roll this debt in here, we're going to move some things around, we're going to redo your insurances, and we're going to put some savings in place. And they went from negative $400 to positive $2,000 in 2 hours. And I sat back, and my dad, he turned to me. He was very, like, kind of a serious guy, and he looked at me, and he just goes like this. He goes, son, he goes, hey, I just want to tell you something. I said, yeah? He goes, I just want to thank you for giving your mom and I some hope. And I was like, oh no, I think this is what I'm going to be doing for the rest of my life, right? Is helping give people real financial solutions, right? So anyways, I started to go through and I just became very, very good at this. I still play music to this day, and I do so now because it's always been a passion of mine. But but helping people to be able to put things in place to become financially independent is really, really important to me too. And I'm going to give you 3 real actionable, like I said, solutions to be able to go through that can probably help you to accelerate the things that you're doing, and might even be something that would be good for your client base or people that you know, right? And by the way, I'm up here to help Tana. If you have any questions about anything, I'm 100% not selling anything. Call her, right? Because I'll be honest with you, and I'd say this sort of half jokingly, but I'm in semi-retirement right now, so she had to make me kick off the dust and make me drive up here from Clearwater. But we've been working together for some number of years. Like I said, we've known each other for over 20 years now. And so I'm going to kind of go through that. Now, one of the other things too is, Rod, I loved your presentation and your quotes were so good. One of my favorite quotes that one of my mentors gave me was, never monkey with another monkey's monkey. Right? And so I thought that was a really good one, right in line with some of the things that you were talking about. But one of the other things that I wanted to ask you guys, are you guys familiar with the term OPM? Have you guys ever heard that term before? Other people's money. That is correct. And one of the concepts that I'm going to kind of share with you today is, we work with a company called Franklin Templeton. Have you guys ever heard of Franklin Templeton before? Okay, Franklin Templeton's been around, close to 80 years, probably just shy of 80 years. They manage a little over $1 trillion of people's money. And they're one of the companies, full disclosure, I have a lot of my personal money is with Franklin Templeton. And there's a particular reason why. One of the other things I think that Mike had mentioned at the beginning was people that are in the stock market, they're it's like one of those things that you can almost guaranteed lose money. And I was like, oh yeah, I know. I've seen it before. But I also have had a chance to be in an environment where I'm exposed to some pretty cool things that allow you to stay in the market and have liquidity and access to, in order to be able to, to sort of get the best of both worlds, so to speak. So I'm going to go through that and show that to you. And that's going to be the first thing that I'm going to talk to you is a little bit about Franklin Templeton. The other thing that we're going to talk to you about is a partnership that we have with Goldman Sachs, to be able to do some very creative financing stuff. And then the third thing is something called a principal first loan. Have you guys ever heard of principal first loan? Where the money that you pay, when you have a typical mortgage, right? Most of your money on that amortization table, it's got that curve. Most of your money when you make that payment is what? It all goes towards interest, right? So, and then what happens? It's all front loaded. And then how often do people refinance in America? Every 5 to 7 years, depending on what state you're in. So can you imagine who's making all the money on a traditional loan? The banks are. So you get out 5 years, boom, starts the cycle over again, and then they make all their interest on the front. You go, oh, I think I should refinance. Boom, start the cycle over again. And by the way, on a 30-year fixed, you might go, oh, I'm 30 years old now. I'll have this place paid off by the time I'm 60. And then you kick it down another 5 years. Oh, now I'm 65. And another 5 years, and now I'm 70, right? And so what happens, people don't think about these things, right? But this concept is, what if you could have your money pay the principal first, and then at the end, you wind up recalculating every month on a new reduced principal balance. We recalculate a new calculation on the interest that you owe then. Would that exponentially reduce your interest overall in the loan? It's awesome. Okay, this is the loan I have on my own personal house. I'm going to give you, and by the way, I'm studying for my real estate license, and so this is why I got approval from my broker dealer to be able to talk about this. Compliance is very, very important to me. We're managing over $1 billion in people's assets right now, so I have to make sure that all my T's are crossed and all my I's are dotted. But I want to go through and show you some of these concepts here. I'm going to take this off, but let me go and see if my little whiteboard. Okay, so. Refresh that. Okay, whatever. All right, so this here, if you look at this, okay. Oh, it's not. Uh-oh. It's not being shared. Yikes. Oh, you know what? It should be plugged in. I have it plugged in right here. So, let's go back to her presentation real quick, her PowerPoint. Oh, do you think we have to take it off that? I think she's got presenter mode going, so not a problem. There we go.
Can I see that mic box real quick?
You got it.
All right, you're up. You can keep that on, just the little box that he put on you. Yeah.
Perfect.
And you can put that in your pocket. Stand by.
Here's the first little solution that we have, and I know that I only have 15 minutes. I'm going to make sure that I stay on target with this stuff. Okay, so Franklin Templeton, you guys have heard of, right? Franklin Templeton, let's say that you have an account with them, and I'm going to use these for round numbers, okay? You guys can just get the concept, okay? You wind up having, let's say, $1 million with them, okay? What happened, and this is a solution that they created as a result of the real estate market booming in 2001, 2002. But what had just happened prior to that is the tech bubble burst. Does anyone remember that when the tech bubble burst? Was anyone part of that? Like, I had front row seats to that, right? So what happened, some of you guys are too young to even have remembered that. You're probably little kids at that time. But what happened is that the stock market started to crash. And then what happened is the real estate bubble from 2002 to 2008 exploded. So what was everyone doing? They were cashing out all of their investments and then taking it and going directly into real estate, right? So Franklin Templeton came along and said, hey, hold up a second. We don't want you to take all of your money out, because how do they get paid? They get paid on the asset under management. They get paid a little tiny residual on that every single year, right? So they said, don't take your money. And they said, well, we want to go buy, this development with my cousin out in, in Arizona. He's building houses in 2007. I want to give him all my money. And they said, no, why don't we do this, right? We're going to pay you about an 8% rate of return, and I'll substantiate that here in a second. And that's about $80,000 a year, okay? If you wind up taking that, $1 million out, did you just get rid of an asset that generated 8% per year? It's gone. The $1 million is gone, right? And if you had taken that and put it into a real estate development deal in like Las Vegas or Arizona in 2007, was that a good place to be in during that period of time? No, now the money's really gone, like it's gone, right? So what they said is, don't do that. What we're going to do is we have a company which is our Franklin Templeton. We are going to create our own bank and trust company. And we're going to create a bank and trust solution. And we're going to give you 50% of your deposits in a line of credit over here. So we're going to give you $500,000 that you can do whatever you want to with that $500,000. You can go buy that property. You're scot-free. You're on title. Everything's good to go. You can go invest. You can build a mortgage company. You can open a restaurant. Now, let me ask you, is a restaurant a pretty risky business to own? Yeah. My wife, we bought an ice cream store in California, and it was one of the worst things that we'd ever done. I mean, it was a straight loss from day one, right? It was very popular, we had some pretty interesting clients, but it was not a very good money maker, let me put it that way, right? So in that situation where you have someone who wants to buy a business where there's a lot of risk, you take that $500,000, what are they going to charge you? They're going to charge you about 4% on that, okay? 4% on that. It's a little bit higher now, but I'm just going to use that because it's easy for me to do that. That's about $20,000 a year that you're going to pay in interest on that. But how much are you generating on this over here? 80 grand. So what they do is they connect the interest that's generated over here and pay that off for you. So you're netting 60 grand over here a year, and you have $500,000 in liquidity that you could go buy a property like that if you wanted to. Right now, if you had a client that says, well, I've got, 50 million, or like what Rod had said, $100 million or something like that, I asked them, I said, hey, over at Franklin Templeton, and they sold this book of business in 2012 to a company called Bancorp in Delaware. And they sold it to Bancorp. And so I called up Bancorp and I said, hey, listen, what if I have a client that's got like 10 million bucks? Would you guys extend this? And they go, yeah, that's pretty easy. And I said, what about 20 million? They said, sure. I said, what about like 30 million? And he goes, listen, if you're trying to impress me, he goes, we have billion-dollar lines of credit that we're utilizing for this program. Like we build malls, we build like all these like, huge developments and stuff. And I was like, all right, well, I'll just be quiet now, right? And so, but this gives you the opportunity to be able to have this. And what if you bought a little rental property that was just generating you, $2 or $3 grand a month on that? That's profit that you can stack on here. Let's say it's $2,500 a month that you're making on it. That's another 30 grand a year in positive cash flow, plus your 60 that you wind up getting. That's $90,000 that you're getting, plus your full title owner on whatever rental property that you got. And you still have your principal that's making you money to this day. Okay, so I said that I was going to substantiate some of these things. Oh, and by the way, what's the minimum to open up an account with Franklin Templeton? $25. It's $25, right? So I think that that's kind of cool, because then what happens is then you get your money, you see it working. And I have clients that wind up, putting little bits of money in to kind of kick the tires on it. And they go, holy crap, I'm getting a dividend every single month. This particular fund that I'm talking about is called the Franklin Income Fund. And it has paid a dividend without missing every month for 75 years. 75 years, okay? And so what happens is that you wind up having access to your money, liquidity, and you also wind up having something that's invested in a fairly stable form, okay? So this over here, Tana asked me to kind of go over this. And by the way, I hope I'm not like going too fast. Is this all making kind of some sense here? Like you're managing the interest rates and all that kind of stuff? What's that? Okay, so that's great. It's an interest only loan that is refinanceable every 5 years. So the question was, how do you pay the principal down? And so what happens is after the end of 5 years, you just make a phone call and say, hey, I'd like to refinance. They push a button and they set another 5-year time horizon for you. Just push the button and it continues down the road. Okay? Did that answer your question?
I don't think you understand. So the $500,000 line of credit, you can never pay that $500,000 down?
Well, let me ask you this. If you have a net $60,000 to $90,000 that you're netting now in profit in the left-hand column, right? How long would it take you to build up enough principal that you could just write a check and pay that off? About 5 to 7 years. Yeah. So that's what you could do. Okay. Or you could not. It's up to you. If you know, oh, okay, good, I can figure out how this works, and I go, wow, now I've got $1.5 million, right, that's set up in there. I have another $250,000 I could do something else with, right? So these are the types of things that you go, oh, wow, that's pretty cool. Now, to get this product in particular, the minimum for that is $125,000 to be able to do that. But to open up an account with Franklin Templeton, you got to go through a broker, fortunately or unfortunately, and that starts at $25 is basically what you would have to do, okay? Now, we can supercharge this, right? If you didn't like this enough already, what happens is that we can add, oh, so can I show you guys the numbers on it? Would that be, and by the way, Mike, I will send you all of the things that I'm going to show you so you can share it with everybody. It's all compliant, it's all approved, and I'll get it over to you so that you can share it with the crew. So this over here is the fund that I'm talking about, okay? It's been around, like I said, since 1948, okay? If you had invested $10,000 in there, right, in August of 48, it would be 11.1 million today. Just left it in there, 10 grand, one time, one shot. Now, you'd have to be talking to your grandparents or great-grandparents about making sure that that money got in there, but it's to give you perspective. Look at the stability of that over time. That's kind of crazy, okay? So you look at this, you know, last year, 2021, through through the whole year ending, right, made 17.5% return last year, okay? 2020, 3.46. Are there some down years? Absolutely. And I'm going to show you those, because I'm going to show you what if someone just took 100 grand, right, $100,000, and put it in, there's your 8%. 8%, and this is from 1980, let me just see, 1987. Why do I go back to 87? Well, that's one, but it's within our lifetimes. Because I could go back to 1948 and make this thing look amazing, but I want to give you some real ups and downs in the market to show you the pros and cons.
Is that indexed to the S&P 500?
No, it's a combination index, because what they do is they have part of it is, let's say it's 50-50 stocks and bonds. Right. They can do up to 30-70 in either direction. So they can do 70% stocks, 30% bonds, or 70% bonds and 30% stock. It is. It 100% is. But I don't know if Vanguard is interesting because they're a captive agency, meaning that you have to use Vanguard. And so Vanguard doesn't sell through the regular channel that most independent advisors are in. And I don't think that Vanguard is going to give you the same line of credit solution that we're going to give you, which would give you a lot of accessibility to it. Okay. But then this brings me another point. A lot of people go, oh, well, the fees, all these fees, right? But the reason why I say 1987, I'll talk about the fees in a second, is because in 1987, right, it's 35 years. It's a 35-year time horizon. This is good enough for us to look at actual things that happen in the market, ups and downs, okay? Because if I just showed you the ups, that would be kind of bogus, right? I want to show you the worst case scenarios of what actually happened. Because let's be honest, are we living through a worst case scenario right now? Yeah. We kind of are living through a worst case scenario right this second. So, but does that mean that there's a lot of opportunity? Absolutely, right? So on $100,000, okay, there's Franklin Templeton charges a front-end sales charge of $3,200, okay? So right out of the gate, they take that right off the top. $3,200, boom, you lost 3.25%, like immediately upon opening the account, okay? But now you look at this over here. The column that I want you to look at is the income column. You guys see that? So from May, I'll make this a little bit bigger. From May 1987 to December, right, we charge you that, but how much income did we pay you? $4,700. You guys see the first column right there, the income? So we charged you $3,200, but we paid you $4,700, okay? Now the market went down a little bit, so at the end of the year, you're still net down $95,000, right, from $100,000 deposit, okay? But now look at the next year, 1988, the full year, we paid you $10,000, and now you're up over the line, $103,000. Then look at this over here. The next year we paid you $11,000. Okay, now your account's up at $116,000. Then the market went a little bit down, but we still paid you $12,000 in income. Okay, so now is that income able to service the debt that you open on the line of credit? Absolutely. And people go, well, what if interest rates go up and I have to, we wind up having to pay more interest on that? Well, what we do is we go, oh, well, let's design a little bit in your portfolio that can keep up with rising interest rates. Because there's things that, there's instruments out there, short-term fixed income that wind up being able to keep up with rising interest rates, right? So we can design that, but look at this all the way through here. Then I made a mistake. That's even more to the point. I had to go doing $500 a month all the way through, starting in 1997. But you look at this over here, you notice that after this point, there's no more sales charges. There's no more sales charges. And right here, when the account goes to $500,000, see where it goes to 540? All the sales charges on everything after $500,000 go away. You know why? Because it's a volume discount. They give you no sales charge at all on anything after your account is over $500,000. So the total amount for management for 35 years of management, the client put in a total amount of, right up here, they put in $100,000 an initial deposit. Then they put in, so it's $250,000 total that they put in. Their ending balance is that lower right-hand corner is $1.9 million. They put in $250,000, $1.9 million. And what was the fee that they paid? $4,100 for 35 years of management. $4,100, okay? Now, let's look at the down year because this is really important. See right there in 2008? Right there, 2008, your account went from 803 down to 562. Do you think people are freaking out right then? People are going, man, I'm scared. What's happening? Everything's going to, to hell in a handbasket. But look what happens the following year. There's two things I want to point out. It goes back up from 803. You bear the brunt of the down market, and then 767 the following year. And then 872 the year after that. Okay, and by the way, these are real audited, like SEC reported numbers. This isn't a projection. This is what actually happened. Okay, so now all of a sudden you got 36% the following year, then 13%, and look at what what you've got all the way through there. So even on a down market right now, when would have been the best time to start something like this? When the market's down. Okay, so this here is like the other thing that I want to show you is this column right here. See this? This is capital gains, okay? So what happens is capital gains, are you taxed if they make capital gains? Yeah, they pass that straight through to you. But look what they did. Look at this. No capital gains all the way for 12 years. Why? Because they sold at the bottom. They did something called tax loss harvesting, where they collect all the taxes that they can and all of the losses, and then they apply it to your future gains, and they negate those taxes out. And they do it all inside the fund. So is it a really tax efficient fund? 100%, right? So now all of a sudden you see, did we have a lot of capital gains in 2021? Yeah, because everything was exploding in the other direction, right? And so they were collecting the gains and all that kind of stuff. But the point is that you come in, now look what you're getting. $70,000, $80,000 a year in positive cash flow on this. And you would have easily, to answer your question, would have easily been able to pay the principal that you had. You would have owned that property outright and everything would be golden, right? So this here is, one of the really interesting solutions that we've got out there. And then I'll show you one last thing, and I've got 2 minutes, The thing that I was going to tell you that we amped it up is that we can actually now manage that account in addition to other accounts in what we call our third-party money management platform, where we manage everything. We can buy stocks and bonds. We can buy anything that you want inside your portfolio. And Goldman Sachs, instead of Bancorp, is giving you that line of credit. And they're going to give you a lower interest rate. They're actually right at about 4%, right? So they're using you guys know the SOFR index, right? There's indexes, interest rate indexes. So Bancorp is the Wall Street Journal, and then Goldman Sachs uses the SOFR, the 30-day SOFR, right? So these are very low interest rates to be able to have cash flow and money accessible to you. And then you wind up having the growth. That's pretty cool. Now, sometimes people ask, are those taxable gains? Yes, they would be taxable. But at the end of the day, are you winning the arbitrage game? Are you winning by having more money coming in than is going out in taxes and in costs? Absolutely, right? So the last thing that I'm going to go over, and is this providing some value to you guys? Is this like some interesting stuff? I hope I'm not like, Mike, I'm hopefully not over. Bingo. That's 100% correct. You have got it. That's exactly right. So your money keeps growing, it stays invested, but you still have accessibility to cash flow, right? Which is great. The last thing I'm going to talk to you about is something called the all-in-one loan. And if you want to, you can check it out. It's called aioloan.net. Okay. The owners and senior people that are over there, they're very good friends of mine. But the way this loan works, and you guys have seen this before, okay, is this is year 0, this is year 30, And this is your interest, and this is your principal. Sorry, my proportions might be a little off, but is this a familiar drawing to you guys? Yeah. So when we make our payments, we pay it in this direction, okay? We're going this way. You make a little payment, very little goes towards the principal. Where's most of your money going when you start making that payment? All towards the interest. Like I said earlier, you get 5 years out, you start the process over again. Look at how much interest goes to the bank. Now that's the cost of doing business. The way this loan works is the opposite. You make your payments, you pay it, boom. It goes towards reducing the principal first. And then every month on a new reduced principal balance, they recalculate a new interest amount. This is revolutionary. I guarantee you this would have saved the mortgage crash in 2008 if people had this loan. My clients had this loan during that period of time. They were like, you are a freaking godsend because of this loan, okay? But the way that it works, and it's got one other piece, is that this here is a two-way sweep checking account, meaning that all of the equity that you've built up over here, they'll take that and apply it to your checking account. So you deposit your paychecks and everything, all your income into this checking account. They apply 100% of your balance in your checking account to pay down your mortgage. So let's say that you put $100,000 in your checking account, and they go, oh, we're going to take all $100,000 and I owe $500,000. They just made a $100,000 payment on your loan, and they recalculate the new interest rate on a $400,000 amount. That's pretty cool, right? But now what happens, you go, well, I got bills to pay. So then what they do is they actually hook that checking account directly up to your principal. And so now they've caused your liquidity, your principal to become a liquid asset without having to refinance.
People were doing this back in the day with their own home equity lines of credit.
That is correct. They were doing that.
It was brilliant at the time.
And this was a loan. So this company, the loan was being serviced at that time in 2000, from 2002 all the way up until the crash. It was with one of the GMAC. You guys remember GMAC? So GMAC was the bank that was servicing this. Well, what happened to GMAC? Out of business, right? So then GMAC sold their book of business to American Express. So American Express was servicing these loans all throughout that period of time. The loan never went away. So Amex was servicing this loan, and now Amex just sold that book of business to a private equity firm. And you know who's financing these now? Credit unions. Because people look at this and go, banks would hate this. Banks would never do this because you're taking interest out of their pocket. Isn't it true? They go, yeah, they totally hate it. You know who doesn't hate it? Credit unions. Why? Because if it's good for the members, it's good for the credit union. Is this a way better way to finance homes for the consumer? 100%. So if you go to this is it right here, and then I'm done. I'm going to get off the stage because I've worn out my welcome. All right, over here. This is it right here. Is basically the all-in-one loan, the smarter way to borrow. Right. Again, I will send this all to Mike and his team so you guys can have access to this and make sure you guys get that. But it is an awesome loan. If you go to aioloan.net, right, aioloan.net, that's where you can find that. And then the last thing that I'll tell you is this. These are all the things that, Tana can do, right, is that there's insurance, so all the life insurances, all the supplemental retirement, including, by the way, is disability and long-term care a big hot button for people right now? Yeah, I mean, for me, it's like taking care of my mom. My dad passed away, but taking care of my mom is really important, right? And so having long-term care in place and disability is very important. IRAs, mutual funds, college savings plans, there's long-term care. Charitable solutions. This is really appropriate for you guys as realtors too, because what do we have? You have these things called like collateralized installment loans where you wind up selling the loan. Like you sell a property, the finances go to a finance company, then they loan you the proceeds and you pay it back 30 years later. You guys get that? You sell a property, a commercial property, for 10 million bucks. Okay, you get a big capital gains hit on that. Don't do it. Give it to someone else and have them hold it as collateral, and then they give you a loan, you get that, and then boom, you can take your money and run, and then you pay the interest 30 years down the road. It's an awesome way to be able to maximize your gain without having to pay a bunch of taxes on the front end, right? And so that's just another concept. Yes?
So on the the collateral for? What's the guarantee on that?
Well, the guarantee is your cash. I mean, you're posting cash that's going to be, it's collateralizing the loan. It's almost a dollar for dollar. So they're going to give you that. They keep a fee. But would you rather pay a 3% fee or 30 to 40% in taxes, right? It's a no-brainer. So you pay the 3% fee and you get that. So there's that, and then charitable trusts and all that kind of stuff, and 401k plans, deferred comp, all these types of things Tana has the ability to do. I'm mostly in a supervisory capacity. She runs things by me if she needs some help on stuff. But I want to tell you, she is absolutely brilliant when it comes to these types of things. I'll leave my business cards and contact info if you guys want to. I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys have. Like I said, I'm mostly retired, so it's just us going to be kind of like BSing on the phone more than anything else. But I'm always happy to bring any knowledge that I have and any value I can bring to you. More than happy to be able to do that. So hopefully I brought you guys some good value. Sorry I didn't have more time. I've worn out my welcome, but please, here you go. Yeah, exactly. There you go. There you go. So.
Michael's not running out to his car, but everybody, please, big round of applause for Michael.
Thank you.
Well, we went over a little bit today, just so you know. Nathan, and who else was trying to organize a social tonight? Okay. Look, part of the reason why you take the time out to come here is to meet people, to network. My greatest asset in my real estate career is not the money I made, it's the people I know. So, 615 Old Red at Icon Park?
Old Red, Icon Park, just almost walking distance.
Awesome. So if you can, please go. I think that'd be great.